Hi, this is Tony Robbins. Welcome to Live with Passion. Listen, first, I really want to congratulate you on taking the time to listen to this program and for investing in it. And I say that not because you've invested in my tape program, but because there's so many people out there that talk a really great game, but they don't live it. You know what I mean? So many people out there say, I want a greater life. I want to achieve this great goal. I have this great dream. I want to turn it into reality. But what do? Usually nothing. Usually day after day, they don't make any real progress towards achieving those goals. They're not investing in themselves in solutions and tools and into ideas that can make a difference. So I want to really congratulate you because you're one of the few who do versus the many who talk. And for that reason, I feel a real kinship with you because what you're doing right now, I've been doing myself for more than 21 years now. What do I mean? Well, I'm talking about listening to audio tapes, attending seminars, reading books, feeling my mind, and then applying what I've learned immediately to get results in my life. And it all started for me many, many years ago, but it started in a day when I finally got fed up, when I finally said, I'm not willing to settle for less than I can be. Never again. And when I found that internal passion, when I made that shift in my life, I've never looked back since then. And that's why this subject means so much to me and why I'm so thrilled that it means enough for you to take the time to really listen to this audio program. So I want to get started, but before I do, let me also say this. You and I are probably a lot more alike than you realize. I mean, think about it. We're both crazy, outrageous people that are saying, I will not settle for less than I can be or do or feel or experience in my life. I mean, if you think about it, there's really a big difference between just merely achieving your goals and living a life of passion. I mean, where you love your life, where you love your career, you love your family, your friends, the people around you, where you look forward to each and every day. Maybe ultimate passion is when you can get to that point where no matter what happens in your life, even when the biggest challenge happens, even when the greatest injustices occur, you just grab a hold of them and you suck the juice out of that experience. You say to yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I apply this? You find a way to use whatever life gives you to create a life of even greater meaning. Now, by the way, is that what most people do? Well, you and I both know the answer is no. I mean, every day you look around and walk around and you see people around you that look half dead. I mean, it makes me sad. There seems to be no joy in their life. There's no drive in these people. They're kind of just surviving. It's like somewhere along the line, they settled for so much less than they could be. And maybe it happened many years ago. Maybe years ago they had great goals and great dreams and a great drive for a life of meaning. But what happened to them? Well, what almost happened to me, what may have happened at one time in your life. They had big goals, they had big dreams, they went for it, they were excited, and they pushed hard. Maybe they disciplined themselves. Maybe they gave their all, and they were disappointed or maybe even betrayed. I know I felt that many times in my life, and I'm sure you have as well. But what do you do with that? That's what determines whether you develop a passionate life or one that you have to constantly make excuses for, or one where inside of you, you have to settle and say, those people out there that are so excited, so passionate, oh, it's phony, it's fake, it's just a bunch of positive thinking. See, what happens for a lot of people is they don't want to be disappointed anymore. So what they do is they disassociate. They start saying, oh, don't get your hopes up. Hey, don't get overly excited about this stuff. Come on, what are you, naive? They become skeptical. They become pessimistic. But the truth is when people say they're skeptical or they're pessimistic, what they're really saying is, I'm fearful. I mean, people who are skeptical are just afraid of being disappointed. They're afraid of being hurt. They're afraid to feel that feeling that comes from not winning. But listen to me. In any sport, if you're going to be victorious, you've got to be willing to risk that loss, that sense of pain. That also, by the way, that pain may be the very thing that gives you the drive to move forward and achieve more than you ever have before in your life. Michael Jordan is someone I've had the privilege of spending some time with. I mean, talk about a genius in the basketball ring. I'm genius in any sport. He's the best that probably has ever existed there. And when I talked to him the first time, I said, listen, Michael, tell me, your career's had many highs, but when did it just explode to the highest level? I mean, to where you knew your game was at its best. He said, Tony, the biggest thing that's driven me, honestly, was pain. He said, when I lost for the third time in those championships to the Detroit Pistons, he said, it ripped out my soul. It hurt so bad inside. He said, I sat there and I cried on the bus. I felt like somebody had stolen my pride. I felt like no one else had given as much as I had. I felt so bad inside. And you know what happened? Something inside of me just shifted. He said, I just was tired of feeling that way. And I decided I was going to go out that summer, I was going to lift weights and become stronger than I ever had been before. And the next year, I was going to dish out the pain. I wasn't going to take it. That we were going to win no matter what. He said, I converted all of that pain into absolute drive. And you know what happened. He won 3 national championships in a row for the Bulls. Took a little break from basketball and came back and did it again. I mean, that's a real passion. Finding a way inside yourself when you're exhausted, when you're beat, when someone else seems to have more power or more skill or they're having more luck. And somehow you reach down inside and you convert the pain into power, into drive. Results in life don't come from being motivated. Results in life come from taking action, and that's where the rubber really meets the road. That's where the results really show up. So at the end of each of these tapes, don't just turn the tape off. Use the skill that you learn in that tape all day long. Now, I realize some of these skills will be brand new for you. Most of them probably will be. And when you're new at something, you're not good at it yet. But you know what? Do it anyway, even if you fumble at it. It's okay. Because if you'll take it all day long and apply that skill, I can promise you something. By the end of the day, you'll get good. And when you get good, you'll get results. And those results will reinforce you. And that reinforcement will make these things habits. And pretty soon, this idea of living with passion will be something that is just who you are, not something you work at or think about or dream about or desire. It'll be your experience of life. It'll be a positive addiction. It'll make your life greater and greater with each passing day. And by the way, I want you to know that I respect you. I know your life must already be great, or you wouldn't be pursuing ways to make it better. But I want to make sure that by the end of these 6 tapes, there is a measurable difference in the quality of the levels of joy and happiness and passion, and most importantly, results that you experience in your life. So let's get started. Let's not waste any more time. Let's begin to tap into those skills, into those understandings that can give us an even greater quality of life, an extraordinary life, a life filled with passion. Let us begin. The term I have for this session and the tool I want to share with you, I call it quality quantifiers. In fact, the term is much more technical than the actual tool itself, but I think it's an accurate term to describe what we're going to learn. And by the way, this tool is not so much that it's new or so innovative. It's just that once we're aware of it, it can change our life. Now, here's how it came about. Recently, I was putting together a brand new program called The Body You Deserve. And as I was designing the program, I got to the point of thinking about, okay, let's deal with one of the problems with people trying to lose weight, which is just the sense that they've got to have something now. You know that state where you feel like if you don't have it now, you're going to explode? I don't know if you've ever experienced that or not. Maybe not around food, maybe around something else. And I began to look at the dynamic of how that makes people overeat and try to identify what the cause was, so in one of the days I could really help them create a solution. And as I thought about it, okay, for someone to actually overeat, what has to happen first? First, they got to be triggered. And by the way, isn't this true of any behavior you want to change? Whether it's smoking or drinking, or whether it's getting frustrated or mad or angry or overwhelmed, something triggers us initially. So what kinds of things can trigger us? Well, it can be something internally triggered by us asking ourselves a question or focusing on something internally, or it can be an external cue. It can be something that we see or hear, something someone says, maybe a smell that triggers us. As soon as we're triggered, we go into a state. And when people overeat, I began to ask myself, what is the state they're in when they really overeat? I mean, when they gotta have that food. I realized it was a state of tremendous urgency, that the person felt like they gotta have it right now. And as I began to explore that, I thought, well, what's creating this state of urgency in people? What's making them have to have that food right now? And I began to realize it was a sense of scarcity. Suddenly this person began to feel if they didn't have something right now, they were going to miss out. They were going to be deprived. They weren't going to have what they really wanted most. And as I began to explore this, I said, okay, well, if somebody gets where they feel like they're missing out, human beings will do almost anything to avoid what? Pain. And missing out, being deprived, is major pain for most people in our culture. In fact, scarcity is what drives so many of our desires in this culture. The more scarce some things are, the more we want them. I mean, that's the challenge. When most people want to lose weight, what do? They try and deprive themselves. They say, I can't have this food that makes me feel good. What we really want is just to change the way we feel. And if someone thinks like they can't have that anymore, that just drives them crazy. It's the very same drive, by the way, that made people come across an ocean, risk their lives to come to the New World, to get something called gold. Why do they want this little pretty metal? Why was it in such demand? Because it was scarce. Scarcity drives human beings crazy, whether it be in diamonds or in relationships. Some people, when they really want to be in a relationship with somebody and they don't think it's possible, boy, they really want to be with this person. They find this drive. They'll do anything. They'll take care of that relationship. They make it the priority. But once they're in the relationship, what happens? For some people, the law of familiarity begins to set in. They start to take for granted what's so close to them. Pretty soon, what they wanted is no longer scarce. They're around this person so much that they begin to take them a little bit for granted. So after a while, we'll see this relationship begin to deteriorate. But you know what's interesting, including in a relationship? If suddenly somebody else gets interested in this person they're in a relationship with, very often the person is no longer so familiar. All of a sudden they're a scarce resource again. All of a sudden the person starts paying attention. It's an interesting dynamic that we human beings have around this thing called scarcity. And boy, if there's any place it shows up, it sure does in food. So I was thinking, all right, how do you do this? How do you turn this around? And I can only tell you my own experience. I can give an experience of how scarcity was driving my family for a while. One day, our chef came home with a special treat after dinner. It was these fat-free cookies. And they were supposed to have no sugar, but you know what? Most things like that taste like cardboard. But these things were absolutely incredible. We were so excited after we had these cookies that sure enough, I came back into the kitchen about 30 minutes later to have one of these cookies, and the whole box was gone. Everybody had hit the kitchen and wiped the thing out. Well, you can't imagine what that did to my desire for these cookies. All of a sudden, I wanted them more than anything on earth. And I was real frustrated, so I said, hey, tomorrow, go get a couple of boxes of these things. Sure enough, the next day, she came back in. I walked in there. She'd gotten 2 boxes, and they were already empty by the time I got home. I said, I want to make sure I had some of these cookies. Now I can't have them at all. I said, tomorrow, I tell you what I want you to do. Get 25 boxes of these cookies. I want you to fill up this entire cupboard, because when I come in here, I want to be able to cookie when I want it. So sure enough, the next day I come in, and there are 23 boxes there. 2 are already gone. But I said, I don't care. At least I got 23 boxes here left. And I went in there and had about a half a box of cookies, maybe 3/4 of a box. But the bottom line is when I was done, I felt satisfied, I thought. Sure enough, the next day I came in, and there were still a few boxes gone, but there's still plenty of cookies in there, so I had a few. By the 3rd day, I had maybe 1. By the 4th day, I was like, there are plenty of cookies here. There'll always be here. You know what's fascinating? I wasn't the only one who behaved differently once there were plenty of cookies. I noticed all of a sudden, a month later, there were still 20 boxes of darn cookies sitting in there. In fact, 2 months later, there was mold growing all over these cookies. No one had ever touched them because there were so many of them. They were so available. They were like sick of them. See, scarcity does interesting things to us, and having a sense of abundance also changes the way we respond to things. Now, you say, well, Tony, what has this got to do with this thing called quality quantifiers? Everything. See, what I was searching for at the time was to give people a tool that would help them to get out of that state of urgency, that state where you're crazy, where you got to have it right now or you're going to go nuts. You know the kind of state I'm talking about, right? And as I began to do that, trying to figure out a tool for it, I thought, you know what? We all create this emotion. We create this feeling of urgency, like I got to do it now. I got to have it now. But we feel like it's something outside of ourselves, something outside of us that's triggering us. And that state of urgency doesn't last forever. So I thought, how could I give people a sense that they're in control of this? So in a moment, if you start to feel that urgency, you could wipe it out. So you could lower its intensity. And by the way, if you think of any behavior that's in your life that you want to change, it always starts out the same way. Something triggers you. You go into a state where you feel like you have to go to the 3rd step, take action. And oftentimes when you're in a state of urgency, you don't think things through. You just immediately act upon it, sometimes in an unconscious way. And by the way, every action you take takes you to the 4th step, which is consequences. And the bottom line is a lot of people have consequences in their life they don't like because they consistently take actions that are inappropriate, and they do that because they're in such a lousy state or because they feel overwhelmed or they feel like they have no choice. So as I began to look for ways to help people break these patterns and to take control, I thought, well, I need to ponder this a bit. So I took a break and I went over and visited with some friends at their home. And as we're sitting around, I began to describe what I was trying to accomplish. And out of our conversation and my doing a few experiments with their children, I came up with what I first called an urge management tool. And as I expand on it, you'll understand I created it into something we now call the quality quantifier. Now, what the heck did I do? Well, I just basically took food that was nearby. And again, because the focus I had at that time was how to change our state around food. The quality quantifier that you're about to learn about can show you how to change the feeling you have about anything. But the bottom line is, I looked around at food and there was some banana bread sitting there on the table. And so I began to ask people, where are you on a scale from, let's say, -10, where this is the most disgusting garbage on earth you would never touch in a million years and make you sick to your stomach, to +10, it's the most desirable, outrageous, delicious food. You got to have it right now, no matter what. I said, where are you? And I asked everybody. So what I got them to do is to quantify their desire. Remember this word, quantify. So I asked them, where is it? What's the level of its appeal for you right now? And most people are in the range of +2 to +7. I said, great. And so I said to each person, what would it take to increase your desire for this banana bread? What would you have to do? If somebody, for example, was at +5, I said, okay, what's it going to take for you to get to +7? So I went to Mom in the group and I said, all right, Mom, tell me, what would take it to +7 for you? She said, wouldn't take very much. I said, okay, well, like what? She said, all I'd have to do is thinking about what it would feel like as I was chewing it in my mouth. I love the flavor. I said, what would it take for it to be, let's say, +9? She said, add chocolate to it. And I said, oh, no, okay. I went to her little daughter and I said, where are you about it? She goes, well, I'm a +5. And I said, okay, well, what would it take for you to go to +10 immediately with this? She said, I could never make it +10. Banana bread's not that good. And I said, well, if you wanted to increase your desire, if you had to have it, if you really, really wanted it now, what would you have to do to it in your mind? How would you have to think about it? What would you have to imagine or feel? She thought for a little while and she said, well, I know. If I had green beans with it, then it'd be a +10. I was like, green beans? She goes, yeah. And her mom started laughing. She goes, she is the best eater in the house. She's a vegetarian. Then I went to her little brother and he'd gone in the kitchen. He grabbed Hanson soda pop while we were talking. So I stopped him and I grabbed the soda pop out of his hand. I said, stop. I said, I need your help. Will you help me out here? I said, how much do you want this soda pop right now? You know, on a scale from -10, you know, it's the most disgusting thing. You never touch it in a million years, to +10, you got to have it right now. It's the most incredible soda on earth. Where is it? He said, it's about a 5. And I said, plus or minus? He said, +5. I said, well, make it a 7. You know, make it so you want it even more. He said, I don't know if I can do that. I said, sure you can. Think about it. How would you do that? How would you get yourself to feel that way? And by the way, with each person, I didn't just get them to do this intellectually. I got them to imagine what they said and actually got their emotion to that level of intensity, that level of desire. So I said, get it to 7. He thought for a while and he said, okay. I said, how'd you do it? I said, are you really there? He said, yeah. He said, well, I thought about what it tastes like if it was really cold. And I said, okay, what would it take for it to be at level 8? He said, level 8. He said, gosh. He said, okay, I'm there. I said, how'd you do it? He said, well, I thought about the fact that, you know, I haven't drunk anything in a while and I'm getting kind of thirsty. I said, what would it take to get it to level 10? I mean, you had to have it right now. And he said, well, gosh, I really just don't want it that bad. I said, I know, but if you were going to be there, what would you have to imagine? What would you have to think? What would you have to feel? And he thought for a while, and again, I got him to think of this quality of wanting something that bad, wanting something that much. And then I got him to quantify what would have to happen for him to feel those feelings. And he thought for a while, and all of a sudden his eyes got really big. He reached out and he said, I got it. And he reached out and grabbed the drink back out of my hand and started yanking it out, trying to open it. I said, stop. I mean, I wish I hadn't videotaped. It was so cute. I mean, he wanted it right then and there. He was totally associated. I took it back from him. I said, what are you doing? What happened? What'd you do inside your head? He said, I thought about the fact that it's the last one. I thought, interesting. Scarcity again. Scarcity is where we are when we feel like we got to have it right now. And you know what? With almost every person there, to get them to +10, usually it was this tremendous focus on how delicious it was, but also the fact that there wasn't very much of it. Isn't that interesting? So you might say, Tony, so what's the lesson for this month? Make myself scarce so people find me more valuable? No. But be aware that our fear of loss, that's what scarcity really is, right? The fear of loss tends to drive us. And while I was sitting there, as this began to hit me, I thought, this is really interesting. I can remember a couple of weeks ago, coming to the studio, the night before, I'd been working all night long. I never stopped for dinner. I went to sleep. I got up on very little sleep the next day, went into business meetings, and by the time I got to the studio, it was 6 o'clock, and I had not had anything for almost a day and a half. And I remember on the way to the studio, I started to freak out thinking, I got to have something. And sure enough, I felt like I had to eat almost anything at that point. I just needed to get something in there because, boy, if I didn't eat now, I may never eat again. Real logical, huh? But that's how many of us think. The truth of the matter is the food will be there tomorrow, just like those cookies. When we finally had enough of them, we knew they were going to be there forever. They weren't so desirable. We didn't overeat. We didn't have that same urgency. Now you might say, well, Tony, so what are you doing? Teaching me to increase my urgency? Yes. I want you to know how to increase your urgency to, for example, commit yourself to exercise. I want you to know how to increase your urgency for enjoying anything you do. You know, too many of us in life do things and we don't enjoy them. We do things every day. And yet we don't thoroughly enjoy everything about what we're doing. And you know what? Whether we enjoy something or not, whether we're having a peak experience or not, comes down to the fact that we have not decided we're going to have a peak experience, and we have not decided what do we have to do to make it a peak experience. Most of us never set that clear goal. Our goal is to achieve something. but not necessarily to feel the joy along the way. Now you might say, well, where are you going with this? Well, let me finish the urge management and I'll tell you, okay? Let me show you something else that's equally important. Is it important in life for you to be able to lower your urgency, to lower your desire for things that maybe not be so great for you? The answer is obvious, isn't it? So I then turned to each of these same people and I said, okay, wherever you are, I want you to lower the intensity. I want you to get it so you don't like it as much. In fact, I took the little boy with his Hanson soda and I said, okay, make it a 0. He said, I can't. I gotta have it. He was still in state, which reminds me, if you really get where you gotta have something, the first thing you gotta do is break your pattern. Have you ever been in that place where you feel like you really gotta have something, you gotta have it now, and something distracts you, something gets your attention, and you know what, if you get caught up in something else, you lose the urge, don't you? It doesn't last forever. So I broke his pattern, teased him a little bit, asked him some questions, and finally said, okay, go to 0. He said, okay, no problem. I said, how did you do it? He said, well, I just thought about the fact I need to get my homework done, and also there's this great program on TV. Ah, interesting. I began to look for patterns. How do we take ourselves from having to have something to changing? One way is to change our focus. Focus on something else. I said, okay, well, now that you're at 0, get yourself where you think about the Hansons pop again, but you're at -2. I mean, where it's not just neutral. It's like, you don't want it. It just makes you think, this is terrible. I don't want to put this in my body. I don't want this. This wouldn't even taste good. What would it take to get it to -2? He said, oh, I can't do that. These things are too good. You couldn't get it to -2. I said, I know you can't, but if you could, how would you do it? And he thought for a while. I said, come on, you can do it. Sure enough, since I didn't let him off the hook, he came up with a way. And he began to think. I said, okay, are you there? And pretty soon he went, yeah. And you could see his face kind of start to frown a little bit. And I said, what'd you do? He said, well, I thought about it being really warm and kind of like when somebody opens it up and they've left it out and it's kind of flat. I said, oh, that would make it -2 for me, too. Might even make it -5 for me. He said, yeah, I don't want that. I said, okay, now take it. So when you look at it and think of it, it's -5. He thought for a little while and he went, okay, I got it. I'm there. And you could see he started to kind of scrunch up his face even more. I said, what'd you do? He said, I added lemon juice. I said, okay. Well, I said, is there another way to do it? He said, well, yeah, I could also add chili peppers. I said, what would it take for it to be -10? He said, if you put green beans in it. I thought, oh, that poor mom. She's trying to please his whole family, right? I said, okay. I said, is there anything else? He said, well, if I thought it would make me sick. I thought, interesting. How does he get to -10? He's got to make it where he sees -10 is so painful. Remember what drives us. What makes us want something? The desire for pleasure or that we think it'll help us to avoid pain. What made somebody have to have it at level 10 because they thought, boy, if I don't have it right now, I'm going to miss out. I'm going to have pain. What makes it -10? If I have this, I'm going to have pain. I'm going to eat something that's going to taste so terrible. Or I'm going to get sick, which means I'm going to lose my freedom or I'm going to lose my health or lose my energy. And by the way, he wasn't the only one who did it this way. Virtually every person I dealt with, and I tried this little game with, this urge management game, every one of them was able to do this. They were able to increase their urgency and they were able to decrease it. Some of them did it by changing their focus. Some of them did it by adding things. Some of them did it by thinking about what it would mean to eat this food. Some people, for example, when they saw the banana cake, in order to drop it down to -2, they stared at it and noticed the different texture. Or they noticed it was brown and thought they don't like brown. Or they squeezed it and saw some of the fat squeezing out of it. They saw the oil on the paper and began to think about that going in their body and clogging them up. And some of them began to think like, well, it could cause me to have a heart attack. Well, you can guess that they went to -10 right away. See, the secret here is, I can describe this to you and you can understand it intellectually, but that's not going to change your life. What's going to change your life is using this simple little tool. When I created The Body You Deserve, I guided people through this process, and I'm going to kind of give you a shortened version of that here, just so you have an experience of changing your emotion. Because here's what I want you to understand. Why do people do anything? Why do they eat? Why do they drink? Why do they smoke? Why do they yell at somebody they really love? The reason we do anything is just to change the way we feel. And you know what? As the example of food, so often people are eating or overeating. What they're really trying to get is a feeling, a state change, an emotion shift. And what's interesting is it rarely works. It works for the moment, but then it disappears. That's why they got to eat more. Well, this is true of not only eating, but almost anything else. What you have to understand is what you're really searching for is a change in the qualities of sensation, the quality of emotion that you're feeling in a moment. And the only reason you're taking any action, whether it's to buy something or to try something or read or learn, is to make that change, to change how you're feeling, and or to give yourself the ability to do that in the future. But again, let me tell you the secret. If we don't have a target for what our desire is, if we don't consciously decide how we want to feel in a given situation, then we leave ourselves open to be triggered by whatever's happening in the moment, by the environment, by the smells that may be nearby, by what people say. In other words, if we don't direct our experience, if we don't have a very, very clear target and have a set of rules about what it takes to know we've hit that target, then we might be winning and feel like we're losing simply because we're not keeping score. I've said that so many times in these tapes with you, but there hasn't been a tool to actualize it. See, let me complete the metaphor with food, and then I think I can broaden it, because I know you probably keep hearing, well, what is a quality quantifier? The scale? Well, hang in there with me. We'll get to it. Hang on. Let's complete the idea around food, because I think you could probably use it in this context. At that point, it was still an urge management tool. It was, here's how you decide to change your emotional state. First, prove to yourself you can change your emotion, that you can go from totally wanting something to hating it in a few moments. And you know what's interesting, by the way? When you do this, when you go up to plus 10 and you give yourself permission to increase your desire, that's really good. It allows your brain to know, hey, that's not so bad. I can do that, and I'm in control of it. And you start noticing how you increase your desire. Again, you may discover the way you increase your desire is to think about things in terms of scarcity. Or you may determine that the way you do it is by focusing in depth about how great something's going to be and imagining it's a taste or what it's going to feel like. Or you may discover that the way you increase your desire is to add things to the experience. Noticing your pattern of increasing desire, you can take that same understanding and increase your desire to exercise by all of a sudden doing something else while you're exercising, maybe listening to music. Or by changing your focus and imagining how you're going to feel at the end. In other words, once you discover the pattern of how to increase your desires, you can even apply it to things that you once thought were mundane, like making your phone calls or doing your paperwork. And that's when we're getting into the quality quantifier. But also, are there certain things you shouldn't do, certain distractions you shouldn't get involved in? It might be useful for you to find out what is the pattern that you use to lower your desire to do something. Is it to distract yourself? Is that how you do it with food? Is it to get focused into something else? Is it to imagine the negative consequences of something? Is it to add something else to think like, oh, it's bad enough I got to make these calls, but I got to talk to Mary Sue too? Oh my gosh, now I feel overwhelmed. Now I'm at -5. Are you starting to follow where I'm taking you? See, the key to making long-term change is to understand our patterns and then to utilize those patterns rather than make them wrong. To interrupt the patterns that don't work and to utilize the patterns that do. And the truth of the matter is, there are places in our life where we must increase our level of desire, and there are places in our life where we want to lower it. Beginning to become aware of how we do these things gives us an incredible amount of freedom because it puts us in control. Before I explain how to do this in any area of your life, let's do this simplistic scaling process, if you want to call it that. Let's do it with a piece of food. Let's have you go get a piece of food that you really like a lot and put it in front of you and actually practice this. Let's start to use it. But by the way, get a piece of food that you really want a lot, but don't get something you want so bad that you eat it before you turn the tape back on, please. If you're in your car, pull over to a kind of place that you would normally eat something you know is not so good for you. That's right. One of those, you know it's not good for you if you can drive through it. That's usually the first clue, okay? So just pull over and go to one of those places and grab some of that food you normally would, really, really want a lot, but you know is not so good for you, so I can show you how to make some changes. Stop the tape right now till you get the food in front of you, because I want to make sure you do this. You don't just listen about it. Here we go. Okay, are you ready? Got the food in front of you? Listen, if you're still just listening to me and you didn't get any food, pull over and go get some darn food. Come on. You don't want to listen passively. Then you'll have an intellectual understanding. I want you to feel this in your body because it's going to give you a sense of control like you've never had before. With the food in front of you, let's do this. What I want you to ask yourself is, on a scale from -10 again, this is the most disgusting, filthy, terrible, horrible, cancer-causing, chemical-filled thing you would never even dream of having in a billion years, to +10, the most exciting, delicious, desirable, wonderful, ecstatic food on earth that you must have right now. 0 being neutral. Where are you? And just decide right now. Decide right now, what is the quality of your desire? And if you were to quantify it with a number, where is it? You say, well, where is it? Is it level 2 or 3? 4 or 5, 6 or 7? I'd be willing to bet that your level of desire for this is somewhere in the range of 3 to 7, maybe 8 on the outside. Now, where are you? And wherever you are, let's do it. Let's increase the amount of desire you have for this. You go, Tony, I don't want to do that. I'm already good at that. Well, let's see how you do it. Just stop the tape and imagine, what would it take for me to want this even more? If I was at level 5, at level 7, what would it take? What would I have to think about? What would I have to focus on? What would I have to feel? What would I have to imagine smelling? What would I have to add to it? What would I need to do? Stop the tape right now until you've got that done. Okay, so now you've gone up. Let's say you're at level 7 as an example. What did you do to get here? Again, notice the pattern and think. Is there any other place in your life where you have a hard time getting pumped up to do something, or you have a hard time getting yourself motivated to do something, where you could use a similar pattern to make it more enjoyable? Interesting. Now let's ratchet it up 2 more. If you're at 7, take it to 9. Now if we add 2 more and that puts you over 10, well then use 10 as your number. And what I want you to do right now, again, is stop the tape and do whatever it takes so that you feel well, you have to have it. You got to have it right now. Don't eat it just yet. I know if you get yourself really to 10, literally the urgency may be at the level to absolutely grab it. But just wait until you turn the tape back on and I give you the next instruction. So stop the tape and get yourself up at least 2 more numbers. Okay, welcome back again. So again, the obvious question, what did you do? What brought you from 7 to 9 or whatever number you were? What allowed you to increase your level of desire? What was the pattern? What'd you do inside your head? What'd you think about? What'd you feel? What'd you ask yourself? What'd you focus on? How did you focus? Did you make the image really bright and colorful? Did you bring it close to you? Did you imagine being with somebody else and having a peak experience? Did you imagine it was the last one? Did you imagine if you didn't have this one now, there wouldn't be any left over? Did you imagine this was your last chance? What did you do? Begin to notice the pattern. And lastly, if you're not already there, put yourself at level 10 of desire. Stop the tape until you're there and you really absolutely want it right now. Okay, so I assume you figured out the pattern in this one already. You don't need me to guide you through that. So let's do the following. Take yourself from plus 10 in your level of desire and take it down right now to 2, plus 2. What would you have to do? And by the way, if you're so overwhelmed at level 10, just break your pattern. Take a deep breath in, focus on something else, forget about this food for a second, turn on the music, think of something you did when you were 5 years old. I don't care, anything to break the pattern. Think of a joke you once heard, turn up my voice so I'm a little bit louder, right? Do something to break your pattern, okay? And then bring yourself now down to level 2, plus 2 on a scale from minus 10 to plus 10 in your desire. And as you do that, think about what would take you there to just plus 2. Feel how you'd be feeling if you're at plus 2. Put yourself there. Imagine using the technique you've come up with. And when you get to plus 2, the obvious question is, what did you do? What did you get yourself to do to go from wanting it that bad to having mild desire for it? Yeah, that'd be pretty good. What did you do? What did you do to lower the intensity? And you did it drastically. Now that you're there, go to 0. What will put you at 0? What do you have to do to have 0 desire for it? So it's neutral. It's not like you want it, you don't not want it. Just, it's not important. What'd you think about? What'd you ask yourself? What are you doing right now to get it to 0? Actually do this. Don't just listen. I want you to feel that you can really pull this off, that you can go from total desire down to 0. Now, by the way, sometimes it takes people a lot of time to do this. If that's true, please stop the tape. It doesn't matter how hard it is to do initially. Once you've done it and you know how you've done it, you'll be able to do in a few seconds what you found impossible to do before, which is to change your level of desire in a heartbeat. Now that you're at 0, notice what you did again, and then take yourself down to minus 2. That's it. Minus 2. What would you have to do to make it minus 2? And if you start thinking to yourself, oh, I could never do that. I could never get it where I don't want it. Well, if you could, how would you do it? Create the possibility. Dig around. There must be a way. Commit yourself to finding a way to get it to minus 2. Now, what'd you do to get to minus 2? Did you start imagining this having some negative side effect? Did you imagine this particular food in a way that made it smell differently or made it look differently? Did you focus on some element of the food where like grease was, or it was unattractive looking if you really paid attention to it? Did you think about, what it might do to keep you from achieving some goals you had? What'd you do to make it minus 2? And notice if there's a pattern here that you might be able to use in some other area. Maybe it's being fearful, being angry, or being overwhelmed, or snapping at somebody. Is there a way you could use the same pattern to make those behaviors totally unacceptable to you? Now move it down to minus 5. Go ahead. And if you need to stop the tape, do so. Get it down to minus 5. What would it take for you to just be so disgusted by this that it'd be at minus 5 on a scale from minus 10 to plus 10? 0 is neutral. Minus 5 is you absolutely can't stand this. You would never do it in a million years. Again, what are you doing to get there? Stop the tape until you're there. Fabulous. So what did you do? Again, this can sound redundant. I keep asking the same darn question, but we need to know. And is there a pattern? How did you increase your aversion for this food? How did you make it even more distasteful? How did you make the idea of it even be this negative where you don't even want it? Something that was plus 10 just a little bit ago. Continue with this process. Go to 7 and eventually get yourself to minus 10. And again, stop this tape until you're absolutely minus 10, where you couldn't even imagine putting in your body in a million years. It was just absolutely the most horrible thing you could possibly imagine. What would you have to add to it? What would you have to imagine? What would you have to believe about this food? And what it would mean to consume this food for you to be having it at minus 10. And again, this may be such a foreign idea. It's very difficult at first to get to, but work at it. The ability to get yourself there, everyone has it. Do it right now and turn the tape back on once you've gotten to minus 10. All right, you've done it. You're at minus 10. That's great. And this is something you used to absolutely have to have. Used to was like about 2 minutes ago, right? Now you're at minus 10. How did you accomplish that? My guess is that you either added something to it that would smell so bad or think so bad, or the mixture of the two is so horrible. Like a lady who liked chocolate, then she took clam juice and mixed it in there in her mind. Just the thought of that process did it to her. One woman, for example, thought about the fact that if she ate a particular food, her husband wouldn't get to have it. And for her, that would mean not loving him. It would be like the loss of love. People do weird things to this. Lots of people make it so they think of it like a poison, or they think it's going to cause them to clog their system with fat or develop a heart attack or a stroke. If somebody starts to think that this is something that is poisonous, whether there's a loss of health, a loss of freedom, a loss of energy, a loss of love, total loss of enjoyment, such physical distaste that it just made them want to vomit, anything like that, of course, people do at minus 10. And there are lots of ways to get there. Now, here's the key. You can go to any level of desire you want with this food now. Just right now, without even putting a desire, just think about the food and see where you go. Having gone to minus 10 and plus 10, what most people do, most people can find themselves in a positive range of 2 to 5 usually, but not much higher than that. Even if they are higher, they know they can go down immediately. If you've actually done it, and I sure hope you have, then you've experienced how quickly we can change the quality of our experience just by making a decision at what level of quality we want to have. That seems technical in language, but let me clarify again. What you did is you set a target of quality of feeling, a quality of sensations you wanted. And then you quantified. Now, what does the word quantify mean? Well, part of the definition of quantifying is to measure something, to make explicit what it would take to do there. So you quantified. You said, okay, I want to have a level 7 experience. You gave it a numerical rating. And that level 7 represented a certain amount of quality of feeling you wanted to have about that food, right? Whether that feeling was something of being turned off to it or being turned on. But also part of quantifying or measuring is making explicit what would you have to do for you to feel this way. That's what a quality quantifier is. Now, again, this sounds technical. You don't have to understand the exact words. Just give it a label, and let's discover what I'm really talking about by using it in another context. Here's what happened. After I started doing this with people, it was magical. First of all, I loved it. I started out just calling it my urge management tool. Hey, I can change my urges in a minute. Give me a piece of food. It was fun. Let me run it at the flagpole of desire. Let me run it down into the dirt. I don't want it at all. It felt so good to be totally in control and to show other people how to do it. And it was so interesting. At every dinner I was at, I was showing people how to do this, and people would kind of go into trance and go, wow, that's really great. I can feel the difference in my body right here and now. So then I got so excited about it, I said, okay, how do I generalize this? Is there another area besides food where I can use this urge management tool? Maybe it's more than just urge management. So I thought, well, I'm using this scaling system. What is it about that works? And then I got it. And it's like the bulbs flashing off of my head. Listen, the number one way to increase the quality of your life is to raise your standards. See, that's how life changes. If you've listened to me before, you know I've talked many times about the 3 things that change your life long term, not just for the moment. Number 1 is raise your standards. Raise what you demand from yourself. Raise what is a must for you. None of us get our shoulds. We should lose weight. We shouldn't eat certain things. We should be happier. We should have more fun. We don't really do it. We just should all over ourselves, right? But we always get what we must have. So what this great thing about this tool is, we're deciding. We're flat deciding this is what I must experience. I must be at level 5, or I must be at level 10, or I must be at minus 5 around this idea or concept or food. And then what we're saying is what has to happen for me to get there? And you know what? This employs 2 tools. Raising your standards, getting very specific about what you want, and then asking the right questions. And asking you shall what? Receive. I began to realize this tool, by setting a target and then asking myself what has to happen for me to be there, is causing me to raise my standards, and it's causing me to ask the questions that give me the answers I need to actually experience what I want. In other words, you could have always hated this food. You could have always loved this food at whatever level you want. But unless you take conscious control, you end up with whatever the world gives you. In essence, what we're doing is simply this. Realize, to succeed at anything in life, you got to have a target. If you're not clear on what your target is, you're going to find yourself being pushed around by whatever happens in the environment. You're going to end up with whatever the environment pushes you towards. So we're deciding on the quality of experience we're committed to. And then we're saying, what's it take to get there? I call that a quality quantifier. It's quantifying the level of quality that you want for some experience in your life, right? And then figuring out what's it going to take to make that happen. If you want to achieve mastery in anything, you've got to know precisely what you want and what must happen for you to achieve it. I mean, that's simple, right? So if you're not getting what you want from a situation, that is, you're achieving but you still don't feel the joy, or you're with somebody in a relationship and you don't feel the passion you want, or you had some food and it doesn't taste that good, or you went out to go play some sport and at the end you don't feel happy about it. If you're not getting what you want from a situation, it's not because you can't have it. It's because you haven't used a quality quantifier. You haven't asked yourself, number one, what is the quality of experience that I want to have in this situation? On a scale from 0 to 10, what do I want to experience? And how would I describe that emotionally? I want this to be a level 10 experience. What's that like? And then secondly, what has to happen in order for me to feel this way? What conditions must I create in myself and in my environment to have this be a level 10 experience, if that's what you're pursuing or whatever you're pursuing? I don't know about you, but I'm not willing to settle for less than level 10 in most experiences of my life. Anything that matters, whether it's producing a seminar or making love or being with your kids, I mean, what's it going to take for it to be level 10? What conditions you got to create in yourself and other people? And you've got to make sure to have a well-formed quality quantifier for this to be something that really works. Let me give you a little caveat. Make sure a well-formed quality quantifier is always based on conditions that you can control. See, I may not be able to control. If I say, for me to have a level 10 experience tomorrow, the temperature has to be exactly 78 degrees. Well, then I'm in deep stuff because I can't control that. Or I could say, for me to have a level 10 experience tomorrow, I have to make sure that throughout the day I stop, pause, and think about what I'm really grateful for. Or I have to notice the progress we've already made on this business project. Or I have to connect with my kids and tell them I love them. These are things I can control. Therefore, I know that I'm going to have that level of experience tomorrow. Are you following me? I know this may sound esoteric at first, but once you do it a few times, it's not. Let me give you a couple examples rather than just technical words, and I think you'll be able to follow what I'm saying. One of the first places I began to use this tool was when I got to mastery. Because when I got to mastery, for me, traditionally, the mastery program is absolutely the finest thing I do on earth. Best program I do. I get to be with people for 9 days and give them every ounce of me and get to know them personally. But also, I found in the past it was stressful. When it was called certification, it was 14 days. It's like I loved it when it was over, and then I got to sit down and enjoy it. And I thought, wait a second. This time, I'm going to decide to not only make sure everybody else has a level 20 experience, which is the standard I hold myself to. I try to figure out how to drive people crazy with joy and passion, excitement, give them experience they'll never forget for the rest of their life. And it works. But I realized I don't set that standard for myself until it's over. It's like I don't matter till it's over. When it's over, I get to have my level 20 experience looking back at what I've created for everybody. And it's true, I enjoyed it along the way, but there was usually a lot of stress. So I said, you know what? I need to set a higher standard. I need to raise my standard by using this quality quantifier. So I asked myself, what would it take for me to have a level 10 experience while I'm working so hard to make sure everyone else gets to have their level 10 or 20 experience? I thought, you know what? I've never asked that question before. I've never set a standard for the amount of enjoyment, the quality of enjoyment I'm going to get from this experience while it's happening. And so I've enjoyed it, but there have been ups and downs while I was making sure everyone else was having the experience they came for. So I said, okay, if I'm going to have a level 10 experience throughout the entire time, what conditions would I have to create in myself and other people? What would I have to believe? What would I have to organize? What would I have to do that I can control? And you know what? I came up with a whole list of things. I need a staff member who at late at night I can sit down and do my download to of all the key ideas and have them type it all out for me and give it back to me. So I'm not sitting there trying to read my scribble. I need to make sure that I get there 3 days early and actually have some time to breathe when I get to the resort instead of landing and immediately I'm working. I need to bring my youngest son and have him be part of it with the rest of us so that I get to spend some quality time with him right before I go into it, so I'm not missing him in the middle of the program. And I came up with this whole list of things I could control that immediately increased the quality of the experience for me, and I love mastery more than I ever have. I produced the level 20 of experience for everybody else, but I also produced it for myself. And it was phenomenal. And I did it in all kinds of little ways, and some of which I'm using to this day. One of them I did, for example, was around running. One morning as we got there early, 3 days early, I got a chance to go check out the course where many of us were going to run. And I took a good friend of mine and a business associate, Michael Hutchinson. And I said, Mike, let's go for this run. So we went on this run. It was the middle of the day. It was hot. It was sunny. It was not where we're normally going to run, but we said, hey, let's do it. It's noon. It's the worst conditions possible. Let's see what it's like. And instead of setting a standard and deciding in advance what kind of experience we were going to have, we just ran unconsciously. What do I mean? We didn't have a standard. We just ran, and we're going to let the environment give us whatever experience showed up. That's the way I'd always run in the past. And sure enough, I got the result I've always gotten. At the end, it was a pretty good run. I turned to my buddy Mike, his nickname's Hutch, and I said, Hutch, what kind of experience did you have there? On a scale from -10 to +10, what was that run for you? And it was interesting. I told him the whole story, explained it to him. He said, well, I don't know, probably a level 7. I said, it was almost identical for me. I'd say a 7 too, even before he said it. I said, what would it have taken for that to have been a level 8 experience for us? He thought for a minute, and he said, well, gosh, I don't know. I said, well, think about it. He said, well, if we were running in unison, he said, there were times when we were going at different paces and we weren't next to each other at various times. And he said, that felt disconnected. It'd be really great. It'd be more like a team thing if we were running together. I said, well, that's great. What would it take to be level 9? He said, well, if we were running like full out, all the way out, intense. I said, what would it be to level 10? He said, if we were running as hard as we could possibly run and we were just sweating like crazy and when we were done, we could barely even breathe. And it was so funny. I started laughing. I said, you know what's interesting? I said, you know what? You've been telling me about how when you run sometimes you injure yourself and how that keeps you from running because you don't get a level 10 experience when you're in pain. And yet what's required for you, your rules for having a level 10 experience is you got to have pain. You got to have pain to be at level 10. And it was like such an aha. He went, wow. He said, no wonder I'm always injuring myself. I have to get to that level for me to feel like I'm having a peak experience. He said, but I don't know any other way to really get that feeling. I said, that's not true. If there's anything I've learned, there's lots of ways to get to level 10 in our experience. I said, if you were going to still be at level 10 and it wasn't going to be painful, what would we do? He said, wow, I never asked that question before. I said, that's why you never come up with the answer before. I said, think about it. He said, well, if we were running really strong in unison, and maybe if we had some music while we're running, or maybe if we were all running, if we did like a cadence together or something. He said, that'd make me laugh. That'd be great. And he said, also, if we were running and I was really just enjoying the beauty and thinking about how lucky I am to be alive. I said, are those things you could do right now? He said, yeah. I said, then let's do that tomorrow. And you know what? We did, and both of us agreed we had a level 10 experience. Why? Number one, we decided in advance what kind of experience we're going to have. We quantified it, and we just determined the exact conditions that we would create, that we could control, that would give us that experience. Isn't that simple? I know it sounds like a lot, but it's so simple and it changes your life immediately. You're not going to have a level 10 experience of joy in your life unless you decide to. Or then you got to hope that the environment creates a level 10. Well, that's random. You're going to have level 6 experiences, 5, 4, 3, or maybe some -5s if you don't decide how you're going to feel in advance and if you don't make sure that you're in control of the game. By the way, when I went to Mastery, this tool was invaluable. We had lots of people who had never run before in their lives, and they wanted to go exercise. Well, one man said, I can't do it. So I asked him, where are you on a scale from -10 to +10? Explained the theory to him. He said, I'm at -7. I said, why? He said, well, when I think about doing it, I think I might have a heart attack. Why? Well, years ago when I was exercising, he said, I overdid it, and I started feeling these pains in my heart. And I said, well, have you been to a doctor? He said, yeah. He says, I'm fine now. He said, I was really overweight back then, all kinds of problems, but I can't run. That'll mean that same thing to me. I'll die. Well, I'm sure that's pretty close to a -10 experience for most people. I said, well, listen, the doctor here checked you out before you came here, right? He said, yeah. And he said you could run, yeah. I said, well, you're different than you were before. We're not having you run full out crazy like that. I said, let me ask you a question. I said, if your doctor says it's okay and you really wanted this to be a +10 experience, how would that happen? I said, don't go to +10. That's too big a jump. What would it take to take it from -7 to at least a +4 experience? And he thought about it, and he came up with some things. And I said, then +7. And gradually, we got him to +10. He went out the next day, and he came in, and a couple people asked him, he said, what kind of experience you have? He said, +13. He said, I surpassed what I want to do. I love this. Most fun I've ever had in my life, because I figured out what it would take to win the game before I started. Doesn't that make sense? We all deserve to do that. Now, I want to point out something else that's really important here. And that is, it's important not only you have a level 10 experience, but the people you work with, ideally, so that you don't just feel really good and everybody else around you is bummed out. So I'll give you an example. When we went to Mastery, we're doing it at the Hyatt Waikoloa, $750 million resort on the Big Island of Hawaii. Phenomenal place. We've been there twice before, and the hotel really loves us. We bring them a lot of business, but also our people really take good care of them and vice versa. So we've enjoyed being there. But one of the things that makes us successful is we always do a pre-convention meeting where we bring in all the top executives from the Hyatt, all the managers, and we sit down and try and describe to them, okay, this is what we're going to do this year. This is who's going to be here. These are what are some of their special needs and desires are. How can we work together? What are some of the synergies we can create? And it's helped a lot. But you know what's interesting? There have always been a few people, anytime you get this many involved, who have expectations that can't be met. In other words, what it's going to take for us to have a level 10 experience might be different than what they need for a level 10 experience. How do you work that out? Well, what I did is I explained this whole idea of quality quantifiers. And I explained to them how I used it with urge management with food and had them kind of play with it a little bit with their coffee in front of them. And it really worked. And they got real excited about it. So I said, now let's try it this way. Right now, you know we're coming in. We're bringing in 1,000 people from all over the world. We've been here before. Where are you guys on a scale from -10 to +10 about us being here? I said, as if you're actually going to tell me the truth. I said, but seriously, tell me. And I made them laugh a little bit. I said, let's go around the room. And I went to each manager, each executive. And the room was filled with about, 60, 70, 75 people. So we went around the room and I said, where are you? Tell us your name. Tell us what your job function is and tell us where you are. A bunch of people started saying, well, I'm at 10. We're at 10 plus. We're at 20 with you guys. Some of them were sincere. Some weren't quite as congruent. So I said, stop. I said, listen, I don't mind you guys being at -5 about us being here because I want to know that now so I can figure out what does it take for us to have a 10 experience for you. Because I don't want you just to meet our needs. I want this to be mutual. So one person I knew we were going to have a challenge with is we got to the chef. And the poor chef, whenever we come to a seminar, our timelines tend to change drastically during the midst of the seminar because we might be getting hot onto a topic or some interruption happens or we decide to do something spontaneously and it screws up the chef's entire schedule and he's trying to cook for 1,000 people. So I got to him and I smiled and I said, where are you on a scale from -10 to +10? He said, honestly, and I forget what number he said, but it was something like a 3. And I said, well, what's it going to take for you to be at a +10? He said, for all the meals to start exactly at the time we agreed to initially. Now, the problem with that is that doesn't allow me to create a +10 for somebody in the environment because part of what makes it powerful is the spontaneity that we create inside the seminar. So I said, you know what? I said, I want you to have a +10 experience. And I said, I need you to understand, and I explained to him why we need that spontaneity. I said, as long as that's what it's going to take for you to have a +10 experience, you're going to be unhappy. You're going to have a +3 or a -3 experience for the way you're talking. So I said, I want to support you, honestly. How could we have flexibility in the schedule where we might change the time within an hour or two and still have it be a +10 experience for you? Because I'm committed, if there's anything within my control that I can do to help you to do that. He said, well, the truth is, now that I think about it, if everybody just loved the food, it'd be a +10 experience for me. He said, if the majority of people really loved it, and I got to hear that they really loved it, and I got to see that feedback. He said, if we could find a way to keep things warm so they didn't cool off or the quality of the food didn't go down. I said, well, how could we do that? And we came up with a series of strategies. One of the things that made me most happy out of the whole training was not only did we give the level 10 experience to the people who came to the seminar, but I got to see the chef on the last day just as I was leaving. And he came up and gave me this big hug. And he said, level 10 and above, with a big smile. I said, really? He said, absolutely. He said, it really worked. See, I think it's really important in life that we don't just think of how do we get a level 10 experience out of something, but we got to remember the importance of synergy. We've got to understand that how other people feel is important too. If you can't make yourself have a level 10 experience, you sure as heck can't help somebody else. And you can't be responsible for everybody else, but you can sure help. So this tool that I'm sharing with you, I hope you'll use it not just on yourself, but maybe you can help somebody else. Maybe you can find somebody who's having a tough experience, say, hey, what would it take for this to be level 10? And their first reaction might be nothing. Or, well, everything has to be perfect. Say, well, what if it wasn't perfect? There's another way to get to level 10. How would you do it? Or at least a 9 or an 8, or just increase them from where they are. It's so valuable to ask somebody, where are you on a scale from 0 to 10? Where are you really right now? And have them tell you the truth. I'm at a 4. Well, really? Well, what would it take to be at a 6? That's not too big a jump. Think in terms of how to use this tool for those you care about, for those you do business with, for those people you're surrounded with. And I got to tell you something. The best way to really use a tool is to teach it. If you go out and start sharing this with other people, you're more likely to apply it. So I encourage you to do this. And know that this doesn't just work in areas like business. It doesn't just work with your running. It works with your intimacy. There was a woman at the seminar who was really upset because she says she never feels intimate or even slightly attracted to her husband. I said, on a scale from -10 to +10, where are you in your level of attraction, of wanting to be intimate, of wanting to make love to him? And she said, most of the time, -2. I said, well, has there ever been a time you've been above that? She said, the highest I've probably ever been with him is +2. I thought, I'm sure glad he's not here to hear this. But I said, okay, well, can you give me any idea why you've never had a +2? She goes, oh, I don't know. I said, well, have you ever felt more than +2 towards a woman in terms of attraction? And she said, no. I said, okay, that's good. Well, how about, well, let's do this. Maybe you've had no experience being at higher than +2, but you know what? I bet in the back of your brain, you know how to be at a higher level. If you would just create the possibility. I said, if you were totally committed to having a +6 experience, where you felt that level of attraction, not +10, not +8, just +6, what would you have to do? What would you have to believe? What would you have to think about? What conditions would you have to create in yourself or in the environment? She said, well, I'd have to stop being so uptight about it being an act. I said, interesting. What else? Well, I'd have to start realizing that this is really an expression of real love. I said, I said, what else would you have to do? She said, well, I'd probably have to make it feel more romantic. Because, all the men I've ever been with, it's never been really romantic. She said, maybe if we create an environment like a warm bath with candles. I said, where would that put it? She goes, gosh, that alone would put it at level 6, maybe 7. And then she started to get excited. You know why? She started asking a new quality of question. A new quality of question gives you a new answer. And gradually we got her up to +10. At the break, she ran out and came back and reported. She called up her husband and said, guess what? Hope you're prepared for me. I'm going to be home in a few days, and I don't know if I can last that long. You might have to come out here. She said, I got some surprises for you. See, we've got the answers if we just set a high enough standard. If we just start measuring where we are and being honest with ourselves and then committing to go another level and believing and knowing there's an answer that can take us there. It can work in any area of your life. You might say, well, Tony, this sounds great, but let's say I want to have a level 10 experience of doing my taxes. How in the heck could I do that? I'm not going to come up with ways to do that. Great. Start with where you are. The key always is to do 3 things. I've talked about these so many times. Number 1, see it how it is. Okay? See how it really is. Where are you right now? Don't kid yourself. See, I used to just, oh yeah, I'm really in great shape. No. Where am I really? It's good to know where you are to start with. Quantify it. Give it a number. Scale from -10 to +10. Where are you about doing your taxes? I'm a -2. Great. Now, don't try to jump to level 10. By the way, you may not even be committed to having a level 10 experience of doing your taxes. Maybe it'd be great if you had a level 7 experience of doing your taxes, right? Or maybe even an 8. So then ask yourself, okay, what am I committed to having? And then graduate it. Say, okay, if I was going to go from -10 to at least neutral, what would I have to believe? What would I have to do? What environment, what conditions would I have to create inside myself in terms of my beliefs? What I'd be saying to myself? What I'd be focused on? How I'd be sitting? Where I'd be doing it? Would I need to get somebody to help me? What would I have to believe about this process? What would I have to do in the environment itself so I would enjoy it? Then say, okay, what would I take to be at +2? And you know what you just got to understand and what you got to trust is I can talk to you about this all day long. I can keep giving example after example, but the truth is the way you're going to know this works is by doing it. So if you did the exercise earlier, it worked with changing your level of desire. You can do this in any environment. Ask and you shall receive. If you set the standard and ask the question, you'll get the answer. But demand the answer. Don't give up too soon. That's the key here. By the way, you've been doing this throughout your life. You just haven't been doing it consciously. Again, it's just like questions. It's just like transformation of vocabulary. There have been times in your life when you've had a great experience. You just didn't ask yourself what made it so great. Here's something I normally hate, and one time I enjoyed it. I went out and exercised, and I turned music on. Wow! I learned something. Turning music on makes it better. Well, guess what? You now have another tool. You have a way to increase the quality of your experience. While you're running, you get to listen to this music. That's pretty simple. If you start thinking in terms of how do I increase the quality of my life and measuring it, the more you measure something, the more conscious you are about it, the better it gets. And by measuring it more often, you're raising your standards and you're making having a quality experience not a should, but a must. That's so valuable. But you know what's most important out of this? Is for you to realize that no matter what you're partaking in life, what experience you're taking part in, even those things you once thought were horrible, you can change the quality of your experience. You can't always change what you have to do, right? You still got to do your taxes. You still got to make the calls, right? You still got to sometimes spend time with somebody that used to annoy you, and you can just go do that and not enjoy yourself like most people in life, or you can have a greater quality of life by deciding that in this situation, I'm going to have X experience, I'm going to level 10 experience, whatever it is, and in order to do that, I got to get curious about this person. And in order to do this, I'm going to do my paperwork in my jacuzzi. And in order to do this, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. Are you following me here? It's so important to know that no matter what you do, if you're picking up trash, you can enjoy it. Because a lot of life requires we do things maybe we're not so thrilled about initially. But we can still have that joy. And I think part of that belief for me comes out of a reference experience I had. I wasn't doing it consciously. Many years ago, I had some partners in a business, and they got very involved with a particular philosophy. And this philosophy involved a guru that they were following. Well, I was real turned off by this, to say the least. And I was even more turned off when my partners, who were doing seminars with me at the time, started putting some of this Eastern philosophy into our seminars. So I was a little concerned. Every time they go off and go and do one of these retreats, quote unquote, they came back, in my opinion, in those days, more screwed up. So I was real concerned when they said they were going to go to India. So to protect my interests, I decided to fly with them so I could keep an eye on them, make sure they didn't lose it and go off into guru land. Well, long story short, we get to India, unbelievable flight. We go through Bombay, one of the dirtiest cities on earth, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I doing here? And then we go out all these hours and hours and hours to this little village where they have this ashram. I immediately find housing outside the ashram. And sure enough, though, every morning I got to go have breakfast. So I go over to the ashram to have my breakfast. And I'm avoiding being around because I don't want to be in this environment. And I also know that there's this thing that everybody's supposed to do at the ashram called seva, which means work for the guru. Basically, it means work for free. I figured seva means you save a lot of money by having a lot of people do the seva stuff, right? So sure enough, I'm hiding out. And one morning I'm out there for breakfast, and one of the monks spots me and says, come here. He said, I've not noticed you before. He said, I haven't seen you at seva. I said, that's because I haven't been there. And he said, well, you got to do seva if you're going to stay in the housing. I said, I'm not part of this thing. He said, even though you're paying is not enough. You have to give some time each day where you work and you give back to the ashram. It's a communal environment. I'm like, oh, well, all right, what do I do? He said, well, report to the seva office and they'll give you an assignment. So I'm thinking, oh man, what am I doing here? What have I got myself into? So I get over to the office. I come up there and he looks at me and says, big, strong man. Oh, how big are you? I'm 6'7". Great. Phenomenal. We've got just the job for you. Here it is. Moving furniture. I'm like, moving furniture? Yeah, just 4 hours a day. 4 hours a day? I got a bad back. He said, really? I said, yeah, I don't think I could do that 4 hours a day. No, for 2 weeks while we're here? No, I don't think so. He looked around and he said, well, I'll see what else we got. And while he's searching around, I should give you a little insight into something. In my life, there are a few things that I experienced as being totally painful. One was growing up as a kid, there's one activity I could not stand. It was never a level 10 experience. It wasn't a level 7 experience. It wasn't a 5. It wasn't a 0. It was like a -8, and I got to do it daily. It's washing the dishes. I remember growing up swearing that someday I'm not going to do this. Because you know what? It took up all my time and my energy, and it's like I didn't even want us to have certain meals because they were harder to clean. I hated it. I absolutely hated it. I said, someday I'm going to become so successful that I will never have to do dishes, and neither will anyone in my family. That was before dishwashers really came about, I guess. But the bottom line is, the man comes back and says, you can't do this furniture moving, huh? Well, there's only one other job. Take a wild guess what he gave me? Dishwashing for 4 hours a day. I was like, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? And I couldn't come up with any excuse not to wash dishes. Now, it wasn't just dishwashing. It was washing for this whole darn ashram. I go out there and they show me this line. I show my little ticket, what my seva is. I'm thinking the whole time, I'm saving them a lot of money here. All right, what are we going to do? And so sure enough, I come around the corner and I say, this is what you're going to do. You're going to wash here. I said, in here? I had to take off my shoes and step into this area where all the dishwater was dripping down. They had all this yogurt and dairy products and stuff that I can't stand anyway that was mixed into the floor, and I got to stand in this and wash these filthy, stinky dishes. Hundreds and hundreds of them for hours. I was so mad I couldn't see straight. I'm sitting here scrubbing the dish, and I was like taking 20 minutes each dish, just cursing in my head and thinking, what am I doing here? I'm not come all the way to India. I'm stuck here. These low ceilings keep smacking me in the head, and there's lizards, and it's dirty, and it's ugly, and I'm washing dishes? I was just about to have it. And I went on and on like this for a good hour, maybe hour and a half, before finally my brain just got tired of feeling so rotten. So I thought, well, if I'm here, and I'm stuck doing this thing, and I've been doing this for hours, I can't do this for 2 more weeks like this. I got to find some way to enjoy myself. So I thought, well, what do I love in life? I love being the best at whatever I do. So I didn't say to myself, okay, Tony, use a quality quantifier. Ask yourself, on a scale from -10 to +10, where are you committed to being? Oh, I'm committed to being at +10. Okay, what conditions must you create within yourself and the environment in order to have this be a +10 experience, and then do it now? I didn't do all that. I just was in desperate need. So I just went, what do I do to enjoy myself? So I said, all right, what I'm going to do here is real simple. I'm going to enjoy myself by being the best darn dishwasher you ever did see. So all of a sudden I started speeding up and washing them really great, really great. And the guys next to me were going slow. I said, come on, guys, come on, let's do this. We got to make this the best dishwashing experience ever. And I went on and on and on for hours, and I started laughing and teasing and speeding the group up and having fun and being playful. I even stepped down on the yogurt real hard and watched it squish all over the place. I mean, I found ways to enjoy things that I was disgusted with just because I decided to. That was it. I decided to. That has power. I didn't know what I was doing, but it worked. By about the third or fourth day, I was like, I'd wake up in the morning, look forward to it. Oh, boy, I get to wash dishes today. And I got to tell you something. So many times in life, I hear people tell me, well, gosh, if only this and this and this would happen, then I could enjoy my life. Or if I could just do this with my kids, then I'd be happy. Or if I didn't have to do this at work, then I'd really enjoy work. Let me let you in on a clue. In life, lots of things you don't just naturally enjoy, but you could if you decided to and committed to. And you found a way to find value. If you were committed to finding value, if you're committing to find joy, you can find it in anything. I learned that the hard way that turned out to be the easy way. Because I took that lesson and I applied it to my businesses when I came back home. I applied it to my ability to learn. And I began to use this belief system to guide some of my decisions in the future. But you know what? It's just like asking the right question once in a while, or using the words that intensify your positive feelings once in a while. Once we have a label for something, once we have an awareness of the impact of some of the things that we do, we can do them again and again and again and again. And that's why I've given us a term called quality quantifier. Want to increase the quality of your life? Good. Decide what level of quality you're committed to. 2, decide what's it going to take. What must you do in your beliefs, in your emotions, in your focus, and what you notice in the environment? What must you create so that you absolutely experience that? And make sure that the criteria you come up with are things you can control. By the way, could this work in areas that maybe you don't think of as real positive? You bet. On my way here into the studio, the sister of my producer stopped me outside by the car, and she said, do you know what's going on? And I said, no. And she said, well, my father is probably on his last leg tonight. He's really ill. He's in the hospital, and I think he's going to die tonight. And have you ever been in that position where you see somebody you really care about? You don't really know what to do, especially around this thing called death. I said, well, you remember the other day when we talked about this -10 to +10 thing I told you about? And she said, oh, yeah, it's really worked with the kids. It's fabulous. Her kids were the ones that I originally worked with and made the changes in how they liked the food. She said, yeah, it's really great. I said, well, I said, it may sound kind of weird, but if this really is going to be your father's last night, maybe one of the things you need to ask yourself while you're driving to the hospital, instead of like, why is this happening, is if you really know what's going to occur and it's a natural occurrence, maybe you need to ask yourself, what would it take for this to be a level 10 experience in my life and the life of my family? Level 10 may not be exciting. Level 10 is a different quality maybe in this context. Maybe level 10 is meaningful, a really meaningful experience, one that enhances and deepens the richness of life and your appreciation of it. I said, I once had an experience of visiting with a woman who was the mom of a very close friend of mine. I was asking myself, what could I give her? I mean, there's nothing that's going to stop her dying right now. What could I give her in these final moments or hours? We didn't know which. And so I thought, wouldn't it be great to just polish up her memories? I said, what if you just went tonight and you asked him questions that made him remember great memories? They remembered things, and maybe he didn't even respond, but they just made him smile, made him really think of some of the most joyous moments that you've all shared. Maybe in giving him that gift, you'll have it too. I said, maybe you just need to look into his eyes and say something special. What would you have to say to make this a level 10 experience? So that this process of death even could have a quality to it that would be different than if you just went there randomly with fear, or went there randomly wondering how you're going to respond, wondering what it's going to mean, and allowing the environment to cause you just to feel pain that may not even improve your life, or may make him feel pain just to see it in you. I don't know what's right or wrong. I don't know what's right for you personally, but you do. And I think what you have to decide is this is going to be a level 10 or 8 or 7 or whatever experience. You need to ask yourself, what conditions must you create in yourself and in this environment for this to be that kind of experience for you. Things you can control. The meaning, by the way, is something you can always control. What is this going to mean to you no matter what? And she smiled, and I gave her a hug, and she went on out. See, every one of us have a choice in life. We have a choice about how to think and how to feel. If we don't make that choice consciously, we pay a price. And that price is to allow the environment to determine how we feel. Right now, as we travel across this country, I see a tremendous number of people who are living in fear and uncertainty. They have a sense that they're no longer in control. Not just about their personal lives, but about the economy as a whole, about the future. People are worried about their businesses and their life and the direction where they're going to stay employed. But you know what? The truth of the matter is you can have a level of 10 experience out of anything. 2 men get fired from their job as cartoonists, and there's nobody else at the time who really employs cartoonists. It seems like such a horrible experience, except they decided it was going to be a level 10 experience. They decided since there is no other employment out there for cartoonists, that's a tremendous opportunity. So they go out and start a cartoon firm of their own. Their names are Hanna and Barbera. Today, they're the largest producers of cartoons in the world, and they're doing what they love most. Remember, what something means will be controlled by what you decide for it to mean. Remember that as you look around the environment, what seems horrible to everybody else will be horrible to you too if you just allow everybody else to teach you how to think. If you set a higher standard for yourself, if you decide no matter what happens, I'm going to pull something out of this experience that's going to empower me, that's going to make my life richer and better. And during the process, I'm going to find a way to find some joy or some meaning. If you make that decision and you ask what's it going to take, and you don't settle for anything but answers that you know will work, that you can control, I can promise you an increased quality of life for the rest of your life, no matter what happens. The point is simple. You have in your hands right now a very powerful tool that is so easy to use. The key question is, are you just going to listen to this? Are you going to say, yeah, that neat little idea, that quality quantifier, I ought to think about what the qualities are I want. I ought to quantify it with a number, and I ought to ask myself what I should do, but it seems like a lot of work having asked these 3 questions. No, what's a lot of work is having to suffer through the emotions you don't deserve to have just because you didn't think about things consciously and set a standard. If you do this, you'll develop the habit of not only using quality quantifiers, but the habit of never settling for less than you deserve in your life. After all, isn't that why you take the time to listen to these tapes? Isn't that why you pursue the new knowledge? You want to increase the quality of your life, the richness, the joy, the passion, the feeling of being alive. You deserve this. Give yourself this gift for the next 30 days. Use the quality quantifiers and develop the muscle that constantly increases the quality of your life. Do it and live it with passion. I want to talk to you about the power of the human paradox known as certainty. This emotion, that the use of which can absolutely guarantee that you will utilize what you know to the fullest extent, and the lack of its use can virtually guarantee that you cannot achieve anything that you have the capability of creating in your life. The paradox, however, is too much of it in the wrong places at the wrong times can virtually seal your fate. This process can ensure your failure or success could have been certain. You see, all human progress comes from consistent and committed action, from decisive action. And yet, there's a factor that we owe that power to. It's the power to deal with obstacles, to break through fears. That's the emotion of certainty. And we all know what it's like to be uncertain, to be fearful, to be unsure. We know what that does to us. It causes us to question, to doubt, to worry, to hold back, to be immobilized. To be certain is that physical vitality, that energy that can push us through the barriers. So the question is, what is certainty? Well, if we look at a basic definition from the dictionary, you'll say it's something that's fixed. It's something that's settled. It's something that's proved to be true. It's dependable, reliable, indisputable. Something that is assured in the mind. Its Latin root is from the word certus, which means to sift, to discern, to decide. So how in the heck do we create certainty? How do we create this emotion? Where does it come from? We see it every day. We see it in our children. When all of a sudden they're willing to go for it. You see it in their eyes. You see it in their step. You also see when it's missing. You know it within an instant. It's in our physiology. And by the way, it's that same magic that gives Michael Jackson those incredible moves. That's what charisma is. It's that certainty that comes out of somebody. It's that energy when they walk by, when they look you in the eye, when the way they stride, the way they move, the way they smile, the way they shake hands. We all love it in people. We want it. We're drawn to it like magnets. That's what charisma is all about. And every one of us has charisma. All we got to do is turn it on. You can do it anytime by choice. See, rarely can a human being accomplish anything of any true long-term value with hesitancy as the emotion, or with fear, or with uncertainty. So it's such a powerful resource for human beings, and yet so few people tap into it on a consistent basis. Leaders do. That's what gives them the power to lead. Achievers do. That's what creates the capacity to accomplish. Givers, that's what gives them the capacity to give. That sense of certainty that what they're doing, what they're giving makes a difference. That's what a healer does. Healers have that sense of certainty. That's what heals. We all have this power to tap into it. You've had moments in your life when you felt that sense of certainty, when you were on a roll, when it was flowing, when you knew nothing could go wrong in that moment. It was just there for you. And we've all had those moments too, where we couldn't find an ounce of certainty, where we were in a position where we felt like nothing in the world was certain. Our friendships, our future, our emotion, maybe our health. Have you been there? I know I have. Every one of us have been there at times. But what is incredible to know is that we can have certainty in a moment as long as we don't depend on the outside world as the source. As long as we understand and we know in our gut that this essential to life is available the moment we decide to employ it, that it's not something we need to reach for, that it's something we must let out. As long as we know not only that it is there, but we have the skill and the capacity to utilize it in a moment's notice, then there is no dream that you can dream that you cannot achieve. I've watched people transform, and in that same week, I've seen people who months ago were on a major roll and now have begun to deteriorate in their level of certainty, of faith, of power, of focus. You know, it's interesting. It's all a choice. One of the many great joys I had was to get a phone call from a friend of mine named Jeff Arch. What he always wanted to do was to write movies, but he just didn't feel, what would you guess? That's right, certain enough to really give expression to that dream, to really live it. He sure felt certain about his ability to move his body. You know why? Because he's done that a million times. And what he was doing was wonderful as a martial arts instructor, but it wasn't his real dream. And so many of us settle for something less than we can be just because we don't employ this emotional muscle called certainty when we really need it. Well, you know what? On that day, we had a great conversation, and we helped him to expand that emotional certainty. And he went back and started using that muscle, using it on a daily basis, and writing his tail off. He was not supposed to succeed. In fact, everybody gave him a great sense of, what would you guess? Certainty that everybody's a writer. Everybody says they're going to write a hit movie in Hollywood, and nobody ever does. It's like 0.1%. It's absurd. It's never going to happen. Fortunately, his certainty was generated internally, not based upon what had happened before him, other people's failures, other people's ideas, or what the experts had to say. He stuck with it. His certainty in his mind created external reality. Sleepless in Seattle, phenomenal hit. The reaction was incredible. He said, Tony, it was so amazing. You know, we talked about this stuff, and I told you I keep visualizing. I kept picturing in my head how there's going to be lines around the block. He said, but I didn't think that would be that way for the screening. He said, I pulled up, and there it was, lines around the block. And he said, here are all these executives, and they're smiling, and people are clapping, and they're crying. He said, it was so phenomenal. And you know what's neat? He hasn't just got like a one hit. He's now one of the hottest writers in Hollywood, all based on his ability to generate certainty. He's got films in production now with Ron Howard as a director of one film. He's got Barry Levinson that he's working with in another one, and Penny Marshall in another one. He's got things in production with virtually every studio in Hollywood. How did he do this? How do you go from a guy who supposedly has no future to making it happen? You employ the power of certainty. You say, Tony, no, I'm a little interested. You've tested me. You give me a good story. You tell me all these great people. All right, got to the chase. How do I do this? Good question. Glad you asked. Certainty is a physiology. Now, most of us think we have to have something happen before we can create that certainty. We think that, all of a sudden everybody has to tell us we're great, or all of a sudden we have to get A's on our report card, or we have to get encouraged by the people around us to tell us that our vision is real. Every great leader has learned how to create that certainty inside first. In fact, I heard an interesting story recently about Disney. They said that when they opened up Epcot, there was a reporter that was talking to Roy Disney, and he said, Roy, God, it's too bad that Walt never got to see Epcot. And Roy just looked over at him and smiled. He said, he saw it first. That's why you're seeing it. That process of creating in your mind what you want to see in the world and not just doing it where you say, well, that would be nice, where it becomes a magnificent obsession, where you feel there is not one sense of doubt within you that what you have thought, what you have decided, what you have resolved will become real. That has the power to give you answers. So let's not talk about this. Let's not discuss this. Let's have you use it right now. I'd like you right now to stand up, because I want you to experience this in your body, because I've talked about this issue before. I've even talked about an exercise I'm going to have you do, okay? And here's how I want you to do it. Stand up. Now, if you're in your car, this is somewhat more complex, okay? But if you're sitting somewhere, stand up and try this with me. What I want you to do is, if you can, and again, if you're not in the car, I want you to close your eyes. Now, as you stand there, close your eyes if you can. And what I want you to do is I want you to imagine you want something you want to have happen in the future. And as you think about it, I'd like you to first kind of like hope that it'll work out. I hope it works out. I hope I can make it happen. I hope things work out. I hope so. I hope I don't screw up. I hope. Just kind of hope. And just stand the way you do when you're hoping. Adjust your body and just really put yourself in a state of hoping. Oh, gosh, I hope so. I don't know. Yeah, I hope so. I hope it works out. Breathe the way you do when you're hoping. Put the kind of look on your face like you do when you're hoping. And by the way, if you're sitting in a car, you can still do this with your eyes open and imagine what you're like when you're hoping. Just don't hope that you're going to miss the car in front of you, whatever you do. Feel certain about that. But seriously, put yourself in that state of hoping. And notice what you picture when you hope it'll work out. How do you breathe? How do you feel? What's your body like? Now put yourself in a state of uncertainty. Now become uncertain, where you're almost worried. Put yourself in a state of uncertainty. You're really unsure. You don't know. Maybe a little tinge of worry there. Stand the way you do when you're a little bit worried, a little uncertain. And notice what you do differently. Go for it. Come on, actually do it. And if you say, well, I don't know what to do, Tony, just do it. Just trust yourself. Just change your body anyway. Trust your instinct. The first thing you would do. If you're really worried, how would you stand? Where would your arms be? How would you breathe? What's your posture like when you're really worried? Is there tension in your body when you're really worried? When you're uncertain? When you're unsure? Do you wobble back and forth? What do you do when you're not sure? What do you picture when you're not sure? What do you say to yourself when you're not sure? How does this feel to be unsure and maybe a little bit worried? Just notice how it feels. And now, go into hope again. Go a little bit more certain. Oh, I hope so. Just feel that and see if there's any change in your body. Come on, try it. I know it sounds third grade. Sounds a little weird. Sounds bizarre. You don't know what to do, but do it anyway. Trust yourself. Now, go from that state into a state of absolute certainty, absolute intensity, where you know there is no question in your mind that you can achieve what you're thinking about. That thing you want to have happen in the future, make yourself feel certain right now, where you expect it to happen. There is no question in your mind whatsoever. Stand that way right now. Assume the physiology you'd have if you were completely certain you were going to achieve what you're focusing on. If there was no question in your mind, if you expected it, if you absolutely knew its achievement was certain. Breathe the way you do when you're absolutely certain. Put the kind of look on your face like you do when you're absolutely certain. Is there a gesture? Is there something you do with your hands when you know you're absolutely certain? What do you do? What's that connection? What's that feeling? Create it in your body, create it in your face, and add some excitement to that certainty. Will you expect it, you know it, and you're a little excited about it. Notice how you're standing now when you feel this way. Notice how you're breathing. When you know this is going to happen, when you feel that certainty, what do you picture in your mind? What are you picturing now that's different than before? Feel that certainty in your body. Feel it in your voice. What do you say to yourself when you know it's going to happen? And how do you say it? Trust yourself. The first thing that comes out, just notice it. Now, do you feel any difference between feeling certain and feeling uncertain? Go back to uncertain for a second. You go, no, I don't want to do it. Go, just do it. Just do it for a second. And notice how it feels like. Notice what happened to your shoulders. What happened to your breathing? What happened to your balance? What are you focusing on when you're all of a sudden uncertain or a little worried? Yeah, notice the difference. And then get certain again immediately. Instantaneously get certain. Certainty is a physiology. It's a choice. Create it in your body right now. You know it's going to happen. Create that feeling in your body where you are absolutely certain you expect it, feel it again, and lock that feeling in. That is, anchor it in, if you know what I mean by that. If you don't, act as if you know what I mean. Just lock that feeling into your body. Know what it feels like. Remember it. Connect with it. Now, you can sit back down. Now, I got a couple questions for you. What did you notice was different in your body when you were certain versus uncertain? Well, I'll give you some examples of what people tell me. See if these come along with your list. First of all, what was your body like in a different way? Most people say when they're uncertain, when they're a little worried, or even when they're hoping, their shoulders tend to drop. They tend to lean to one side or the other. Or sometimes they wave back and forth a little bit. They don't feel solid. They don't feel connected to the earth. Oftentimes they say what they're picturing is they see it working out and they also see it not working out. And then by having both those images, of course, they can't feel certain. Oftentimes people say, well, when I felt like I was hoping, I felt passive. But when I felt certain, I felt like doing something. Did you experience that? Could you feel the difference in your body? I mean, really, did you really feel it? If you don't, get up and do it again until you can feel the difference. But most importantly, I want you to get something else. You created that certainty. How fast? Boom, in a heartbeat. And you did it by choosing to have it. Now you might say, well, Tony, that's really great. So now I feel certain. I'm very positive. So what does that got to do with it? It's not going to make me successful. You're right. Certainty by itself will not create success. Certainty must be attached to skill. But you know what? There are a lot of people that have all the skill on earth, but they're missing the emotional certainty, so they do not employ it, and they will never achieve what they want. I can also tell you that if you get enough emotional certainty as you seek an answer, you will find it, even if you've never had it before. I don't know of a more important human emotion to cultivate daily than this sense of certainty. And I want you to know this emotion is practical. You know, most of us are afraid to employ our certainty. You know why? I don't want to get all certain about something, get myself all worked up, have all this hope, all this belief, all this certainty, and then what if it doesn't work? What if I put all this uncertainty and I invest myself emotionally and I have all this, my identity tied up in this thing and it doesn't work out and then I crash and burn emotionally? That fear keeps you from having the certainty you need. That's what uncertainty creates, fear. You've got to choose one or the other. You can't serve both masters. Once you've done all your homework, once you've investigated, once you know you're on the right track, you must invest all your emotion. And yes, sometimes you're going to be certain and you're going to be wrong. That is a risk. But which risk is greater? To give your all in the wrong way and discover and learn from it so you can apply yourself better in the future, or never to employ the most powerful force that moves the human spirit? Now, I've spent a lot of time about this concept of certainty. You might say, okay, I got it. I hope you got it. I hope you've gone beyond just understanding intellectually. Maybe you ought to listen to this thing about 10 times to get it in your body, right? That's when you really have it. It's not when you understand it. It's not when you say, I hear you. It's when you say, I feel you. I feel it. I know it. I'm using it. I'm doing it right now. That's when you really got it. Now that I've spent all this time telling you how important it is to be certain and how powerful it is and how that makes your life successful, now let me tell you something else. Being too certain can destroy everything you want most on earth. Plus, it can make you bored. What am I talking about? Well, as much as we want things to be certain, if we get too certain, we're not happy. That's where boredom comes from. We all want a certain amount of suspense. We want some drama. We certainly want surprise. If you knew what was going to happen, when it was going to happen, how it was going to happen, like for every baseball game, every football game, every movie, guess what? You probably wouldn't be very excited about going seeing them. We want surprises in our life. That's part of the dichotomy. It's part of the paradox. We want both of these emotions. We want to be certain everything's going to work out great, basically. And we also want to be sure that we're going to have some fun. And a lot of fun comes from not being sure what's going to occur. So we want to be able to cultivate that emotion. But even more importantly, being too certain about anything can cost you your business. It can cost you your relationship. It can cost you your health. It can shape society in a negative way as well. We all need some variety, and that's the challenge. We want certainty, but we want variety. And of course, it can be accomplished by being creative in our lives and understanding our needs for both of these emotions and using them where they're appropriate. That's the challenge that we have in life, that what's worked so far may not work to get you to the next level. It's worked to get you here, but it may not work to get you where you really are committed to being now. Well, that same understanding is necessary. In order to get that new understanding, you got to be able to let go of what you're so sure about. You got to be willing to not be so certain. You got to be uncertain about things so that there's room for some new ideas to come in. In order to take full advantage of the power of certainty, you got to first be uncertain so you can get new information to get certain about. Does that make any sense? In other words, if you just stay certain with where you are today, you can't grow. You've got to make friends with uncertainty so that you're open, so you can take in new concepts, new ideas, new feelings, new thoughts, new beliefs, new strategies that you wouldn't even listen to if you're so certain. By the way, that's why most people tend to grow most when they're in pain. Because when things are going really well, they feel real certain about how it's going. They don't listen to anybody else. But when they got a challenge, suddenly you find people that are highly motivated to grow, to expand, to learn. Well, you don't have to wait until you have pain. Just learn to utilize uncertainty to break your pattern for a moment. And do it directly. Do it intelligently. Schedule a time you say, for the next hour I'm going to get rid of my certainty about these things and I'm going to entertain totally new possibilities. Do it consciously and you have some real power. So it's critical for us to have that balance in life, to know how to make uncertainty our friend, to know how to be able to induce that state so that we can create a pattern interrupt, so that we can truly learn and grow and expand at a brand new level. Let me offer you, I jotted down here, 4 key things you've got to be sensitive to that your need for certainty can sometimes, create roadblocks or maybe even debilitate you, maybe even destroy all the good you created with the certainty in the first place. The first major challenge that your need for certainty can sometimes create is it can cause you to generalize in a way that is debilitating. What do I mean by generalize? Well, we have to generalize. Your ability to stand up, get out of your chair, and walk across the room comes from your sense of certainty that floor beneath you is going to support you. If you weren't certain about that, you would be disempowered. You would not be able to make that action happen. You'd just be sitting in their chair with some fear, immobilized. But the reality is you've learned to generalize, that usually floors hold you up. Maybe this one, you don't ask, will this specific spot on the floor hold me up? If you did, you get caught up in the paralysis of analysis, right? You can overanalyze. You can get uncertain about everything and not be able to do a thing. The problem is sometimes we generalize out of our need for certainty, out of our desire to not think. What do I mean by that? Well, you and I live in a world that is so information dense. There's so much information coming at us at such an unbelievable tempo and pace that it's overwhelming. So what most of us have learned to do is become what we call cognitive misers. We've learned not to think very much about a lot of things, to just push those things out of our mind, to just accept that whatever people say to us about it, or what experts say, or how it just is. We've also learned to save ourselves time to just generalize. So sometimes if something gives us pain, we don't think it through with a great deal of intelligence. We don't evaluate it in detail. It takes too much energy. Somebody harasses us a lot, that's because they're this nationality, or they're this color, or they're a man, or they're a woman, or they're that kind of boss. Instead of looking at the human being and seeing who is this soul in front of me. Sometimes that happens, and it cuts the quality of our lives. We have to enter each moment, each relationship, each situation in a brand new frame so that we can not be so certain, so we can explore, so we can discover. Because otherwise what happens is once we define people in a certain way, we look for ways to support it. We find legs to back it up. Sure enough, seek and you shall find. You think this person is insensitive, you look for places where they're insensitive. Well, if we look for places in you where you're insensitive, we might find things to back that up at times too. We got to be very careful. Generalizing will usually cause you to limit the quality of your life. Be careful of it. Here's the second thing that the need for certainty sometimes creates in a debilitating sense, and that is it immobilizes you. There's so many people that want to change something in their life, but they still don't do it. They know what they should change. They know how they should change it. They know why they should change it, but they still don't do it. They're immobilized. Why? Fear. Fear of the unknown. Fear of what? Uncertainty. That's why you want to make uncertainty your friend. So what are you talking about? If it's the thing that keeps me from taking action, that's right. Your fear of it is what keeps you from taking action. If you learn to enjoy uncertainty where it was a state where you said, hey, I can be uncertain right now. It's okay. I don't have to have all the answers. I don't have to know for sure. I'm open to discovery. Then you're empowered because the answers that you really want for your life to move the next level are in the realm of the unknown. I guess it just comes down to realizing that uncertainty does not equal pain. Uncertainty can be a source of tremendous pleasure. What's the third challenge that the need for certainty usually creates for people? Well, it creates this process called rationalization. Yes, indeed. Have you ever been in a situation where somebody did something and you knew that they knew that you knew that it was wrong? Are you confused yet? And yet they still managed to feel good about it? Just understand this. The strongest force in the human personality is the need to remain consistent with how we define ourselves. Most of us define ourselves as rational human beings who are intelligent, who don't consistently do absolutely stupid, ridiculous things that would destroy their body, their mind, their emotions, or their relationships. So when we do something that we know is not so good, in order to be able to feel good about ourselves, maintain our self-esteem, we've learned to rationalize. In fact, there is a term in psychology for this. They call it cognitive dissonance. What is cognitive dissonance? It's simply this. Anytime a person finds himself holding simultaneously two conflicting beliefs or opinions or views of themselves, it starts to pull us apart. We need a sense of certainty about who we are and how we live. We can't have these totally conflicting beliefs. For example, if you're in a situation where you believe you're an incredibly intelligent person who's committed to health and yet you smoke cigarettes, that creates what we call cognitive dissonance. Your brain starts to fry. Now, in order to keep your self-esteem and keep yourself feeling like you're a rational human being, we rationalize. In other words, it's much easier to change our perception of reality than it is to change our actions. Finally, what's the fourth thing that a sense of certainty can cost us? That can be a problem for us? Where can it debilitate us? Well, when you think about this, most people in life, when they're trying to decide what to do, especially if they're uncertain, what do? Most people look to see what other people are doing to decide. In fact, there's a term in social psychology for this. We call it social proof. That is, when people are not sure what to do, they look around to see what other people are doing, and they come from the false belief that says, if enough other people are doing something, then it must be right. If enough other people believe it, it must be right. Or at least if enough authorities believe something, it must be right. If I see it in the news enough, it must be right. Is that true? You and I both know the answer to that, right? How many wonder drugs? How many wonder solutions? How many wonderful ways to live that we've been taught we're supposed to make our lives happier have not worked? How many have been promoted to us? I'm talking about by the quote-unquote experts. Listen, the ultimate expert in your life is you by testing what works, not just by looking around and being like everybody else. If you do what everybody else does, you'll have what everybody else has. You know what that's like for the general population? It's not a pretty sight. We've got to think uniquely. We've got to think differently. We can't just accept what's there. You have to become a critical thinker, an active, progressive thinker, not someone who just accepts what's given to them. And I'll give you what the challenge is. We're cognitive misers. I chose those words very specifically. We have all this energy that we have to spend on cognition to think things through. It takes energy. It takes time. Most of us don't have enough time in our lives as it is. So we tend not to think things through. We tend to look for shortcuts. Shortcuts and beliefs. Shortcuts. Tell me. Just get to the bottom line. Tell me what it is. Tell me what it's about. Come on, I got to go. And that process sometimes shortcuts our lives. Because we don't think and we don't find out what's really going on. See, most of our lives are being shaped by outside influences. You know why? Because there are two ways to be influenced in life. Either through the peripheral route or through the central route. What's the difference? Well, when we're trying to make a decision about what to do, what to believe, what to feel certain about, when we're using a shortcut, we use the peripheral route. We say, cut to the bottom line, give me the answer. And what matters to us most is not the full explanation, but who's telling it to us? Is it an authority figure? Is it a person of significance? If they say it, whether it makes sense or not, we accept it. It makes sense to us immediately because we don't want to take time or energy to examine it and think it through. After all, they're the expert. Why should I know? I don't want to know the details. I don't have time. The central route is where you ask penetrating questions, where you don't just accept what's given to you. By the way, most of the people in our society are influenced daily by the peripheral route. Their life is being shaped by someone else who's decided how they want them to think. What about your doctor? What have you been taught your whole life? Your doctor, first of all, has dedicated their entire life to help you, and we all know that. We know they care about us deeply. So obviously, when there's something wrong with you, that's the person to go get the answer from. They have the answer. Well, have they ever been wrong, even though they've been sincere and caring? Absolutely. Because guess what? Their sense of certainty comes rarely from their education anymore, but is more and more often coming from the education they're getting from the drug salesman. So many new drugs come out every year, there's no way for a doctor to keep up. And the primary educational force very often can be the drug companies themselves. And why is this happening? Because 70% of all drugs on the market today weren't even around 15 years ago. Someone has got to educate them, and the pace that it's coming at them is amazing. In fact, in the LA Times article I was reading recently, it says, quote, "The education of the American physician about drugs has been relegated to drug companies by default," end quote. Charged Dr. Jerry Avorn, an associate professor at Harvard Medical School who has studied the influence of pharmaceutical marketing. Quote, "As a result, pharmacological solutions are thought of first rather than non-pharmacological approaches that could be just as effective and safer." He says, quote, "For many doctors, drug industry marketing is their prime source of information about drugs according to numerous studies," end quote. And then he goes on to describe a study done at Harvard Medical School where they tested a series of doctors who they exposed to a series of medical journals to find out what influenced them most. And what they found beyond a shadow of a doubt is they were shaped more by the advertising for the drugs than by the scientific literature. He said, but when the doctors were confronted, quote, "Yet they were unaware or unwilling to admit that they had been influenced by non-scientific sources." You see, if a person is working around the clock to try and help everyone, they've got to make decisions quickly. They care deeply. They're doing everything they can to help us. Yet these decisions are a matter of life and death. So we've got to make sure that we're part of the decision-making process. We've got to be aware of the impact and where the information's coming from, that our doctor's struggling to help make decisions to help save our lives. So if the primary source of education for our doctor can be a drug company, do you think there's any challenge or any possibility of cognitive dissonance on the side of a drug company? Had there been any drugs they've been put out that later on we found out should not have been put out? That maybe the drug companies themselves knew about that? Have any drug companies been fined for this? You know, the answer to all the above is yes. The point of the matter is the consequences, they'll get much greater in this context. A classic example that maybe you've heard about recently is the drug DES. It's been banned for pregnant women now for more than 20 years. But you know what? There are countless women all over the U.S. who are incredibly angry because doctors are now telling them that they're suffering from their genital cancer or miscarriages or other reproductive difficulties simply because their pregnant mothers took DES, a synthetic hormone that meant, ironically, to prevent miscarriages at that time. And you know what? Doctors gave it en masse. Right? But the ban came 30 years after these well-meaning doctors began prescribing DES to literally over 3 million pregnant U.S. women. There are 300 companies that sold DES that are being sued all over the nation. Women that are going through radiation treatment and having their insides fried. Their fallopian tubes are shriveled up. And they found out they can't have children. I know this is graphic, but I want to get across to you something. If you allow someone else's certainty to influence your decision without you thinking through and analyzing the downside of anything, it can cost you that you value most on earth, your capacity to live healthfully. What I'm trying to say to you is there are consequences to having certainty because someone has told you what to believe in an area. Every single day, most people are making decisions about what to feel certain about, and what you feel certain about shows up in your body. I mean, look at this thing called AIDS. It's devastating the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. It's instilling fear in millions of people. In the beginning, many people thought, well, it's not going to affect me because it's a gay disease. But now we know a lot better. We're also beginning to find out that this disease is not a single disease. It's made up of people with cancers, people with something called wasting away syndrome, where someone literally, their body begins to break down completely. No human being who cares about anybody could possibly not feel for these people who are suffering throughout society, much less those that are living the hell of fear. What's really fascinating, though, is to see that with all this pain, with all of these problems, with all this tremendous fear, that many people are dealing with it very differently. In fact, every day we're hearing about people that have taken this disease and turned it around. People who are breaking the mold, and for more than a decade now are living totally healthfully, who supposedly were going to die. What these, quote, survivors have in common is that they're dealing with this information very differently than those who are succumbing to the disease. They're taking in the information from authorities and they are questioning it. They are not allowing the fact that they have AIDS to be a death sentence. There are a tremendous number of questions that are being brought up in this area as a result of this. And it's a complicated issue. AIDS isn't just a disease, it's a syndrome. Not a single disease, but a series of different elements that are affecting people's health. And you know what? It's full of mystery and misinformation. And people have got to stand guard and look at what information they're being given. Because most people, when they're told they have this, quote, disease, their whole life disappears overnight. They become depressed. And if you've studied any of the work of people like Norman Cousins, Dr. Bernie Siegel, the whole science of psychoneuroimmunology shows that when someone becomes emotionally depressed, so does their immune system. Let me give you a good example. Recently, we've seen one of the greatest basketball players, I think, of all time, and that's Magic Johnson, give up his career. And he gave it up for a variety of reasons. Initially, he gave it up not because he was ill. He wasn't wasting away. He didn't have some major disease of any sort. He went in to have a blood test because he was having an expanded insurance policy. He wanted to have larger coverage. And as a requirement today, he had to take a blood test, which included an AIDS blood test. Suddenly, when it came back that he was, quote, HIV positive, his entire life was turned upside down. Now remember, he had no symptoms. He was absolutely fine. There was nothing going on in his body of a disease nature. And to this day, he still plays well. But suddenly, overnight, everything in his life changed forever. What's really interesting is what made him stop playing was not the fact that he had HIV, because he felt good. It's because his doctor told him in a very caring way, certainly thinking about Magic's best welfare in his mind, he told him that he thought it wouldn't be a very good idea for him to continue to play basketball. It may accelerate the disease. It may break down his immune system. But the problem is this basketball game is this man's lifeblood. It is his life. But with this kind of information from authority, with such certainty, he quit. And you know what? After almost a year, it drove him crazy. So he finally came back and he played basketball. He played in the Olympics and he did extremely well. He played in the All-Star game and he did well. He then finally came back to play basketball for the Lakers. But you know what? Other people's ignorance, their lack of true understanding of this disease, their fear caused him to feel like he was a marked man and that he'd have to give up what he loves most. Because otherwise, people wouldn't be focusing on his basketball. They'd focus on him as a carrier of a disease that could kill them. This kind of thinking is what tears people's lives apart. We can't let this happen to ourselves, to those we care about, to those we even know about. All of this happens because we don't have enough information, because we generalize too much. Hey, let me give you another example. Here's somebody else who got the exact same information that Magic got, but he responded radically differently. Let me quote it for you from another article, a different article in the Los Angeles Times. I just read it recently, and I'll tell you what, it stunned me. Here's a man who was told that he was HIV positive, just like Magic, but let's discover how he took this same information with a different point of view, and it has shaped his destiny completely differently. Quote, in the 5 years since Rick Munoz learned that he had the AIDS virus, he has watched his time grow short as 2 hours and 52 minutes to be exact. What are they talking about? Well, this guy is a marathon runner. He's going to run the Boston Marathon today. It says he'll not think about the virus inside of him that is so far little more than an abstraction in an otherwise healthy life. It says Munoz, 34, is running marathons sporadically before finding out that he was infected with HIV. Since then, hard running has become his obsession and possibly his best friend in his fight against the onset of AIDS. It says he doesn't talk about death and dying. He talks about the next race. Last year, Munoz set a goal of racing in one marathon a month. And then he completed a punishing 14 races all over the country. Most were under the 3-hour mark. This year, Munoz's itinerary has a different twist. 8 marathons ending with his 50th in Hawaii. Munoz has smiled patiently through the warnings that his hobby, perhaps, is not the best course for someone with HIV. He knows that people concluded from Magic Johnson's retirement that athletics and AIDS virus don't mix. But Munoz says he has watched too many infected friends succumb to what he calls, quote, death sentence mentality, also known as certainty in a negative context. You always have to have something to look forward to, Munoz said. If you rid yourself of that habit, you're asking for it. Munoz's physician, Steve Knight, credits his patient's rugged training with helping him to stay healthy. Knight said that the running, besides offering him physical benefits, is an important emotional weapon in treating the human immunodeficiency virus. Munoz says that he's never felt better, especially since shedding 30 pounds over the past 2 years with a vegetarian diet. His times have dropped with his weight, and he said he plans to keep running for as long as possible. Interesting. Here's a classic example of how someone got very certain in a very different way from the same information. Just to give you a perspective, people are so afraid of this thing called AIDS, But there are many researchers right now that are questioning whether or not it is a single disease or whether or not, in fact, this is multiple diseases that we're now covering with one title. We just recently changed the definition again. It used to be that you had to have HIV. Then it became you had to have the antibodies to HIV because lots of people with AIDS don't have HIV in their body. They can't detect it. That makes it kind of tough. So now they look for antibodies. Antibodies usually show that you're healthy. If you have a disease, you got antibodies, it shows your body's immune system is working. Every infectious disease up until now. But what's interesting is suddenly we have a new way of defining it. And the newest definition came out last week. And the newest definition is if you have any one of a series of other diseases that used to be known under other titles, they're all called AIDS now. Various cancers, cervical cancers, and one of the descriptions is because now what happens is if it's qualified as AIDS, there's funding for it. So, for example, for a woman with cervical cancer, one of the things that's now being pushed is to make sure that that's considered to be another AIDS symptom. I'll give you a classic example. The number one AIDS symptom, the symptom that basically was the basis of creating the whole concept of AIDS, was Kaposi sarcoma. One of the original doctors to work in this area is from New York University's Medical Center. His name is Dr. Alvin Friedman Kine. He was one of the first physicians to associate Kaposi sarcoma with AIDS, and he now states that since the initial determination of this cancer as the definitive symptom of AIDS, there's a growing number of men with Kaposi sarcoma who have no HIV infection. The CDC now concurs with him. And what Dr. Friedman Kine also states now is that at least a small portion of people who've been diagnosed with AIDS because they have the cancer may not have AIDS at all. Now, we're seeing this starting to happen with researchers all over the country. You read their research for people like Dr. Duesberg. This is a gentleman from Berkeley who is a member of the American Academy of Sciences. He's one of the first researchers to identify retroviruses, of which HIV is the basis. Duesberg was a pioneer in cancer gene research, and he was one of the first to map the genetic structure of retroviruses. So this is his whole expertise. He now flatly says HIV is not the cause of AIDS and could not be. I'll give you some quotes. Quote, "The AIDS virus will turn out to be the most colossal mistake in medical history." This is the guy from UC Berkeley, not some guy selling some potion or some little lotion in the back door someplace over in Venice. This is a top guy, American Academy of Sciences. He said, too, HIV infects and kills only an insignificant number of cells, about 1 in 10,000, and the body replenishes cells much faster than this. The metaphor he uses, it would be like trying to conquer a country by wiping out 3 soldiers a day out of a nation the size of China. It would take forever. It'll never work that way. So if this is really true, and I'm blown away to read all these different researchers that are now telling us this is true and showing it scientifically, how in the heck can we still have this massive fear campaign going on? Well, one reason is because people are truly dying. This is real. There are human beings out there that are suffering. But what they're saying is we got to look more closely and see what is the real cause, because if we try and treat a false cause, these people are going to die because of our lack of understanding of what's really going on. We got to have enough compassion, enough courage to see what's happening. Now, I don't want to go off on a tangent on AIDS. It's not an AIDS tape, but I'm bringing it forth because it's a very potent metaphor. 167,000 people have died of this disease in the last 11 or 12 years. I mean, these are real people that are dying, that are suffering. Every one of us has got to care. It's something that affects every single one of us. And because we care, we've got to ask those important questions. Those important questions like, is the terror tactic the best approach? Does the fact that somebody has HIV, does that mean they're really going to die? Because if you tell somebody that, you bet there's a good chance they're going to start believing it, and their body just may comply. So we've got to be so careful about what we believe or what we promote to other people to believe, because it shapes our destinies physically and our society as a whole. We've got to have so much caring, so much compassion that we don't just blow it off and say, oh, it's never going to affect me, nor do we just go off in total fear and say, oh my God, this disease may get me and destroy our lives. We've got to think critically. We've got to ask the questions most people don't ask. One researcher is doing that is a man named Dr. Joseph Sonnabend. He's a pioneering AIDS researcher, and he's the founder of the AIDS Medical Foundation, which then became the American Foundation for AIDS Research. And you know what? He stepped out and blown the whistle on those that are using this tactic of creating total fear in the population as a whole. He says he believes a lot of it is based around fundraising instead of really caring about the patients and meeting their real needs. He talks about this whole concept, and when you begin to read it, you begin to see this dynamic of cognitive dissonance, that we've taken one approach to this disease, and we haven't found a solution, and we just keep doing the same things more and more, instead of just saying, hey, is this really all there is? Or even, are we looking at the right cause? Is this really the source of the problem? Sonneborn says, quote, so what has these hundreds of millions of dollars of research given us? Nothing. AIDS education, question mark? All I see is terror and confusion, and AZT, which is a disaster, unquote. So he's against the terror. He said there's a very real set of diseases out there. What many of them are asking is, hey, maybe AIDS isn't a single disease, but a series of diseases we've all thrown together under one single title, and maybe that's why we're not finding an answer. We're oversimplifying the situation. Many things can wipe out someone's immune system. The use of drugs, stress, things in the environment, and we're just assuming it's always one cause. And when the cause doesn't fit, when somebody has HIV and they don't get the disease, well, they will eventually. They will within 3 years, they said originally, then 5, then 7, now 10. There are many people still alive and well, thank God, who didn't necessarily accept that this was the only possible answer. We have to think with more precision. We have to be willing to ask the question, what's really going on here? Around the world, researchers are now saying, we've been following the wrong theory. We're spending $5 billion in the U.S. on the wrong theory, putting all this manpower, all these resources that could be coming up with solutions for suffering people in the wrong direction, simply because we've committed to it. The old cognitive dissonance. All this money and time and energy has been spent, so we better stick on it. The man who first isolated the virus is really a man named Dr. Luc Montagnier. Montagnier is with the Pasteur Institute in Paris. You know what he says about AIDS? Listen to this. He now says AIDS, HIV, by itself, AIDS by itself is not fatal. This is the #1 expert in the world. Listen to what he says. Quote, AIDS does not inevitably lead to death, especially if you suppress the cofactors that support the disease. It's very important to tell this to people who are infected. Psychological factors are critical in supporting immune function. If you suppress the psychological support by telling someone he's condemned to die, your words alone will have condemned him. It simply isn't true that the virus is 100% fatal. So this is not an AIDS conversation, but I just want to give you an idea. There are a lot of things that we accept. In fact, some people will get upset when they even hear this, saying, how can you even talk this way? I'm not talking this way. I'm telling you that there are alternative views from extremely qualified people. And if we just accept what we're told on the surface and we don't question, it could make the difference between life and death for someone. But you might ask, well, wait a second, how could this happen? How could we be in a position where so many researchers believe the same thing? Well, maybe a little cognitive dissonance could play a role. When you ask Duisberg, how come other people don't ask these questions? He says, quote, it's very difficult to say you were wrong when you're spending $3 billion a year and 180,000 people have been given AZT. They're trapped in so many ways, unquote. And if you're wondering how this dynamic could even affect the scientific community, the people who are committed to supporting society, humanity as a whole, how it can happen, listen to what Dr. Sonneborn says. In retrospect, that HIV was the cause of AIDS was certainly far from conclusively proven. But at the time, given the pressure, the intensity of public fear, the newness of it all, and the glory of the new discovery, the American scientific community settled for less. The announcement was made and an industry was born. End quote. I just want to shake up the legs of certainty you have that what you read and hear is absolutely accurate. Let me give you one final example. It's an anecdotal example, but one I have a personal experience of. About a year ago, I had a gentleman come to my seminar, and he told me that 2 weeks before he'd come to our Date with Destiny seminar, there was a gentleman who came in for a prostate surgery, which is not a complex surgery, and the man should have been fine. There was nothing really wrong with his health outside of that. And what happened was, he was mistakenly wheeled into a wrong room. The doctor came in and read the charts, assuming that he came in because he had cancer and a heart problem. He actually had the wrong charts. So he gave them their version of what we call death counseling or death and dying counseling and never talked specifically about the disease. The man went to bed that night and died of a heart attack. See, this is the power of what's been called in many tribal cultures, pointing the bone. See, what gave witchcraft its power? It was the person's certainty that it would work on them. When that person came along and pointed that bone, people would literally die. Their own certainty that their body would stop created the result. So what can we really learn from all this? Well, I want you to understand, with all the enthusiasm that I have for certainty and its power, it is a paradox. It must be used in a balanced way. You've got to be very careful about what you get certain about if what you're certain about has very strong consequences for your life or anybody you care about. And don't ever forget about the human side of these issues. The people that are suffering. Because it could be you someday if we don't think smart, if we don't take care of ourselves. Let's be sure to think critically and care deeply. Understand that things may be more complex than the simplified answers that most of us are looking for in this environment of constant information downpour. So in any area of your life, I don't care if that's in the area of what you believe spiritually or politically, or if it's the education of your children, or if it's your physical health, or it's the way you manage your money, those issues that have major consequence, do not accept just an expert's opinion or even the majority of people, because the majority can be wrong. Don't accept my opinion. Make sure you think it through yourself. Get second and third opinions, and then ultimately decide what you believe is right, because this is your life, and how it turns out is based on your decisions. Please, for your benefit, make them consciously. I want you to make sure you stay open. And I'll tell you what, the reason it's so difficult to be open is when we believe something and created a sense of certainty about something, that's in our physiology. But let me tell you the good news. You can begin right now to change this whole process. So let's return to the positive side of certainty. I've been beating you up on the negative side. Let's finally get back on the upswing. The bottom line is, if you're going to err on the side of certainty of what you're capable of. Err on the side of certainty of what's possible. Err on the side of certainty that gives you the ability to take action and try something new. Something that causes you to use your personal power, to reach out and attempt. Because by doing that, the only way we know what we're really capable of is by pushing ourselves out there. The only way you know how far you can go is to go a little too far, maybe. To push yourself out there and discover. Now you got to be smart, you got to be balanced, but certainty can give you the power to reach things you hadn't reached before. You've got to break outside the patterns of your past, because otherwise your future will be the same as your past. And unless we change the quality of our thinking, we won't change the quality of our lives. I'll tell you now my final example of certainty and its true power. About a year and a half ago, I was conducting a program in Hawaii, one of my certification programs. And part of the process of that seminar is a pamper pole experience, very much like you see in corporate America, where people climb to the top of these poles as part of a team building experience. And of course, they're harnessed and they jump out to reach a trapeze. And it's a very challenging event. And of course, everyone is screened before to make sure that they're physically vital, they don't have any heart problems or any physical challenges that wouldn't allow them to be able to participate. The person's supposed to bring doctor's slips, and they're supposed to let us know if there's any challenge and make sure their doctor has cleared them. And we investigate that fairly clearly. We ask everybody, and we keep little forms on everyone. Well, this particular unique day, a gentleman decided that he was going to push himself. He didn't tell us he'd had a heart challenge. He climbed to the top of this pole and made it to the top of the pole fine, jumped out to catch the trapeze, and then at some point while he was still hanging up there, had a heart attack. And when they brought him down, he was completely out. Fortunately, like any program we do, we always have professionals on hand, and immediately the professionals came and began to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to check out what was going on. And I was up in the seminar room, and I heard what happened, and I immediately sprinted down to the facility, and I came down, and there was this man lying on his back, turning another color, and everyone there was saying he was dying or was dead. And the gentleman who was working to save his life, the paramedic, who was on site, not a paramedic from the hospital or in an ambulance, was pounding on his chest, giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and the shock device that you see, that I'm sure you've seen used on someone who's had a heart attack, is called a defibrillator. And the doctor on site was not listening to his pager, and he had locked his office, and so it wasn't available. So we called immediately in an ambulance. Unfortunately, on this particular island of Hawaii, we were waiting 20 minutes, and still there wasn't an ambulance there. And several doctors were on site, emergency technicians who were in the programs, as well as those we'd hired to be on site. And by the time the ambulance came and they began to shock this man, he was, on the little recording, he was flatlining. Everybody around him was totally silent, and they said he was dead, that he was gone. And you can imagine the intensity of emotion. And so some people started to talk to him a little bit, and somebody else said, "Shut up, don't do that, be quiet." And I found myself in a place of questioning. That's how you create doubt. That's how you keep yourself from being certain. Ask yourself lousy questions. I started asking myself some lousy questions like, oh my God, what's going to happen? How could this be? I mean, why would God do this? All questions that will not make anything better. And then I started asking, what could we do? What could we do? Something's got to be done. And I saw people starting to talk to him, and I went back and forth, and people were looking to me to know what would happen. I didn't know what to do. All I knew is this was beyond imagination. And so I finally turned and I thought, I'm not certain what's true, but one thing that I would hope is true, and I would say, is to do nothing will make no benefit. We've got to try and stimulate this man. We've got to stimulate his nervous system, and talking to him has got to be one way. I know from people that were in comas who've come back out and said that when people said they were gone, they could still hear something. And so I used that as a reference, and I said, let's talk to him. Let's talk to him about why he needs to stay here. Let's talk to him about what's most important. Who here knows him? And we started talking to him personally, and I started talking. We all started asking him questions. We started saying things. This man on the ground who supposedly was dead. And you could see some of the doctors just shaking their head like we were wasting our time. And we got more and more intense, and people started saying things that he had laughed about earlier, and things that he'd been challenged by, and stimulating, and talking about his family, and all these different things to stimulate him. And yet as we did this, he continued to just flatline for another 10 or 15 minutes. And finally, they put him on a stretcher, and they put him in the back of the ambulance, and I started to get in the ambulance, and the doctor pulled me aside, and he said, Tony, he shook his head, and he said, look, the man is dead. He said, don't waste your time. He's gone. He's been dead for more than 30 minutes. He's gone. And he said, the only reason they're doing this is because you keep telling these guys to keep working on him, but shocking him, it's worthless. He is dead. He's gone. And I said, I just don't accept that. I don't accept that. I said, we've got to do everything we can do. I said, you know what? Maybe he's gone. Maybe you're right. But if I'm going to err, I'm going to err on the side of giving him every possibility. I am certain. I got to stay certain that he can make it. And I just slammed the door in front of the guy, and I got in the ambulance. And meanwhile, by the way, I kept talking to this guy, and I had one other doctor with me that believed that talking to him could make a difference. And so we kept shocking him and going after him, and we took the next 30-minute drive to get to the hospital. That's how far it was on the big island of Hawaii. Going through winding roads with the thing screaming, and meanwhile, the ambulance driver is going crazy. He thinks I'm stupid for talking to this person. He's mad. He's blaming me. He's blaming our group. He's blaming everything, saying, this guy's dead because of us. And you can imagine the kind of feelings I had while he's saying this to me. And I had to just shut him out and remain certain, keep talking, keep stimulating this man, do everything I could, kept these people going. And about halfway to the hospital, we turned a curve real intensely, and the defibrillator spun and smacked the side of the wall of the ambulance, and it stopped working. Now here is this man who's been gone for 30 minutes or 40, 45 minutes at this point, and we don't even have a way to stimulate him electronically. I thought to myself, you know what? He either doesn't want to be here, or his creator, our creator wants him. I don't know what. And I started to cry inside, and I said, you know what? I just can't give up. I got to stay here until everything's been done. I said, come on, don't give up. And I stayed in a sense of certainty. Something can be done. Something must be done. They said it's broken. They tried to call and try and figure out how to stimulate him with chemicals, with drugs, and they couldn't get through because it was going through this winding area in the mountains, so they couldn't get through to the base who could tell them what to do and how to revive him or push him with drugs. And we kept doing this thing, and one of the doctors finally got mad and smacked the side of the defibrillator, and it came on. And they started working on him some more. And he's still flatlining, but I thought, my God, this is working. Keep going, keep going. And a long story short, after about 5-10 minutes before we got to the hospital, it looked shortly after that, like right after we started using the defibrillator again, after it got smacked, he had a little bit of response where it wasn't a complete flatline. And I said, look, he's alive. And I went crazy, but I got excited. And the doctor said, no, don't get excited. He said, it could just be spasms in the body. It doesn't mean that he's there, and there's no real other signs. And, and I said, stay with him. I kept talking. I said, come on, you can do it. And I kept asking him questions and stimulating in every way I could. And at times I started questioning myself, and I realized questioning myself wasn't going to help him. If this was worthless, at least I gave my all. I had to stay with him. I had to believe he could make it. I had to have absolute certainty, absolute faith. I had to trust, and I get these other guys to do the same. And the bottom line is, within a short period of time, that little bit of response on the graph was even greater. And I said, look at his skin, look at his skin. And this one other doctor who agreed with me, who was going through my seminar at the time, he said, look, his skin's different. He's coming around. There's something there. There's some life there. Because he'd gotten dark, like gray, and like nothing was there. And there was a little bit of color. And we got him to the hospital. We brought him in. And they said, let's see. He's got a tiny bit of a pulse. And an hour and a half later, I was sitting there in the room, and he opened his eyes and looked at me. And he said, how did you get on my vacation? He didn't quite say that clearly. It was garbled. I had to hear it through his oxygen mask and try and decipher it, but that's what he was saying. And by the way, his name was Howard. And they still said he's not out of the woods yet. And I said, if he's made it this long, if this guy was technically dead for 45 minutes or more and he's back, he's back. And I tried to talk to him and be with him. And I stayed there. And then I came back to the seminar. I'd left the seminar and I left a couple of people to run it. We had about 1,000, 1,200 people there, and they're all as worried as you can imagine. They all thought for sure he was dead, and I got up and I told people, I said he made it. And you know what's fascinating? The doctor who told me he was dead thought I was lying. He thought I didn't have enough guts to tell people the truth. So he called the hospital, and then he couldn't believe it, so he drove there to see this guy personally. And the next morning, he got up and shared with people, and we got it on videotape, talking about how he's been through 3,000 of these in emergency care, and that there is no way, this man was dead, there's no way, this was a miracle. He said the miracle was all of you people out there and the absolute faith and certainty he created. He said, I have no other explanation for it. And the guy started crying, and he said, you know, all it makes me think about is all the people I gave up on because I didn't stay certain maybe long enough. And I said, listen, rather than crying about that, who knows what was right? But it's obvious, I think everything happens for a reason. And I said, I bet you're going to operate a little differently in the future based on this. He shook his head. He said he just couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. But it made him reevaluate everything he was doing in his practice. And the reason I bring this story up, besides the fact that it's one of the most potent examples of my life of faith, and I don't have the hallucination that I made this guy live, because I know that I don't have that kind of power. But I do believe that our joint focus and certainty made sure they kept treating him all that time, because as the man said, the doctor said they would have quit after 15 minutes of flatlining and there was going to be no reason to continue. Our certainty made him continue to be treated, and he made the decision, or whatever you believe spiritually, to be here. But I just received a note from him. His name is Howard, and it said, Dear Tony, I couldn't let another Thanksgiving go by without thanking you for saving my life. That is the power of certainty. I didn't know what to do. I decided to err on the side of certainty that would make me act and give my all. He could have just as easily passed away. That wasn't something I could control. But I could control making sure that we did everything we could physically do to support him. Can you imagine how that makes me feel? I'm here to tell you that what we accept as the limits of the human mind, body, spirit, effort, of what children are capable of what you and I can truly do and be, is usually a lot less than what we're capable of. Make certainty your ally. Make it your friend. And learn to also make uncertainty your friend where it's appropriate. Learn to balance the human paradox, and I can promise you a life that goes far beyond what you've dreamed. So here's your assignment. Number 1, decide right now, today, before you go to sleep tonight, that for the rest of your life, you're going to be a progressive, active thinker. What do I mean by that? You're going to be a person who's always searching for a greater understanding, for more ideas, maybe for an alternative view, not just for the sake of an alternative view, but just so you can understand it, so you can choose from a greater level of reference. Decide for the rest of your life you're not going to analyze things, you're not going to analyze them to death, but in those key areas that affect the quality of your life most, where there are huge consequences to what you buy into, that you're not just going to accept what you're told because someone's an expert, that you're going to become an expert as well, that you're going to take all information in and decide what you believe is right. And those areas are your mind, your body, your relationships, the thing that we call our identity, what we believe about ourselves, your money, your economics, your potential, beliefs you have, the sense of certainty you have about what to believe politically, spiritually. These are issues that have consequence. There are only about a half dozen or so that really impact our life most. Decide what they are and decide to really constantly expand your knowledge in those areas. Become an expert. 2, besides being an expert in this area, if you are dealt a challenge in your life, I don't care whether it's a health challenge, a challenge with your children, with their capacity to learn, I don't care if it's something financial, make sure that once you get a viewpoint or two, you ask yourself, is there an informed opposing view to this? Someone who has a completely different view, and go pursue those. Make sure you know all of your options, or as many as possible, before you make your decision. Now, obviously, you have to put a limit on the amount of time you put into any decision making. Otherwise, you get into the paralysis of analysis. 3, cultivate the sense of uncertainty in certain areas. When you start being totally certain, you think it might be limiting you. If you got a negative belief, the way to get uncertain is ask yourself lots of questions, something you were sure of. It's good to make uncertainty your friend, to get curious, to begin to wonder about those things you used to just accept. 4, decide that if you're ever in fear and you're trying to make a decision, that you will not make a decision out of fear. It almost always will be the wrong decision, unless you have zero choice, like it's an instantaneous thing. Decisions out of fear usually cause us to go with someone else telling us what to do. You've got to get yourself in a sense of certainty and say, okay, if I was certain, what would I do? If I was in charge, put yourself in that state, make a decision out of a sense of certainty instead of out of fear. You're much more likely to make a right decision. 5, develop a set of beliefs that'll give you certainty even during the tough times. People have often asked me, how have you made it through some of the challenging times? And I said, I think it's just certain beliefs, sense of certainty I have. Beliefs like I'm guided. Not an ego thing, just thinking that, you know what, I'm here to do some important work, and I feel like the right answers will come to me. That sense of certainty, that belief tends to create the answers. It causes me to find things because I won't give up until I find it. Or a belief that with the problem comes a solution, that our Creator doesn't give us a problem without first giving us the capacity to deal with it. I don't know whether it's true or not, but by having certainty that that's true, it's helped me to find solutions because, again, I know it's there. Or the belief that with every adversity, there comes the seed of an equivalent or greater benefit. That core belief from a book called Think and Grow Rich I read years ago, I've remembered it. And I'll tell you what, I've applied it. I've always looked for a benefit. I wasn't just going to solve the problem. Somehow this is going to make things better. And because I felt certain about it, it has. Faith with work can produce virtually anything we're committed to. And that one has guided me in everything from the situation I just shared with you with a gentleman with his heart attack to virtually anything else I've done. Come up with your own core beliefs. Write down, this is what I believe, and allow it to create more certainty. And lastly, number 6, practice the skill of creating certainty and doing it instantaneously, like we did in the very beginning of this tape, because certainty is a skill. And the more you do it in your body, the more you'll be able to create it and tap into your real power. Practice creating certainty 3 times a day consciously. Create an anchor for it, where you can change your body like that for the next 7 days. If you'll do this, I can promise you, you'll have a muscle that can help you to succeed at a larger scale than you ever dreamed possible. Let me ask you a question. What determines whether you feel happy or sad right now? What determines if somebody comes up to you and says they hate your guts, whether or not you laugh or whether or not you feel really rejected? What determines whether right now, if I ask you, are you successful, how do you answer? You say you are or you're not. And what determines whether you feel like you're successful or not? If I asked you, do you have a great body, how would you respond? And my question is, how do you know what the answer is? What makes you say, yeah, I got a great body, or no, I don't? Do you feel fulfilled at the end of the day? Do you feel like your day was invested, or do you feel drained? If I asked you about your relationship, would you say you're in love or you're lost? And my question is, where do you get the answers? What the heck do I mean by this? I mean, when I ask you that question, how do you know what to say? The answer to your questions always come back to one thing. You have to answer them based on your own personal standards. In other words, if I say, do you have a great body? You have to answer that compared to what? Compared to your standards for what a great body would be. Does everyone hold the same standards? You and I both know that's not true. And the different standards that we hold govern not only how we feel, but also how we behave, ultimately what we do and who we become in our lives. Our beliefs about what is good and what is bad, what we should do and what we must do, these personal standards I call rules. And our rules basically determine when we get pain and when we get pleasure in our life. Our rules are our judge and jury. And here's the scary part. You didn't install your own rules. In fact, they're controlling how you feel right now about virtually everything in your life, and for the most part, you probably aren't in control of them. This session today is designed to give you a clear awareness of what rules are, what their impact is on your life, and how you can change them and in a moment change your entire life. Are you really a successful person? Now you may say absolutely, or you may say, well, kinda, or you may say no. The answer you're giving me is based on this rule, this thing in the back of your head that says in order to be successful, you have to do this, 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 and that. And it varies from person to person massively. I mean, do you know someone personally that you can think of who you think is real successful, but if you spend time with them, you found out they don't think they're successful? I mean, by your standards, you think, wow, this person's doing really great. They're making a difference in the world. They have a great family, great friends. They have a great career. but they don't feel like they're successful because they're not making $10 million a year, or they haven't gotten 8 billion people to change the way they think. You know, these sound exaggerated, but in the real world, and I'm working with thousands of people, I can tell you that most people have a set of rules that control how they think and how they feel, that make it really hard to feel good and real easy to feel bad. And that's a great way to make sure for the rest of your life, no matter what you do, you could be winning and feel like you're losing, because the scorecard you're using is unfair. It's unfair to you, and it may be unfair to your kids and to your spouse. It may be unfair to the people you work with in your environment, and I want you to be able to change that. So are you successful? Answer the question if you would. If you said yes, my question to you is, well, how do you know you're successful? Remember, how do you know is the way to find out your rules to virtually anything. What does it take for you to be successful? What has to happen in order for you to feel successful? And again, I'll repeat this many times because this is the second question to find out somebody's rules. What has to happen in order for you to feel blank? So if you want to find out somebody's rules for success, you'd say, what has to happen in order for you to feel successful? If you want to find out their rules for being a great lover, what has to happen in order for you to feel like you're a great lover? If you want to know the rules for being intelligent, what has to happen for you to feel you're intelligent? So let's go back to the question. What has to happen in order for you to feel like you're successful? People who tell me they're not successful in answering this question invariably have a long list of things that have to happen in order for them to feel successful. They have to be incredibly successful financially. They have to have unlimited income. They have to change the world. They have to have their kids be absolutely perfect all the time. They have to be in an emotional state of happiness at every moment from the time they wake up to the time they fall asleep. And if they're missing any of these things, they feel totally depressed and they feel like a failure. People who say they're successful usually have criteria, rules that are achievable. And the people that feel most successful have the rules that are the simplest and the ones that are within their control. The point is this: we can set up the rules of our life so we feel pain all the time, or we can set up so we feel pleasure consistently. I have a new definition of success. It's quite different than what I started out with several years ago. My idea of success used to be like this man's. I had to change the entire world overnight, have everyone be happy instantaneously because I showed up. Now, obviously, that's a great way to make yourself stressed out of your mind. What I've really decided now is success is real simple. That is, you're successful when you live your life in a way where you experience tons of pleasure in your life and very little pain. And when the way you live your life also causes the people around you to consistently feel tons of pleasure and very little pain. That's my idea of contribution. That's what we're really going to go for in this tape today. Now, let me ask you a question, though. What's the purpose of these rules? Why do we have rules in the first place? If rules can create so much pain, why even have them? Well, rules are important. Rules help your brain to answer the question it's constantly asking. It's, what does this mean? Is this going to mean pain in my life or pleasure? If somebody comes and says, I love you, you got to ask, what does this mean, pain or pleasure? If they say, I hate you, what does this mean, pain or pleasure? If I say, hey, will you go skydiving with me? Your brain's going to ask, what is this going to mean, pain or pleasure? If you say, yeah, I want to go skydiving, it's because your brain has decided that going skydiving means some kind of pleasure, some kind of thrill, some kind of adventure, something that you're really up for. If you say, no, I don't want to go skydiving, it's because your brain has decided that going skydiving probably means pain. It means potential death. You'd be maimed. There'll be some major problem. So our brain is asking this question at every moment. The only way your brain can get an answer is it's got one of two choices. Either it can go through every memory bank you have, every single situation you've ever had in your life, and analyze, well, gosh, in this situation it was good, in that situation it was bad. In this situation somebody said they loved me, but later on they did something where they rejected me. In this situation they said they loved me and it felt good. If it has to analyze every single experience you've ever had, it'll take your brain forever to decide what things mean, whether it's going to mean pain or pleasure, and what to do to get more pleasure or to avoid pain. So what rules do is they're a shortcut for the brain. They help us to make quick decisions as to what things mean and what we should do to get what we want out of our life. So their value is they allow us to speed up the process of evaluating how to make our life work. I mean, when someone smiles, your brain doesn't have to go through a long set of calculations to figure out what that means. You have a rule. Somebody smiles, it means they're happy. It means they like you. It means they're outgoing. It means they're friendly. It means no pain and probably some pleasure in your relationship with them. If somebody looks at you with a frown or they look at you with a deep, harsh stare, you have rules about what that means, and those rules answer the question instantaneously. The challenges that come with rules are many, and we're going to talk about those here and how to make sure that we lessen the challenge and maximize the benefit of them. But the most important thing to remember about rules is simply this. Rules are the controlling factor of at which moments you get pain and at which moments you get pleasure. And remember, everything you and I do as human beings, we do out of our need to avoid pain or a desire to gain pleasure. Everything. You're listening to this tape for those reasons. Either because you thought, hey, this will be entertaining, or I'll get something valuable that'll enhance my life, that's pleasure. Or you thought, man, I'm feeling like heck and I really want to get a boost. I want to get out of this pain. I want to avoid future pain. I want to learn some of these things. That is the drive behind our behavior. So our rules determine when we're going to get that pain or pleasure. And it's important to set up our rules in a way that empowers us and doesn't disempower us. Let me give you an example. A very good friend of mine is an extremely attractive woman. She's taken incredible care of herself throughout the years. She's fit, she's vibrant, she's strong. Now what's interesting is she has a best friend who's massively overweight. And she looks at her friend, our mutual friend, who's fit and thin, and she says, gosh, how come she's so lucky? She is not lucky. The difference in these two women is only one difference: rules. My friend who's thin and slender and attractive, her body's in shape, she's that way for one reason. She has a set of rules, very specific rules of what she must do every single day so that she can have these feelings, this body, this vibrancy for the rest of her entire life. Those rules include things like every single day I must exercise. And she has specific types of exercises she'll do. And she doesn't miss. And so her body reflects that. She has rules about eating that are very precise. She must eat nutritious foods each day. She must eat foods that are fuel foods. She must eat low-fat foods. She must eat a comfortable amount of food. She has this huge list. When I ask her friend who's overweight, what must you do to be healthy each day? She said, well, basically eat good and, think right and, do the right things. See, with rules that general, there's no way she's going to be able to move forward and be as healthy as she wants. Now, my friend who's fit and healthy, when she doesn't follow one of her rules, guess what her brain gives her? Take a wild guess. Pain. The greatest source of pain is the pain inside ourselves when we violate our own personal standards. And she wants to avoid that pain, plus she wants the pleasure of feeling good. Not just the way she looks, but the self-esteem of knowing she keeps her commitments with herself. That makes her entire life feel better, not just physically, but emotionally, socially, spiritually. The woman who's overweight, because she has such weak rules, she doesn't give herself pain. If she overeats, that doesn't break one of her rules. If she doesn't exercise, that doesn't break a rule. So she never gets pain along the way. She has something much more treacherous. She experiences the massive pain of looking at the result of not holding any rules about health. Rules can empower and they can disempower. So let's make some distinctions on how to utilize them effectively. First of all, where did rules come from, by the way? Where do you think you get your rules? Did you sit down one day and say, I think these are the best rules I could set up for success so I'd feel successful? These are the best rules I could have so I'd follow through and really be healthy? These are the best rules I could have on how to make my relationships work? There are very few people that we could say this is true for. And most of them are people that have attended my seminars where we've actually done this and analyzed our rules. But I'll tell you where most of them have come from. They've come from punishment reward. See, you grew up in an environment, and if you did certain things that, let's say, your mom liked, boy, you got acknowledged. You got feedback, physical feedback, verbal feedback, emotional feedback, and you wanted more of that. If you did things that broke your mom's rules, you got pain. Either physical pain, or verbal pain, or the pain of being ignored. Those experiences shaped some of our basic rules, and of course they didn't end at home. Just like values, they were expanded by the impact of your friends. They're expanded by the impact of how you grew up in school, and what you got rewarded for and what you got punished for. Also, a lot of our rules we've modeled from other people. A lot of times when I talk to people, they say, gosh, I'm just like my dad, or I'm just like my mom. What they're really saying is, I look at my life the same way. I judge myself by the same standards. I use the same rules. And sometimes the rules their parents had made their parents unhappy, and now they're living by the same level of unhappiness because they're living by the same type of rules. And by the way, some of our rules we've gotten out of rebelling. Somebody had rules we hated, so we changed the rules. Said, I'm never going to live that way. I'm never going to put up with that kind of thing. And we did it out of our pain. I know I was talking to a woman on an airplane recently, sitting next to me, and I was talking to her about, what are some of the things that are most important to her in a relationship with a man, because she's thinking of getting married. Now, that it might be nice before you got married to find out what your rules are for someone you're going to be in a relationship with. Because whether you're aware of it or not, you're judging other people, you're holding other people to the rules that you have. And you may not have told those rules to anybody, but you expect them to comply. And you know what? One of her most important rules is, she said, well, a husband must work hard every day. I said, well, that's kind of interesting. That's not something he should do. That's something he must do. She goes, he must do that or I can't have him in my life. I said, well, what if he was like independently wealthy and he didn't have to work hard every day? She said, I still wanted to work hard every day. And I had to try and dig in there. Now, bear in mind, what are rules for? Rules are things we've linked up in our head because we say, if I have this rule, it'll help me avoid pain or it'll give me pleasure. As I started asking her a question, we found out what the situation was. She grew up in her family and watched her mother go through tremendous pain because her father never worked. Her mother literally supported the entire family because her father always had excuses for not working. He literally didn't work for years. And her mother broke down emotionally. She felt so sorry for her. So for her, she's got a rule that says husbands must work, because if they don't, it equals lots of what? Pain. Now this happens on all kinds of levels in virtually every area of our life. So a lot of our rules have come out of our painful past, and some of our rules have come together because we say, hey, if I do this, I think I'll get pleasure. So let's take a look at the challenges that rules have. And what I want to do really is give you 7 distinctions about rules that can be major challenges or they can empower you depending upon how you use them. Here's the first most important thing to realize about this thing called rules. Now again, remember what rules are. Rules are our beliefs about what we must or what we should do in order to have a certain experience of pleasure or pain. Rules tell us, if I do this and this and this, then I deserve pain. If I do this and this and this, then I deserve pleasure. They determine what our brain is going to do to give us those sensations. Here's the first point for us to remember about rules. Every upset you've ever had in your life with another person has been a rules upset. Now think about what I just said. Every time you've been upset with another human being, the upset has not been about the other human being. It's been an upset about the differences you have between your rules about how things should or must be, how people should or must be treated, how someone should or must communicate to you, how that's different than somebody else's rules. Now see if you buy that idea. I think you're going to find it's accurate if you look at your real life. Think of the last time you're really upset with somebody. Now I know you've never been upset with anybody, but if you once had been upset, let's think of such an example. Now, as you think back at that situation, what were you really upset about? You say, well, I was upset with a person. No, you weren't upset with a person. You were upset about an issue. You're upset about something that was done or not done. People get very upset when their rules get violated. See, some people have rules about respect. And the rules for respect are, if you respect me, you never raise your voice. But, they may be in a relationship with somebody who has a rule that says, if I respect somebody, I share with all my feelings and all my emotions exactly how I feel in the moment with all my intensity, because otherwise I wouldn't be respecting you, I wouldn't be telling you how I really feel, I wouldn't be being truthful. Can you imagine how these people feel when they get together? By the way, this was my wife and I when we first got together. We had radically different ideas of rules. Why? I grew up in an environment where we got a lot of pain if we weren't honest. If we didn't tell the whole truth, if we didn't express ourselves, trying to walk out of the room without finishing something, boy, that wasn't allowed. That was massive pain. And even though it didn't feel good to have to say how you felt in the moment, because you knew you might get in trouble, you had to communicate it. Becky grew up in a family where the rules were quite different. The rules were real clear. If you don't have anything good to say, you don't say anything at all. And if you have respect for someone, you never raise your voice. And if somebody ever raises their voice to you, the only way to keep your own self-respect is get up and leave the room. Can you imagine how these two rules clashed in a personal relationship? We drove each other almost crazy. We almost didn't get married because of this. Not because we didn't love each other, but because we had such conflicting rules. See, rules determine where we go, who we are, who we can even be with, whether we're happy or sad. I'm curious, what does it take for you to feel like you're respected by someone? What are your rules? You may say, well, I don't have any rules. Oh, yes, you do. You may not be aware of them consciously, but you do have them. So think for a second, what does it take for you to feel like you're respected by someone? Well, you might say, well, they need to not ever, make me wrong, or they need to respect my opinions. Well, how do you know if they respect your opinions? If they just sit there and listen? For some people, that's all it takes. For other people, they have to actively agree. Some people do not feel respected unless someone agrees with their view. Some people, I say, what does it take for you to feel respected? They say, well, I have to feel like this person agrees with me. Isn't that interesting? What's their chances of feeling disrespected by someone? Very good, because lots of people have different views other than yours. So we have to make sure that we're aware if our rules are appropriate or not. And if we're going to work with other people, we want, when we get in the game, to understand other people's rules, because there's a good chance we're going to have some differences. The more we understand what a person's rules are, what their standards are, what they really need to feel fulfilled, then we can work on meeting those needs, and vice versa. We can teach them what we need to feel fulfilled. Let's take a look at how rules impact even more personally in a relationship. Let's look at the emotion of love. What are the rules you have for knowing somebody loves you? Well, somebody's rules, if you ask, what does it take for you to know somebody loves you? They say, well, if they smile at me. Some people have to be told they're loved or they won't believe you love them. Did you see the movie Ghost? There's an interesting thing about rules in the very beginning. The main characters are played by Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore. And early in the film, Demi Moore turns to him and she says, I love you. And he turns back to her and says, ditto. And she finally gets upset about it. And she says, you never say you love me.
That bothers me. I don't feel like you really love me, And he says, I love you, but I just don't say it. That's not what it's about. I'm not about saying I love you. Everybody says they love you, and they don't mean it. Here are two people, and they're having an argument already. What are they arguing over? They're arguing over their own personal standards on what it takes for them to feel loved. Some people don't know they're loved unless you touch them a certain way. And you think that they know you love them because you tell them all the time. It won't do it, not at the deepest level of love. So the value of realizing this first distinction, that almost everyone you meet is going to have rules that are different than you have, is that with that awareness, you can now dig in and find out what somebody's rules are. And now you can meet their deepest needs. See, if you love someone and you say, I love you, but that's not what they need, their rule is they have to be touched, and you don't touch them, then you're not going to give them what you really want to give them. In fact, if you want to make someone feel like they're loved, whose rules do you use to decide how to make them feel loved? Well, you and I both know the answer. We use our own rules. So if you're the kind of person that, wants to be hugged, what do you tend to do? You tend to hug that person. But maybe they need to hear, I love you, and you're just hugging them. And they need to hear it in a certain tone of voice, and you don't duplicate that, because that's not what you need. The classic thing I hear in personal relationships all the time is, especially when they've gone through threshold, or the relationship's about to end, and I'll hear the man or woman say, I gave them my whole life, I gave them everything. I gave them everything that I could possibly give them as a human being. And invariably, you know what really is true? They gave them everything except what the other person really wanted and needed. They met their own rules. They didn't meet their partner's rules. And if you want someone else to feel loved, you can't do it in your way. You got to do it in the way that meets their needs. I'll never forget, Becky and I were in the south of France. And one day, I came out of the shower and she handed me a towel. And I dried off, and I was starting to dry my hair. And then she handed me the hairspray. And quite honestly, I didn't really notice. I was like, in deep thought, thinking about what I was going to be doing next. And she turned to me and she said, you don't realize all the things I do for you. You don't realize how much I love you. When I give you the hairspray, that means I love you. When I give you the towel, it means I love you. Well, you know what? I'm real appreciative if she gives me the towel and the hairspray, but quite honestly, I just as easy get it myself. It's not one of my rules for love. To me, it doesn't take any thought for me to grab the towel or to reach for the hairspray. So quite honestly, I didn't value it the same way she did. But for her, that's a rule of love. Now, check this out. I don't usually hand her the towel or the hairspray. Guess what? That means that she feels a little like she's missing out. In fact, she said, boy, I would just feel so loved if you would give me a towel and you'd think to have the forethought to hand me the hairspray right when I'm done drying my hair and give it to me at that moment. I said, you gotta be kidding me. That would make you feel loved? She said, yeah. I said, that doesn't make you feel loved. What makes me feel loved is when you say, I love you, in that certain tone. When you say, I love you tone, and I just melt. That makes me feel it. Or when we hug and stuff, but not hairspray. She goes, yes, it is. That's love. So I started laughing. I said, okay. And sure enough, now I catch her. If I'm in there and I see her in the shower, I hand her the towel and I said, this means love. And every time she hands me the towel now, I grab it and I say, I know this means love. And I give her a big kiss. And what it allows us to do is allows us to appreciate people and understand people's behavior and connect closer with people. But realize, if you've got an upset with somebody, that upset is about breaking somebody's rules. Check this out, though. Have you ever been upset with yourself? Of course you have. Why? Why were you upset with yourself? Answer's simple. You broke your own rules. You've got rules for yourself about how you need to be, how you need to treat people, how much you need to grow, how much you think you need to earn, the kind of difference you need to make in the world. And when you feel like you've broken one of your own rules, I don't care how simple it is. Maybe it's like you're not to overeat, but you do. You give yourself pain. Now, some people give themselves a little pain because it's not that big a rule for them. For some people, certain rules that we break them, we beat ourselves up for days. Haven't you ever done that? I know I've been guilty of it, and it isn't always bad. Sometimes it's good to get a little pain because then you don't want to do that again. But the point is, if you ever feel angry or upset with yourself or someone else, realize it's a rules upset. And you know what that'll help you to do? You'll stop making the person wrong. You'll say, you know what? We just have a difference in rules. My expectations are that if you respect me, you do this and this and this. I know those aren't your rules. Tell me what your rules are. Let me understand them. Can we make a deal? Would you be willing to do this? Because it would make me feel respected. And I'd be willing to do that for you. You can change a relationship just by getting clear on the rules and be willing to play by them. Here's the second key distinction about rules. Remember that people's rules are not necessarily consistent. What do I mean by that? People have totally conflicting rules. You ever notice that? I thought that person is so darn inconsistent. Have you ever noticed that in yourself? Have you ever found yourself saying, well, I don't believe you should ever cheat on anything. And then one day, when you went to fill out your IRS form, you thought, well, that's basically what this means. Were you ever guilty of that in your past? Now, I won't tell the IRS, but were you ever guilty? Did you ever stretch it a little bit? See, the bottom line is, all of us have these little sub-rules at times, and I'm for getting rid of them for the most part. There are places where sub-rules work, but let me give you an example. Let's say you and I want to play a game together, a game in life. Well, let's say the game, for the sake of the metaphor, is baseball. And I turn to you and say, hey, let's go out and play baseball together. You like to play baseball? And you go, yeah. You know the rules? Yeah. You do know the rules. Let's make sure we know. Oh, sure. There's 3 outs and you get these hits around. Okay, great. We understand. Let's play. And so we go out there, you and I, and we start playing together. And things are going great. We're having a good time. And all of a sudden, I'm up to bat. I got 1 man on, there's 1 out, and I hit a high pop fly. Now, my rules, and the rules you seem to agree to, were, if you catch a ball, I'm out. If you drop the ball, I'm safe. Which means, if you drop the ball, my guy on base is probably going to score, and I'm going to win the game. So sure enough, I'm running like crazy. I watch you drop the ball. I'm excited. I'm on first base. My guy scores. I think I won the game. You come to me and say, no, you're out. I said, what are you talking about? You drop the ball. If you drop the ball, then I'm safe. Then I win. See, that's the rule. Rules are often language that way, by the way. They're if-then. If you love me, then you never raise your voice. If you respect me, then you do this. If-then. If-then. So the bottom line is you say, no. That's true most of the time. Except, I go, wait. What do you mean except? We agreed on the rules when we started this thing. Everybody knows what the rules are. I go, no, there's this other special rule. It's this thing we call the infield fly rule. And I said, I've never heard of this rule. I said, oh yeah, everybody knows this rule. Everybody plays by this rule. Here's how it works. See, if you have 1 man on or less, and you have 1 out or less, and I drop the ball, you're still out. Now I go, no way. There's no way. You can't bring up and make up these rules after we start the game. Now, while I'm talking about baseball, haven't you ever experienced this in a business relationship or in a personal relationship where you thought you guys knew what the rules were and all of a sudden they come up, yeah, but, or yeah, that's true most of the time, except, or like, I love you, except when you do this and this and this, then I get really angry with you. We all have these subsets of rules, and you have them within yourself just like I do. And they make us feel inconsistent. The point is simply this. If you're going to go through life expecting people to behave consistent with their rules all the time, you're going to be disappointed. Because you don't even follow that. Think about it. Inside yourself, you've got conflicting rules. I'll give you some fun, simple ones. You were taught things like, look before you leap. You were also taught, he who hesitates is lost. Now, how does your brain figure that one out? Or you got things like, absence makes the heart grow fonder. You also have things like, out of sight, out of mind. And your brain is not sure what to do when you got these conflicting rules. And I'm talking about just simple, fun beliefs. Remember where rules came from. You had some pain in your life, and your brain said, I don't want to have this pain ever again. What's the rule? The rule for this is don't ever trust people again, because your brain linked up, I trusted somebody and got hurt. So if you trust people, then you'll be hurt. So you get those rules is don't trust anybody. Now, how does that affect your life? Well, the problem is you're going to start to use that rule, and then you're going to think, if I don't trust anybody, I can't have a relationship. Now you have a conflict. You have rules that sometimes you'll use and sometimes you won't use them. You have some rules that are must rules for you and some rules that are shoulds for you. There are some rules that you will never violate. I call them threshold rules. For example, if I ask my friend who's really fit, what must you never do if you're going to be healthy? She said, well, you must never smoke. You must never violate your body with drugs. You must never. She has all these must nevers. When I ask her friend who's overweight, what must you never do in order to be healthy? She looked at me with a blank stare. She had no must nevers. So she's never in a position of giving herself major pain. She said, I think there are a lot of things you shouldn't do if you want to be healthy. You shouldn't overeat, and you shouldn't go without exercising, for weeks and weeks and weeks. And I said, well, do you do those things? She goes, well, yeah. I said, do you feel good about it? She goes, no, I don't feel good about it. So she gets a little pain, but not like threshold pain. For example, what would be a must-never rule for you in a relationship? If you said a husband or a wife must never what? A lot of people say must never have an extramarital affair. Some people, that's a should not. Would that affect their behavior in the long term? You bet. In fact, when I get people in relationships, if they're having upsets, invariably it's because they share a lot of rules, but for one person it's a must never or it's a must always, and for the other person it's a should. It's an important distinction then in the second point to realize people have conflicting rules. They have them within themselves and they're going to have them with you. And by the way, we all know who has the right rules, don't we? Who has the right rules? Whose rules are the correct rules? That's right. Yours are the correct rules. You know yours are the right ones. But the problem is the person you're dealing with in the real world has the exact same feeling inside. So maybe if we realize our differences, again, we can have that awareness, and instead of making people wrong, we'll realize that it's just different upbringing, different backgrounds, different rules, and we'll try and look for a compromise that works for both of us. In addition, if we realize we have these conflicting rules within ourselves, with that awareness, we can begin to pay attention and we can begin to make new decisions and create rules that really unify us. So we don't feel like we're being pulled apart in our life. That unification gives power. That unification creates peace inside. And that unification creates a lot more happiness. Here's the third key point about rules. Remember this. Rules cause us to go on automatic pilot. See, rules are designed to speed the process up of making decisions about what things mean. Does this person love me or not? Is this dangerous or not? If I do this, will I succeed or fail? We want answers quickly so we can respond, so we can move forward. The challenge, though, is in doing that, we simplify our world. We start going on automatic pilot, or we start reacting instead of responding. Rules cause us to delete a good deal of our world. For example, if you have a rule that says, if somebody raises their voice, it means they don't respect me. And what you're going to notice is this person raised their voice and you're going to be all in reaction to the fact they don't respect you, and you're deleting the fact that maybe an hour earlier they were telling you how much they loved you, or they were complimenting you in front of somebody else, or they were trying to learn something from you. You're deleting all the other pieces of evidence that would cause you to know, hey, this person really does respect me. So be careful with your rules. Remember, your rules often make the world black and white, and the world isn't black and white. There's a lot of gray out there. You got to be careful to make sure those rules are empowering you by looking at things, and instead of reacting, if something happens that violates one of your rules, stop. Take a breath and ask yourself the question, am I reacting to this or am I responding to this situation? Is my rule appropriate in this situation? Are there other ways of looking at this that if I looked at it another way, I would feel respected, or I would feel loved, or I would feel like things really could work between us? Don't let your rules control you. Make sure you control your rules. And let me offer you a little idea that might help you in relationships. If you feel like we're violated and you're real righteous because this person's doing the wrong things and they've broken the rules and they're the rules that everybody else has. Hey, by the way, did you ever notice in an argument, people can always show that there are 20 other people that believe the same thing they believe? We use social proof, other people, to back up that our rules are the right rules. Hey, you can get people to back up the idea that killing people is the way to live. What other people believe doesn't matter. What matters is what empowers or disempowers you in a relationship. And I offer you this possible thought the next time you start feeling righteous. Ask yourself this question. Do I want to be right or do I want to be in love? That might be a good thing to consider in the future. Being right rarely makes a relationship better. Being in love, you may become more understanding, and you may just discover the difference in rules is not as important as the commitment you have for each other, your love, and your personal and spiritual growth that you're sharing together. Here's the fourth point about rules. Take the time to evaluate your rules and discover, are they empowering or disempowering you as a human being? This is a theme I've talked with you about constantly throughout our time together today. But I want to make it absolutely clear what I mean. When I ask you, are you successful? If you don't feel successful, the first question you should ask yourself is, why? What are my rules for success, and are they appropriate? Are they empowering me in my life? For example, some people's definition of success is they never make a mistake. That's a totally disempowering rule. It guarantees that you're never going to feel successful long term. It'd be important for you to be aware of that, to see that that rule creates pain, and to sit down and say, what's a better way to measure whether I'm successful or not? What are other disempowering rules people can have? Remember again, what is a rule? A rule is a set of criteria, things that you have to see, hear, or do in order to feel like you're intelligent, you're successful, you're loved, etc. You know what some people have to have happen in order for them to feel they're intelligent? They have to feel like they always have the right answer the moment it's needed. Gosh, if I thought that, I'd be pretty stressed out of my mind. I forget what I'm supposed to do all the time, don't you? But I don't question whether I'm intelligent based on that. Some people, in order to feel confident, have to know what's going to happen before it occurs. Well, there's no way you can ever do that long term. Maybe you get lucky once in a while, but life changes. Things occur. You can't be prepared for everything. See, my rule in that area is, in order for me to feel confident, I just have to remember something. Whatever comes up, I can deal with it. And you can do the same. Just by changing a belief, by changing a rule, we can start to feel confident immediately. Some people, in order to feel like they're competent, have to feel like they've done something over and over and over again, and every time they've done it, they've been perfect. Well, gosh, can you imagine? You probably never feel competent. Because I'm sure there's a time when you've done something and you didn't do it perfectly. We're human beings, and yet this person will never have that sense of confidence that comes from feeling competent. With a set of rules like this, a set of beliefs like this, you wouldn't want to begin things. You wouldn't want to start something new because, of course, you wouldn't feel competent at it. You'd feel inferior, and when you feel inferior, you don't behave very effectively. You certainly wouldn't be perfect. And, of course, all you would link to that situation is pain. My view of competence is different. My rule says if I've ever done anything like this and pulled it off, then I'm competent probably in this as well. I just need to do it once or twice. So that makes me more empowered. It causes me to really go for it. Again, we want to develop rules that cause us to take action, that cause us to feel the experiences of joy, that cause us to follow through, not ones that stop us. I'll tell you a classic example of one that destroys people in relationships. When you look at somebody and they're not in a personal relationship and they say they want to be in one, man-woman relationship, let's say. Why aren't they in a relationship? The answer is really simple. They have rules that make it difficult to stay in a relationship. There was a woman in a Date with Destiny recently, and she was an extremely attractive woman, and there were several gentlemen in the audience that were trying to get her attention. And it became very obvious that she totally turned men off around her, and yet she said she wanted to be in a relationship. Well, I found out why. Her rules were simply this. For her to feel attractive, what had to happen was you had to pursue her constantly, and she had to reject you. And even though she rejected you, you had to keep coming back for more. You had to keep being attracted to her, trying to break down her walls. If you kept working at it like that, that made her feel incredibly attracted to you, like you were a powerful man. But you know what's interesting? She also had a rule that said, if you did that for more than a month, she lost her attraction to you. So guess what happens? Very few men, first of all, would take her rejection and keep on going. The few that did and kept on going, she'd feel attracted to for a while, but at the period of about a month, if they kept pursuing her, she lost her feelings of attraction. And if they stopped pursuing her, she lost her feelings of attraction. So basically, she didn't stay attracted to any man for more than a month. How's that for a set of disempowering rules? So again, you need to analyze what your rules are. Just ask yourself the question, what does it take in order for me to feel like I'm successful? What does it take in order for me to feel intelligent, for me to feel like I'm loved? What does it take for me to be attracted to another person? And then ask yourself, are these rules appropriate? I have a question for you, by the way. Is it possible that you could be having a great experience and feel lousy about it just based on your rules? Is it possible, for example, you could be helping other people, making a difference, and not feel it? Sure, because you could have such stringent rules about how you had to do something perfectly that you wouldn't get the joy from it. So realize the power that occurs when we make a shift in our rules. When you find your rules are disempowering, change them. And all it takes to change them is to make some new decisions about how to define success, love, respect, or any other aspect of your life. Here are the final 3 points. Number 5, don't expect people to live by your rules if you don't tell them what they are. Gosh, we've talked about this a little bit already, but I want to reinforce it. If you want to take control of your life, if you want to do well in business, if you want to be a great negotiator, if you want to be able to have impact on your children, if you want to be close to your spouse, then for gosh sakes, tell them up front what your rules are. If I want to go into business with someone, the most important thing I do in the beginning of that relationship is let them know what the rules are from my perspective and see what their rules are. Say, listen, what does it take for you to know that our relationship's working? How often do we have to communicate? What's necessary? I'll give you an example. I was talking to a friend of mine who's a pretty well-known celebrity, and we were talking back and forth about different things and about rules, and he was telling me he didn't have very many friends. And I said, well, I see all these people around you who really do care about you. I'm sure you have lots of friends. I think you've just got rules that are pretty stringent about friendship. Maybe your friends aren't meeting your rules because you aren't telling them what your rules for friendship are. He said, well, I guess I really don't even know what they are consciously. I said, that's pretty clear. And one of his number one rules are, if you're really a friend, you talk at least 2 or 3 times a week. Now, gosh, I have friends all over the world, people who I love. Some of my best friends sometimes I don't talk to for a month just because of the intensity of my life and how I'm living and what I'm doing. And I also get an average of 100 phone calls a day. There's no physical way I could talk to everybody 2 or 3 times a week. There just aren't enough hours in the day. So the bottom line with this person, I said, well, do you feel like I'm your friend? And this person said, well, yeah, you're my friend. I know you're my friend, but, sometimes it doesn't feel like it because we don't talk enough. I said, wow, I never knew that. See, if you don't tell me that's your rule, how am I supposed to know? I said, my rules for friendship are real simple. Love me and I love you. And whenever we get together, let's be absolutely with each other. Let's care about each other. Let's always be there for each other when we're needed. And let's think of fun things to do with each other. But I don't have a timeline. I don't care if it's once a week, once a day, once a month, once a year. All I care is that caring and support for each other. That mutual feeling of growth and expansion. So my rules are a little bit easier. So guess what? I have tons of friends. I have lots of friends. He has a long list, and I only gave you one of them, and that's why he felt like he didn't have very many friends. So think about it up front. And by the way, even though you try and clarify all the rules up front in a relationship, you're going to screw up. You're going to forget to communicate one of your rules, and you're going to feel upset about someone doing something or saying something that you didn't tell someone you wouldn't appreciate them doing. You assumed they would know. Never assume when it comes to rules. Communicate. That's the key. I'll give you an example. Did you ever have a friend who told you something? They didn't tell you it was private. And so you thought it was a great example or a good idea. And so you try to help somebody else by sharing that experience with somebody else, a stranger. And then this friend of yours found out about it later on and got extremely upset. I've certainly had that happen. And you know what? It happened more than once. So I finally realized, hey, I need to ask people permission. Can I tell the story of what's happened with you so that I meet their rules? Some people say, oh, I don't care. Sure. Some people say, no, I'd rather you didn't. That's why it's important that when you get in a game, quote unquote, with someone, find out as many of their rules as possible. Remember this too. So much pain in our lives comes from the fact that we have expectations that aren't met. So if you let people know what your rules are in advance, you handle those expectations up front. Last night I was talking with Ken Blanchard. Ken and Marge and Becky and I got together and we had a great dinner and we were sharing ideas back and forth and we were talking about rules. And Ken shared with me the story of a couple of years back when he coached a soccer team. Now, Ken doesn't know anything about soccer, but he decided he wanted to coach a soccer team, and he got together with this other man who was a great coach. I think he said he was from Peru. I may be wrong about that, but the point was this man didn't speak very much English, but he was a phenomenal coach on the skills of soccer. So Ken said, I'll tell you what, you take on the skills side, I'll take on the human side, and we'll make this thing go. But we're going to make this really fun. So they got together, they got a team, but they didn't do what all the traditional coaches do, because Ken's real turned off by all these parents where it's more important for them to win the game than it is for the kids. And so he decided that instead of going with all the other coaches and going to the draft, that's where traditionally all these kids go out and try out and all these parents sit back who own teams and they try to figure out who they're going to try and get the best kids. They said, you know what? They told the other coaches, we don't want to go to the draft. You guys just give us whatever kids you want. They said, what? You're not going to the draft? What are you, crazy? You have to do that. You must do that. Based on whose rules? Their rules, not Ken's rules. So Ken said, I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter to me. It's fine. We'll just give us whoever you want to. Well, sure enough, in the middle of the frenzy of the draft, all these different coaches start picking the best kids, and they start feeling a little guilty. So they said, well, we got to give them some good kids. So they gave Ken and his partner 2 kids who were really good, but nobody wanted these kids. And the reason was these were real troublemakers. They were always bad sports. They're creating problems on the team. They didn't listen to instruction. So they figured, okay, they're good. We can feel like we've met the rules of fairness, but we don't want these kids. Well, Ken wasn't stupid. The 1-minute manager, he knows a little bit about people and what they do and how to manage relationships, and he did something absolutely brilliant. He pulled these kids aside. He called them on the phone first and said, I want to meet you before practice. Meet me at 31 Flavors. So they met at Baskin and Robbins, he and the other coach. And these 2 kids walk in trying to figure out what's going to go on. Every other team they've ever gotten on, they said, we know you're a troublemaker. You may be good, but you're not going to cause trouble on our team. That's not what Ken did. Ken has different rules about how to deal with people. He pulled them in and said, hey, what's your favorite ice cream? Got him a couple cones and said, you know what? I am so thrilled we got you guys. Because we weren't at the draft. We were lucky to get you. We know how skillful you guys are, and we want to make you guys our assistant coaches. Well, you can imagine the response from these kids. What? Yeah, we need your help. We can't pull this thing off without you. We need your help to really make this thing fly. That's a different way of dealing with people, isn't it? So after setting up these kids as coaches, now they have all this self-esteem brewing within themselves, and they're setting up rules now. They start holding themselves to a higher standard. They start operating out of the rules that coaches have instead of the rules of troublemaking kids. Change them completely. Then Ken decided he was going to communicate to all the parents what the rules of the game were going to be on his team. So he asked all the parents to come to the first practice. And he said, we'd just like to share with you the goals that we have this year for the team so you can decide whether or not you want your kid to play on our team. And one parent said, well, our kid was assigned to your team. We don't really have a choice, do we? He said, well, of course you have a choice. Whatever you want to do, we just want you to be aware of how we're going to play. He said, we have 4 goals for this season. Goal number 1 is we want these kids to have great skills. We're going to definitely teach them to play soccer. And my assistant coach here is fantastic in that area. So we want them to be strong. Goal number 2, we want to teach these kids to play team. This is a team sport, and life is a team sport. So we want them to understand they're not just an individual, but they got to interact with other people to win the big game. 3, we want to make sure these kids learn to be great sports. If your kid's got great skills, but he's a poor sport, he's going to have those skills on the bench. He's going to be sitting there because we won't have anybody in the team who's not a good sport. And 4th, we're going to have fun. Those are 4 goals for the season. We just want you to know what they are. One of the parents said, well, what about winning? And Ken looked at him and said, well, we're not about winning. That's not what we're doing it for. Well, you can imagine that violates a few people's rules who are involved in sports. He said, listen, we're going to win, but that's not what we're here to do. He said, we're here to teach these kids these first 4 skills. If we teach kids really the skills of soccer. We teach them to play team. We teach them to be good sports. We teach them to have fun. He said, we're going to beat a lot of teams. But he said, winning is a byproduct. It is not our goal. Well, some people got real upset about it, but at least they knew the rules up front. They got a chance to adjust to it. And you know what happened? They went undefeated that year. In fact, they had one game where the assistant coach wasn't there, and Ken didn't even know how many periods there were in soccer. And he said it was so funny. He was getting a little bit stressed about the idea, and he arrived at the soccer field, and guess who met him in the parking lot? His two assistant coaches. They said, Mr. Blanchard, we know you're probably worried about this, but don't worry, we'll handle things today. See, if you let people know the rules up front, you can have a lot of fun. If people's expectations are clear and are simple, we can all win the game of life. Start thinking of new rules, new ways of responding that empower you and the people around you. Here's point number 6. Too many must rules create a tremendous amount of stress, both for yourself and other people. Let me give you a classic illustration of this. Think of the rules that we had in our society for women, say 20 years ago. The overall rules of what did it take to be successful? Well, most people would offer some set of rules that would sound something like, well, what you must do, really, a lot of things you could do or should do, but what you must do is take care of your family, make sure they're in great shape. Is that the only must rule that women have given themselves in today's society? No way. Women today have to be super women. They have to do everything and be perfect at it all. They got to not just take care of their family and their friends, but they got to have the perfect body. They got to contribute. They got to stop nuclear war. And they got to be the ultimate business person on top of all the above. I mean, think about that. Do you think that might create a little stress in your life, having that many musts in order for you to feel successful? And women are not the only ones in our society. Our children today are under tremendous stress because of the expectations. And a lot of them have just decided there are too many musts. I'm out of here. I'm not going to do anything. And they cop out. See, if we get too many musts, we just want to leave. We don't want to play the game anymore. We lose our enthusiasm and our passion for life. See, high self-esteem comes from feeling like you have control over events, not that events have control over you. And when you have this many must rules, the chances of them being violated is great. You're not going to feel like you're in charge of your life. You're going to feel like you're in reaction. I'll never forget the advice I heard given by 20 families, all of which had quintuplets. This is a program on CNN. And they asked each of the parents, what has been the most important thing you've learned that's given you guys sanity throughout this time? And the one message that was echoed again and again was simply this: don't have too many rules. Because with this many bodies in motion, this many different personalities, all at the same time, if you got too many rules, you're going to go crazy because the law of averages says they're going to be violated constantly, and you're going to be in stress, being in reaction to all this stuff. And I thought, well, it doesn't just work with quintuplets. It probably works in life. If you really want to succeed, make it so you don't have too many must rules. Have a few shoulds. Make the must the ones that are worth giving yourself pain for if you don't follow through. The ones you want to make sure you follow through on. And other ones, make them shoulds or coulds and create a life that has a little bit more space for yourself. And here's our final point, point 7. Make sure you have plenty of must rules. How's that for a nice contradiction? The point is this. We need some must rules to make sure we'll follow through, that we'll take action. Remember the example we talked about earlier. Anybody who is fit, anybody who's healthy has some pretty strong must rules about how they got to eat, how they got to live, how they have to exercise. So we all need some structure. We all need something. The human spirit needs to resist against something that causes us to be stronger. And rules can be that context. They can get us to follow through. They can get us to cause ourselves to grow and expand. And what rules really are, again, are personal standards. And if we don't have any standards for ourselves, we won't expand. So life is a balance. You don't want too many must rules, nor do you want to go without them. Now, I've dumped a ton on your brain here in this session, this idea of rules, so remember what they are. Rules are your personal standards. They're your beliefs about what you must do or should do in order to feel a certain way, in order to experience something. They tell you when to feel good and when to feel bad. So here's your assignment. Sit down and write down, what does it take in order for you to feel successful? Answer the question thoroughly. 2, what does it take for you to feel loved? And by the way, it may be different by your kids than it is by, let's say, your spouse. 3, what does it take for you to feel confident? 4, what does it take for you to feel like you're excellent at something? As you answer those questions, I then want you to look at those rules and ask yourself this question: are these rules appropriate? Have I made it really hard to feel good? and real easy to feel bad by having like 29 things that have to occur simultaneously for me to feel successful? If that's true, change your rules. Come up with a definition that empowers you. Something that will make you grow, but something that you're in control of. Make it easy to feel good. I'll tell you a way to start out phrasing your new rules. Start out with a phrase, anytime I. See, not after I do 29 things, anytime I. So for example, what it takes for me to feel loved is anytime I'm being loving, I feel love in my life. You know what's great about that rule? I'm in control. I get to ring the bell. I can at any moment make myself feel loved by just being loving. I'm in charge of that. That's easy. It's simple. It's a winnable game. So ask yourself, what does it take for you to feel these feelings? Look at those rules, and if they're inappropriate, change them. And thirdly, have some fun. Go to some polling. Go find out what people's rules are around you. For example, notice what your relationship with someone. You're a father, you're a mother, and you want to find out what your children's rules are for you. That might be interesting to find out. Kids have rules for you just like you have rules for your kids. For example, I'll never forget the first day I tried this with my son Joshua. And I said, Josh, what must a dad do or be for his son? He looked at me kind of funny and said, what do you mean? I said, well, for me to be a great dad, or for a dad to be a great dad as a whole, what must the dad do or be? And he thought for a moment, he kind of smiled, and he said, well, a dad must love his son. I said, okay, what else? He said, well, a dad must really care about his son. I said, okay. He said, a dad must really be there for his son when his son needs him. I said, okay. And all those were things I expected. I said, what else must a father do or be in order to be a great dad? He said, well, in order to be a great dad, a dad must not tell his son all the answers on his homework. I said, what? That was a rule I didn't know he had. And I said, why is that? He said, well, because if your dad tells you the answers all the time, then you'll never figure out the answers for yourself, and someday you're going to have to figure it out for yourself. He told me this when he was 9 years old. I thought, pretty perceptive, pretty amazing. I said, well, what should a dad do? He had a lot of shoulds. And I said, what shouldn't a dad do? He said one of his shouldn'ts was a dad shouldn't take his son to the video arcade and let him play games all the time. I said, oh, he shouldn't do that, huh? I said, I noticed that isn't a must not. That's just a shouldn't. And he kind of laughed. But it was interesting to hear. And you know what? When I asked him, what must a mother do or be for her son, he had different rules for moms than he did for dads. And one of his rules for moms was, a mom must tickle her son's feet every single night she's home. I said, that's a must? He said, yeah. You know why? Becky has always tickled his toes since he was a baby. And he links that to love. So if we're home and he doesn't get his toes tickled, he doesn't feel like she's being a great mom. It's funny, the little rules that we have inside. I said, well, let me ask you about you. What must a son do or be in order to be a great son with his parents? He said, well, a son must be loyal. A son must have good manners. A son must be loving. A son must be giving. I said, what must a son never do with his family? He said, well, a son must never do drugs. I thought, wow, I'm glad that's a must never and it's not a maybe or a should not. I said, what else must a son never do? He said, a son must never commit suicide. He could have knocked me over with a feather. I said, wow, he's 9 years old. We've never talked about this. He's saying a son must never commit suicide. I didn't know how to handle it at first, but I thought, you know what? I'm really glad that's a must never. For some people, it's a shouldn't, and that's why some people aren't here. For him to commit suicide would be massive pain. He's got that at 9 years old. How fantastic. See, we all have rules, whether we know it or not. They're governing our thinking. Go do some exploration. I remember one time when we started talking about this, Becky was feeling kind of down and out because we got in late for Halloween and she hadn't had time to like decorate the castle and put up streamers and all that kind of stuff. And she was feeling like she wasn't being a good mom. She was really beating herself up. And I said, you know, honey, you do everything. You work so hard. You contribute so much. I said, why don't you give yourself a break? I said, you know what? You're doing all this stuff because you think you must do it, like you have to, like it's a rule. But is it your rule or is it the kids' rules? I said, do you think they must have it? She said, yes, they've always had it. That's how they know. It's how they know I care. I said, why don't you go take a poll? Why don't you go ask them, what must a mom do at Halloween for them to feel like it's a great Halloween? You know what? Their rules have changed as they've gotten older. Our rules do change as we live our lives. And you know what? Becky found out that these weren't their rules. They were her rules. She felt like she had to do things in order to feel like she was a great mom. And you know what? She finally just got off of it. And she didn't need to do that. We did other things that made the kids really feel fulfilled. The same thing at Christmas time. We have some people that sometimes come and visit with us at Christmas, and now what we do is we find out what are their rules for Christmas. What has to happen for you to feel like this is a great Christmas? Some people have to like sing songs. Some people have to like make cookies. We're not into cookies, but we did that with somebody because that's what makes them feel loved. That's their rule for that. For some people, they don't celebrate Christmas. They celebrate Hanukkah. It's a whole different frame. Then obviously we want to meet their rules. And what we do is we get together and try and meet everybody's rules so everybody's happy. You can't do it always, but if you're conscious and you know what the rules are, you can win. If you don't know the rules, you're guaranteed to lose. You're going to violate them. If you understand people's needs, you can meet them, and every relationship in your life will be expanded. Understanding rules can allow you to eliminate most of the pain in your life and increase the pleasure. One of the challenges that companies have, that families have, and that individuals who are in relationship have all the time usually revolves around this one fundamental issue, and that is the way in which you and I communicate with each other. In fact, out of all the experience I've had, I've developed a whole new technology that I'm very passionate about. I call it reality bridging. It's a technology for communication mastery. It allows us to communicate with each other in a way that takes out a lot of the stress and a lot of the pain and a lot of the problems. And I'm starting to do it now in companies and seeing absolutely incredible results. And I've also now begun to use it with individuals and just seen incredible changes. I worked with a couple the other day who were literally at the point of divorce, and it took me about 15 minutes of utilizing this technology to completely turn it around. So it's very simple, it's very basic, but it's also very powerful. Because our ability to master our communication style, our communication abilities, really is the ability to master our life. And I think maybe we got to start with some presuppositions that I'm building all this upon. If you've been to any of my other seminars, I usually start most of my seminars talking about how the quality of our life is the quality of our communication. And I want to reinforce that theme here before we begin talking about anything else. In other words, it's not the events of our life that determine how we feel about things or how things turn out, but rather how we communicate to ourselves about the events of our life. It's not what happens, in other words, it's what we do with what happens inside of our head that determines how we feel and how we react. If we want to really master our life, we got to master the way we communicate, number one, with ourselves before we ever master the way we communicate with other people. In other words, I can't communicate to you what my real needs are if I don't know what they are. If I'm just reacting to you, if I'm just responding to you out of anger or upset or frustration, I've got to know what I really want if I'm going to get you to help me to achieve it, and vice versa. I got to understand what you really want if I'm going to meet your needs. And even more importantly, you and I have to realize, beyond meeting each other's needs, that the way we're feeling about anything in our life is based upon the meaning that we associate to that situation. In other words, nothing in life has any meaning except the meaning we give it. I'll give you an example. The other day I read about a gentleman in Hawaii who was out body surfing off of Kauai, the island of Kauai. And what happened? He was attacked by a shark, and the shark literally bit off one of his legs from just above the kneecap down. Unbelievably gross, unbelievably intense. Now, what does that mean to this man's life? Well, it's going to mean whatever he makes up about it. Whatever he decides it means is going to determine how he feels. Now, what would be a logical meaning based on how most of us in life look at things? Well, most people would say the meaning is he lost something. He lost a leg. He's going to be marred for life. He's going to be scarred for life. Not true for this man. There was an interview done with this man a couple days later. And the reason the interview was done was not just to tell a story, but he requested it because he was very concerned that as a result of the attack on him and the loss of his leg by sharks, that all of a sudden people are going out in the waters and seeking them out and trying to kill them off. And he tried to explain to people on both radio and television interviews that really it wasn't that bad. That the reality is that he was responsible. He knew there were sharks in that water. He knew he shouldn't be water surfing there, that they were just doing what they do naturally. And the bottom line is he had learned an incredible lesson. Oh my gosh, can you believe this? I don't think I would respond quite so healthily. But I can tell you one thing, it was amazing. This man created a meaning, and it was an empowering meaning for himself. He actually focused on the shark and what was going to happen to sharks because of the situation rather than himself. At our certification last year, on one day I brought in 3 people who were incredibly special. A gentleman named Kevin Saunders, one named Mick Davis, and a gentleman named Dax. I brought them all in because they've all been through incredible physical tragedies. One's a paraplegic, one's a quadriplegic, and one's entire body was burned off, all their skin, and was blinded by this experience. And I brought them in because they're some of the most happy, well-adjusted, successful people that I know. They're better off than most people that have all their limbs and all their body intact. They seem to have more joy, more fun, more playfulness. And I brought them in so that everybody else in the room would get one message real clear. You have no problems. You know, if you look at these people and see how happy they are, you know you have no problems. You have no right to feel bad. And the reason they feel good is they have mastered their communication with one person, themselves. They've mastered the meaning they've associated to things. You know, you talk to Kevin Saunders, paraplegic, but that's not how he labels himself. He was in a grain elevator accident. And you know what happened? He lost the use of his legs. But he's become a wheelchair athlete. He won a bronze medal in the Olympics and the wheelchair competitions. He's absolutely one of the most inspirational people you ever meet. And he's going out helping kids to stay off drugs and helping other people that are in wheelchairs to understand that, hey, being in a wheelchair doesn't mean that you don't have the same opportunities. In fact, you can get some places faster in a wheelchair than other people can with their legs. He also has a dream to be a leading man in the movies. And he got himself a part alongside Tom Cruise in Born on the 4th of July. I mean, this man is a total inspiration because the meaning of his accident was not that he was marred for life, not that he lost opportunity, but that he was offered a new set of challenges. Mick Davis, when he was a young man, got drunk when he was in high school. And one day, being a top athlete in peak condition, he managed to screw up his entire body by taking a leap off a bridge into what he thought was a full area of water that was only 2 feet deep. He broke his neck and became a quadriplegic for life. What happened? He looked for a deeper meaning in his experience, a deeper meaning in life. And to be around him makes you feel incredible. He's learned how to find the adventure in a smile, how to appreciate even the smallest things in life. He's now an artist. He's a poet. He writes poems with a pencil in his lips. And he does drawings. He has incredible character. He's a demonstration of the power of the human spirit. Dax had his entire body burned off, all of his skin, and he was blinded. And you know what? He's become an attorney since then. He's learned how to give his experience a meaning that is empowering instead of disempowering. This is the first lesson of life that you and I have to master. We can't communicate to anybody else until we first learn how to communicate to ourselves in an empowering way. Part of what would make us better at communicating with each other would be if we understood what we're communicating for. See, if you understand why you're doing something, you're usually a lot better at it, aren't you? But think about it. Why do you communicate? See, most people don't know the answer to this question. Recently, I was invited to come into a major Fortune 500 company, and they invited me to come in to speak for a full day. And they said, we'd like you to help us turn around this division. And they talked to me about the division and said it was terrible, and all these people that were in the division were egomaniacs, and they all took advantage of each other, and they were real haughty, and they treated each other lousy. And this is the vice president of the company telling me this. And I said, well, how do you feel about them? He said, well, I think they're jerks. I said, well, we got to start with maybe your vision of who these people are. I said, you got to understand, these people are not jerks. But you know what they do is they're behaving in a way that you don't appreciate and very few people appreciate. In fact, they don't even appreciate each other. I said, but we can turn this around. He said, well, I'm going to tell you that we've had almost everybody come in and talk to these people. Nothing's ever worked. So I thought to myself, boy, this is really inspirational. Why am I coming in here? I thought, well, it'll be a great challenge. And it really worked. And it helped me to really refine this technology. What I first did, though, is I sat down with all these people, and I started finding out, why do you guys communicate? Why do you guys talk to each other? What's the purpose of communication? And then I taught them these technologies for turning it around, and it worked like magic. It's really what sold me on using this technology ongoing. But let me ask you the question, same question I asked them. Why do you communicate? Why? Think about it. What do you communicate for? Say it out loud. Say it to me back here on the tape. I'm listening to you. Why do we communicate? Well, some people say, well, I communicate to make a difference. Or I communicate because that's how you learn things. Or I communicate because it makes me grow. Or some people say, I communicate to survive. Or I communicate to get love. Some people say, I communicate to give love. Or maybe you communicate so you can have an impact. Some people communicate to try and control. Some communicate to try and understand things more. Some communicate just to release energy. Some people say, well, I communicate because communication is what life's about. Some people say, well, I communicate so I can build things. Or I communicate so I can create things. Or I communicate to get even. There's all kinds of ways to communicate. Why are you communicating? Why do you do it? Think about it. What's the purpose of communication? Very few people know the answer to this question. See, most of us in life get caught up in a habit of doing something. And we just do it that way over and over again until pretty soon we forgot why we even started, why we're even doing it in the first place. You don't want to become unconscious. Unconscious communication creates pain. It hurts you and it hurts the people around you. So stop and think, why do we communicate? We communicate, I think, for 3 reasons. Number 1, we communicate to create a positive feeling inside of ourselves or to amplify a positive feeling we're already having. In other words, to make it even better. For example, when you're really excited about something, how come you want to tell somebody else about it? Because in telling somebody else about it makes you feel even better, doesn't it? It expands the feeling. It makes it even stronger usually. That's why you want to go out and share a feeling. The reason you want to share your feelings is to make yourself feel better. That's the number one reason, either to feel good right now or to take a good feeling and expand it. The second major reason you communicate is to get rid of negative feelings, to get out of a negative feeling or a negative state. See, why do you go tell someone else how you're feeling? Because you're hoping that, well, in telling them, maybe they'll tell you something back that'll change how you feel. Or if you're angry, you think, well, gosh, if I, let them know how I'm feeling, if I get this out of my system, then maybe I won't feel so bad anymore. So the second major reason we communicate is get out of a negative feeling. And the third reason we communicate is real simple, to create a new result. We don't like the way something's happening. We don't want this to happen. We want to change something. Well, how do we get ourselves to change something? We communicate it. We communicate it to ourselves. We communicate it to other people. So the purpose of communication is to create a positive feeling or amplify a positive feeling we're already having, or to get rid of a negative feeling or at least lessen it, or 3, to create a new result. But I got a question for you. Why do you want to create a new result? Why do you want to change anything? The only reason you want to do anything in your life is because you think if you do that, if you get that sailboat, if you get someone here to start cooperating, you think you'll feel better. Isn't that true? The only reason you try to create new results, to make changes, is to feel good. Why do you want to get out of that negative feeling? Because you want to feel good. In other words, I can take everything you can ever tell me, whether it's you say I communicate to make a difference. Why? Because making a difference makes you what? Feel good. You say I communicate because I want to share this. Why do you want to share it? Because it makes you feel good. So, well, I communicate, in order to contribute. Why do you want to contribute? So you can feel good. I do it to release energy, to get rid of a negative feeling so you could what? Feel good. My question to you is, why do we communicate as human beings? In order to what? Feel good. But the challenge is most of us don't communicate in ways that make us feel good or anybody else. See, Kevin Saunders, Mick Davis, and Dax all know how to communicate to themselves in ways that make them feel good so they can take advantage of their life. You go, yeah, but they're not being very realistic. Neither is that guy with a shark. Oh, yeah? What's realistic? Being stupid? What we have to do is learn to communicate in a way that empowers us to enjoy our life, to take action, to make a difference. And most of us don't communicate to ourselves in a way that makes us feel good. We beat ourselves up. Rarely does that make you change your life and make yourself really do something more effectively. So we've got to learn how to communicate to ourselves first, more effectively. Then we can communicate better to other people. But we got to understand our goal is to make ourselves feel good. Secondly, we got to know that if we're going to communicate well to other people, we can't do that by making them wrong, by attacking them, by telling them how screwed up they are. We've got to make sure that we communicate in a way that creates change, but does it in a way that feels good to that other person as well. Not just in the short term, but in the long term. And we're going to talk about both of these elements. But first, let's understand something else. The first step to being able to communicate more effectively is to really get clear on how to communicate within yourself. I'm going to give you something I call a reality check. It's going to be 7 questions I'm going to teach you to ask yourself, that when you ask these 7 questions, you'll get clear about what things really mean. You'll get clear about what you really want. And then you'll be able to communicate better to the other people instead of just reacting or responding out of stress. But also, I'd like you to consider something else. And I do this with companies, and it works like magic. It's such a simple thing. And it's kind of hard to describe just verbally. You almost have to do it to appreciate it. But let me tell it to you anyway. I teach people that the reason they're not communicating well is because they're in a stress state. Now, to stay out of a stress state, you could say, make your life perfect. That's pretty hard to do. Or you could interrupt your pattern. In other words, when you get stressed, there's certain things you do. Maybe you smoke a cigarette, or all of a sudden you lash out at somebody, or you all of a sudden curse, or maybe you close in and you get real quiet, or you retract your love from somebody. We all have weird patterns of things we do when we get stressed, especially in communication. The way to deal with those patterns is to, number one, identify what they are. So we usually get an exercise where I bring people together and I say, here's step 1. And by the way, the exercise I describe for them, I'd like you to do it here. The first step is to write down and be honest with yourself, dirt honest. How do you communicate when you are stressed? In other words, what are some of your patterns? What do you do verbally and what do you do non-verbally? What do you say to people when you get angry or stressed? How do you respond to them? And how do you do it non-verbally? What kind of facial expressions? What kind of gestures? What kind of movements? What are some of the things you do? Because see, if you identify this, you'll be aware of it. And all of a sudden you'll catch yourself doing it and you'll stop it in the future. So step number 1 is we have people write that down. And step number 2 is this. After you've written down all the ways you communicate when you're stressed, both verbally and non-verbally, and you've really been honest with yourself, you might get a little chuckle as you take a look at how you really are. Step 2 is answer this question. how do you try to get leverage on people when you're not getting your way? What do I mean by that? Well, what I mean is, let's say there's something that's real important, you're not getting your way and you're stressed out. How do you try to get leverage? Do you get leverage by crying? Do you get leverage by demanding? Do you get leverage and get them to do what you want by pulling rank? Do you do it by getting really intense, making people fearful of you? Do you do it by, acting like it doesn't matter and pretending like nothing ever matters and being a martyr? What do you do to try and get leverage? What do you do? And be honest with yourself. And I'd like you to take a moment right now and write down the answers to these two questions. Now, if you're in your car, obviously you can't write it down now, but you can, while you're driving, answer these questions in your head. And I want you to do that right now. Take a moment to do it right now. Stop the tape and do it right now. Here's what I do in corporations, and I've done it with individuals and found it to be equally valuable, but you got to have a group of people. So you may be able to do this with some of your friends, or you may want to go to work today and try this. Get a group of people together who are committed to really doing this and say, look, we want to find out how we all communicate when we're stressed so we can support each other and not being so stressed and taking care of each other better and getting the results we're really here for and making the whole process more fun. So you have everybody do what you've done so far. Write down all the ways they communicate verbally and non-verbally when they're stressed. Secondly, have them be honest and write down all the ways they try to get leverage on people when they're not getting what they want. And then thirdly, we ask a third question, and that is, how have you communicated well when you've been stressed? I mean, there have been times when you've been stressed and you did communicate well to other people, haven't there? Where, even though you were stressed, you still cared about other people, you still interacted with them, you kept rapport, you may even made things work. Model yourself. How did you communicate well in that time? And the last question is, how would you communicate even better in the future if you wanted to? You just get people thinking. See, if you focus on even the most simple question, ask and you shall receive, you'll get a good answer. Now, here's what makes the exercise fun. After they've all done this on paper, we'll get a group of, let's say, 5 people together, and we'll have a person stand up. One of them stands up in front of the group, and we pre-frame everybody and tell them, this must be a fun exercise. You must have fun with this. This cannot be serious. If it is, we will come find you. So the bottom line is you got to play with this, and you're not to make anybody wrong in this process. So the first person gets up, and their goal is to put a very sheepish grin on their face and answer the first question where they say, well, the way I used to communicate when I was stressed was, and they tell everybody. And everybody there kind of grins and laughs and teases and harasses them about it. Then the second question they answer is, well, the way I used to try and get leverage on people when I wasn't getting my way was, and then they tell everybody that was a sheepish grin on their face, and again, everybody teases and harasses them. Then they go to the third question. And the third question here is they'll say, the way I think you guys see me when I'm stressed is. Now, we tell people in this exercise, it might be smart for you to tell people exactly how you think they see you and not to pull any punches, because they probably won't. Because the fourth question you're to ask is, how do you guys see me when I'm stressed? Usually when most of these people get to the third step, they go, I think you guys see me as an absolute jerk. And people start laughing hysterically, and they go, well, now that you mention it, yeah, it does come across that way at times. And what happens is you have people that may be angry with each other, but when they see this other person doing a caricature of themselves, talking about how they were being a jerk or ridiculous or dumb or whatever the case may be, laughter comes in. And boy, laughter sure changes human communication. And what also happens is the person finishes the exercise by saying, in the future when I'm stressed, here's how I'm going to communicate to you guys, and I want your help. If you see me not doing this, you have permission to come to me and say, hey, would you communicate the way we talked about in that seminar? And I'd like to have permission that if I'm stressed to come to you and ask for your help. What this creates is a bond. Again, it works with a family as powerfully as it does inside a corporation. And if you really do it all out, and it doesn't take much to do it because it starts to be fun, and when it's fun, people do a lot more of it. What happens is 2 things occur. Number 1, you start identifying your own patterns, and when you start making fun of yourself in those areas, you'll catch yourself in the future, and you'll even laugh at yourself. That'll stop the stress pattern and cause you to communicate so much more effectively that things will really work between you and the people you're talking with. And secondly, you'll catch each other doing this. And we all need a little help because we all get off track. I don't care how great a communicator we are. So if we really want to master our life, one thing we got to do is master the patterns of communicating that we have when we're stressed and create some better patterns, ones that empower us. Now let's go a step further than this. Beyond stress, what else keeps us from really having a communication that works between 2 people? In other words, if we want to make sure communication really works, where it makes each person feel good and it creates a new result in our lives, in our business, in our family, in our relationship. The only way we'll make sure that communication works is if we understand that communication only fails to work when 2 different people have a different reality about something. Now, what do I mean by that? When two people get together and they feel very strongly about what something means and they have a different idea of what something means. For instance, my wife and I have different rules for this idea of respect. See, my idea of respect is if you respect somebody, you share how you feel with intensity. My wife's idea of respect is, hey, if you respect somebody, you never raise your voice. If you respect somebody, if you don't have something good to tell them, you don't say anything at all. Well, you can imagine the kind of challenges that come out of that. We both used to have fights, and our fights were always because we had linked a different meaning to the same behaviors. I linked a positive meaning to one behavior, and she linked a negative one. In other words, we held a totally different reality for the same situation. See, some people have managed to lose a leg or an arm or something like that, and they're not upset. Why? Because the meaning to them is not loss. Most people's emotion, whatever it is, starts with a sense of loss. They feel like they've lost respect or they've lost love or the person doesn't care as much about them anymore and they have a sense of loss, and they convert that loss into a feeling of being hurt. And then they convert that hurt into anger. And then sometimes they express it and sometimes they keep it in. And eventually for many people this becomes depression because they don't deal with it. Well, most of our losses are made up in our head. It's because the meaning we linked. Hey, this guy who lost his leg by the shark does not have a sense of loss, and he's not depressed, and he's not angry, he's not even hurt. Just because he mastered the meaning within himself. But the problem is somebody will get with him and go, what's the matter with you? Have you lost track of reality? What's the matter with you? You lost your leg. And they'll sit there and try and get him to their idea of reality. See, if you've ever had an upset with somebody else, if your communication has ever broken down, it's either because you're just stressed or it's because you and this other person have a different perception of reality in this moment. You have a different meaning you've attached to the same situation. One person thinks doing something is wrong, another person thinks doing it is right. And that is where the communication breaks down. So how do we turn it around? The answer is we build a bridge, what I call a reality bridge. A reality bridge is a way for us to realize that, hey, the reason we're communicating, the reason we're doing this, even though we both have different views on this, is because we want to make life better for each other. We want to make our business better for each other. We want to stay connected. We want to build a bridge that causes us to continue to feel good about each other while we look for a solution that helps us to bridge our realities. How do I take all this verbalization and make it simple? Let's start with this. There are a couple of core beliefs that you need to have about other people if you want to communicate well. If you have these beliefs, what will happen is you'll interpret people's behaviors in a way where you don't judge people, where you don't hold a reality that's so different from them that you can't have any rapport. See, I can tell you right now how to destroy communication for the rest of your life with anybody. It's very simple. All you got to do is judge people. All you got to do is make people wrong. See, here's the cardinal rule that you must never violate if you want a relationship to last, if you want communication to be strong between you and another person. And that is simply this. Never, never, ever question another person's intent. You can question all day long my behaviors, whether they're the best behaviors or the right behaviors in a situation. But if you question whether or not I was doing it for the right reasons, like I was doing it just to hurt you or because I don't care about you, what do you think that does to the way I feel towards you? Well, number one thing it does, it makes me have a sense of loss. It makes me feel hurt. Like, how could you think that way about me? Obviously, I care about you. And if you keep fighting and you keep attacking, pretty soon you can destroy that communication with that person, maybe even destroy the relationship if you're not careful. So you don't want to question people's intent. How can we get around that? Again, by interpreting human beings and human behavior in a whole new way and by adopting some new beliefs. And here's the first belief you need to operate from if you want to build quality communication from now on. And that is simply this. People are not their behaviors. See, if somebody does something, it isn't necessarily who they are or what they're about. Have you ever done something yourself where after you did it, you said, I can't believe I said that or I did it? Of course you have. And have you ever done it and been embarrassed? Have you ever said to yourself, gosh, I wish I hadn't said that or treated that person this way. That's not really me. That's not what I'm about. Come on, have you ever done that? I bet you have. And the reality is, you weren't being yourself in that moment. You are not your behaviors, certainly more than your behaviors. You're more than your mind or anything else. And so if you're that way, aren't other people the same? See, can't you look at other people and say, I don't like that behavior. But see, if you attack a person individually, you got a problem. Because we all respond to attacks usually by following back with an attack of our own. We defend or we deny or we push back even harder than the person pushed at us. See, if somebody does something that appears to you to be vicious, the first thing you might want to do is use a softer word. Maybe it wasn't vicious, maybe it was unkind. And secondly, that doesn't mean they're an unkind person. That doesn't mean you should make excuses for them or let them continue to do it. But But you don't want to judge somebody. Judging someone destroys communication. It breaks down the lines of communication. Nobody wants to be judged, least of all you. So make sure you give to other people what you want. Give people the benefit of the doubt. And know that if they did something that appears to be selfish, it doesn't mean they're selfish. Don't generalize about people or your communication will be destroyed. Secondly, remember the core belief that people are always doing the best they can with the resources they have. Meaning, if this person in front of you is not doing their job and they keep screwing up and you're really upset with them, you need to stop and say, this person's doing the best they can with the resources they have. They're not an unresourceful person. They're probably in an unresourceful state. And it'll help you to remember that what you need to do is change their state and not judge the person. Thirdly, remember the belief that no matter how thin you slice it, there are always two sides. When you're starting to feel really righteous, like you're really judging somebody, like they're really screwing up and you're doing the right things, remember the phrase, no matter how thin I slice it, there are always two sides. There's another view to this, no matter how strongly you feel. And the major belief I want you to remember is this one. And this is a belief that can instantaneously transform the way you interact and communicate to anyone for the rest of your life, especially in stressful situations. And by the way, it's a belief that comes from a book called A Course in Miracles, which I read years ago. In any human communication, the response you get from someone is either a loving response or a cry for help. Now, I know this sounds a little crazy, especially when somebody comes to you and says things like, "You're really upsetting me," and they scream at you. It's hard for us to stop and say, well, that's a cry for help. But the truth is, if we'll just remember and operate from this belief, it'll really empower us. When people are angry, remember from what we learned about emotions, they're not really angry. What they really are is they have a sense of hurt, and they feel hurt because they have a sense of loss. What you got to realize is when somebody yells or they're upset or they're frustrated, what they're really doing is they're crying out for help. They're saying, I'm frustrated, I'm upset, I'm hurt, I need some help. And if we hear that, if we really see that someone is crying for help, that they're not angry with us, that they're upset inside, we can communicate back to them in a way that's really more empowering. We won't take it personally. And if you don't take things personally, you're less liable to turn back and attack back. But you know what the problem is? Most of us respond to a cry for help with a cry for help. You know, recently I had an experience with my mom that was rather interesting. The background on the story I should tell you first, I guess, which is, at my household, things are absolutely out of control. We only have a couple hundred calls coming in each day from me at the office. But we've also getting now between 50 and 125 of them at home each day. So obviously I've got my secretaries at the office, and I also have my assistants at home, all trying to flag down all the calls, figure out who it is, and figure out how I can get back to everybody. It's a bit of a challenge, to say the least. Well, in the midst of all this, I guess my mom called a few times, 2 or 3 times, before I got the message. Well, you can imagine by about the 3rd or 4th time, whatever it really was, she got into a rather unique state and left me a message on the machine one night in the middle of the night saying, "My son is not the President of the United States. I would like to speak to him directly instead of these machines and secretaries. If he cares at all, he should call me. Otherwise, I'm not going to talk to him anymore," or something like that. I'm probably paraphrasing. The bottom line is, I got so angry, and I called her up livid. Now, why was I angry? Because the anger came because I said, the meaning of this is she doesn't respect me. How could she question my intent? Remember the thing I said, never to question? How could she question what I'm really about, what I care or not? I mean, think of all the things I do for her, all the things I try and do for her, and all the communication, all that we do. And I got on the phone, and boy, I let her have it. Do you think that made things better? No. What did I do? I responded to her cry for help, saying, hey, I want to connect with you, and I'm frustrated, and I'm upset, and I love you, and I need to hear from you. I responded to that with anger by coming on my own cry for help, saying, how dare you do this, and on and on and on, and all these things I do for you, which I was really saying, hey, you hurt my feelings. Please tell me something that makes me feel like you really care and that this isn't really what's true. But you know what? Neither one of us figured that out for a few minutes. We just responded back and forth with each other with tons of anger, and that doesn't work. Our relationship didn't get better during those few minutes, but fortunately we love each other and we have a strong enough bridge. What's that? I'm going to talk about that in a moment. Remember I told you this thing was called reality bridging? I'll teach you what the bridge is in a moment. Just a little hook to make sure you're listening. And the bottom line is, we went back to this bridge, this emotional connection that we obviously always have, and we remembered why we're communicating with each other. Why do we communicate? We're communicating because we want to make each other feel good. We want to feel good, and we want the other person to feel good. Why was she calling me originally? Because she wanted to share some stuff with me, because, she wanted to connect with me, because she loves me. And why do I want to communicate with her? For the same darn reasons. And we got out of our stress and our reactions and stopped screaming for help and started to realize that, hey, the bottom line is we both love each other and there's just some kind of miscommunication here. Let's go back to what's real, which is our relationship. And things turned around. Now, have you ever been guilty of this? I know I have. I know that almost everybody I know has. We got to stay out of the stress. We got to stop assuming what things mean. That always gets us in trouble. And when somebody comes at us with intensity in communication, we got to step aside, not let it hit us, and say to ourselves, this person is crying for help. They're frustrated, they're angry, they're upset. They need me to come by and meet their needs. They need somebody to say, hey, it's okay. They need somebody to say, I'll help you. They need somebody to say, I hear you. I'm listening to you. I want your needs to be met. I'm sorry this happened. It's not my intent. Here's what's really true. People are just asking for clarification. So what we want to make sure is, no matter what somebody does, when they go crying for help, respond back in a loving way. Because I got to tell you something. If you respond back to somebody in a warm and loving way, even when they treat you harshly, they'll remember that. They'll remember that even though they were harsh with you, you were warm with them. And in the future, it'll make them treat you better, and it'll create an even deeper bond in your relationship. Now, aren't there people, though, in your life that in spite of your stress, in spite of all the stupid meanings you could make up in your head about things, that somehow through it all, they'll always be your friend and the upsets will never last long term? Like my mom and I, we have that relationship, right? I mean, don't you have certain family members or certain friends or certain business associates that, come heck or high water? Doesn't matter what happens, you will always come back to that relationship with that person. You'll always make the communication work in the long term. Who's somebody like that there's no question in your mind that your relationship, your communication will always be good with? Think about it. Who would it be? Now, as you think of the answer to that person, I got a question for you. Why will your communication always work with that person? Why? What will make your communication always work with that person? I'll tell you what I think the answer is. You made a decision a long time ago about who that person really is. You decided this is a good person. This is a person who really loves me. This is a person I really love. They would never do anything purposely to take advantage of me, to rip me off, to try and cheat me in some way. They would never do it consciously. And if they did something and it hurt me in some way, it certainly wasn't their intent. In other words, you built a bridge of reality with this person. You decided in your heart who this person was, how they felt about you, and you decided never, ever again to question their intent. That's the critical key to long-term communication working. And if you want communication to work for a lifetime, here's the key. Decide the people around you who they really are, that they really care about you, that they really are committed to you, that you're really committed to them, and don't ever question their intent. You can question their behavior. Say, this didn't feel good to me. But you can't question their intent. Because if you say, hey, I think you did this just to hurt me or rip me off or to take advantage of me, that's when you start wounding people in a way that they'll never forget. Or may never forget. The truth is we can forget anything. If we can forget where our keys are, we can certainly forget anything. But the bottom line is most people don't try to forget. What most people do is try to hang on to things and feel bad about them for a long time. You don't want to give people ammunition to do that in a way that hurts you and hurts your relationship. You must realize that the way people develop a relationship and maintain a relationship long term, one where there's great communication, great emotion, great feelings, one that's truly successful, is you have to create a bond. They build a bridge. Because people who have different realities all the time, you're going to get different views of things. Something happens that gets you upset and you have one perception and somebody else has another one. The way you have a relationship that's long-term is you build a permanent bridge between you that says, even if we have two different realities, there's always this connection between us. This connection that we always go back to, an emotional bond, a bridge. And we're going to always come back to that place if we start to get upset with each other. We'll get out of our stress states and remember the connection that's always there. Remember who we really are. And what we really mean to each other. See, that's where the bond comes from. That's the bridge. And we got to race back to that bridge when there are problems. Not get caught up in the problem, but come back to our feeling of connection with that person. And say, look, I need your help. I have a different view than you do on this one. How can we work this out? See, whenever you try and clarify, instead of making things wrong, you start to build the bridge even stronger. You have to build a bridge so strong that nothing can ever shake it. So sturdy, and that sturdiness comes from just deciding you'll never question this person's intent ever again. You may not like their behavior, you may not like their view, but you'll always know the intent is one to empower you and themselves, that they really care no matter what. That's what makes a relationship last long term. And we've got to do that in business as much as we have to in a one-on-one personal relationship, as much as we do with our children. One of the things I did with a company I talked about when we started this tape, the company that having so many challenges, everybody hated each other, is I got them to do a process that made them all feel totally connected. where they began to understand that they're all really working for the same desires, the same designs. They're trying to make some of the same things happen. And there was a dramatic change once that bond was built. And by the way, it doesn't take long to build a bond. It requires a decision, and we've got a lot of processes to do that. I can't talk about those, and we'll be here all day. But you know enough things on your own to make those bonds more solid. And the first thing is just decide to feel connected to that person no matter what the evidence on the outside appears to be to the contrary. No matter what happens, in other words, decide you're not going to question their intent. Now, some people say to me, well, how do you build that bond? What if you build the bond? What if you build this bridge, this emotional connection with this person, and you feel this connection is going to be there, and then one day they disappoint you? You're going to be disappointed, I can guarantee you. They're going to be people you're going to misjudge. You're going to think they're a great person, you're going to be wrong. Is that a reason to never build an emotional bridge with people again, to always question people's intent? If you do that, you'll have destroyed your life. See, there are going to be times when you build a bridge and it doesn't work, but most of the time it's going to work. And the reason I use the metaphor of a bridge is I want you to think in terms of when you get stressed, when you get upset, when you get angry, remember, why are we communicating? Because I want to feel good and I want them to feel good, and I want to create some new results. Come back to the bridge, that emotional connection. Remember, I know this person really is. They're not their behavior. They're not how they're acting right now. Who they are is more than how they're behaving or treating me. My assumptions about them are not true because I know who they really are. Come back to the bridge. Now, some people, well, they got to cross the bridge first. No, that's not how it works. You race for the bridge. Your job is to see who can get across the bridge and reconnect fastest. You start getting upset with somebody, your job is to remember who this person really is and race back to there and say, you know, I'm sorry I'm upset with you. I know who you really are. I know you'd never do something like this, but I just need to understand what you're trying to accomplish here. Help me out. And immediately you can reestablish the connection. Now, everything I've been sharing with you up until now, I've only been doing to get to this point where I could share with you a tool I've developed that really has changed my life, and it's worked incredibly well in businesses and in personal relationships. And I call it a reality check. What's its purpose? Well, remember, we said that all communication upsets come down to either being stressed or creating a meaning inside of our head that's not true, a disempowering meaning, one that makes us upset or judge somebody or feel a sense of loss with them. And it's not true. It's not accurate. And we all do it. So how do you deal with stress? How do you deal when you're upset, when your expectations aren't met? Well, you do it one of two ways probably. Either keep it inside and don't change it. Just keep it inside and suppress it, which eventually all it does is it comes out as you being upset with that person, or it comes out with you making them wrong and laying blame. And if not to them personally, you do it inside your head. And maybe you complain to other people and create a cancer within an organization because you find other people's expectations aren't met. And then you get together in subgroup and destroy everything within a company or within a family. You can't do that. It hurts you and it hurts the people around you. Or the other approach is not to do it internally, but to just unload on somebody. You get upset about something, how dare you do this to me? The fact that you're saying they did something to you shows that you've made up a meaning that probably isn't true. They probably didn't do anything to hurt you. They're probably just trying to get a result and didn't notice the impact or didn't anticipate it. You know, don't go around saying I'm betrayed by somebody till you talk to them first to find out what are they trying to accomplish. So what is this reality check? It's a tool I've developed to help you to get absolutely clear on what do you really want and need out of a situation. See, if you unload on somebody, you can unload and still not feel good at the end because you haven't been able to communicate your real needs. All you've done is try to get something off your chest, and oftentimes that's not enough. It doesn't work. You still feel empty. In fact, you may even feel bad about unloading and being angry with somebody. So this is a tool, a set of questions that you're going to want to use every single time you go to communicate with somebody an upset you have. These 7 questions of the reality check will be the antidote to your being upset. Because again, most of the time we're upset, it's because of a meaning we've made up that may not be true. And even if it is true, these 7 questions will help you to be able to communicate what do you really need to make things feel good for you. Because again, the purpose of communicating is to feel good. If you want to feel good, you better know what it's going to take to make you feel good. So let's get right into it. Here are the 7 questions of the reality check. Ask them every time you have an upset before you communicate to the person you think you're upset with. Question number 1. Am I willing to learn something valuable from this? And am I willing to do something right now to make this better? The first question you want to do, let's say you're really upset. Somebody does something you say, that makes me so angry. I'm so upset with this person. First thing you want to do is do a reality check. Before you do anything else, before you communicate your upset to them or suppress it, ask yourself the first question. Am I willing to learn something valuable from this, and am I willing to do something now to make it better? A sub-question of that you might want to ask if you're still upset is, will making this person wrong make them want to help me to make things better? I doubt it. The second question is simply this. what is it that's really upsetting me in this situation? In other words, ask the question, what is the specific meaning that I've linked to this? And a way to get this out of your head is to say the phrase, the meaning I link to this situation is blank. Let me give you an example of how I first came up with these questions to be able to change the way I felt, which is really their purpose, and allow me to communicate my needs more effectively. One night, I was with a group of my partners, and we were working on solutions to helping corporations and individuals to really communicate more effectively. And that's where a lot of this reality bridging technology came out of. And I got on a roll, and my brain started floating out all these ideas and strategies and questions and answers, and I started going like crazy. And they put on these tape recorders, and by the time I was done, 2.5 hours later, we all agreed, boy, we have really got something here. This is invaluable. This will really work. So I turned to one of my assistants in the room, and I said, now what I need you to do is get this transcribed tomorrow morning because I'm going to be in seminar all day. And the following morning, I need to be able to teach this stuff. So I need to have an outline based on all the stuff. And I don't remember it all unless I get to see it again. So I said, whatever it takes, tomorrow morning, you make sure you get this done or you come see me if there's any problem. She said, okay, no problem. Well, the next day I got up and did my seminar. Well, I finished the seminar that night about 7 o'clock at night. I was pretty tired and exhausted. I'd been going for about 3 straight weeks without a break. And I knew how to get up the next morning and crank. And I knew it was all new material. And I was got to assimilate it that night. And I knew I was going to be up pretty late as it was. So I wasn't in the best of states to start with. Well, then I couldn't find this lady who was supposed to give me this material. So I'm looking for her, and I finally went up to one of the other secretaries and some assistants there, and I said, hey, where's this person? You know, I said, I need to get my notes from that dictation I did last night. And they said, well, haven't you heard? I said, heard what? They said, well, it didn't get done. I said, what? They said, well, it didn't get done. I don't know what it was, but, it just didn't work out. I said, didn't work out? I said, I told her no matter what to make sure she communicated to me. And they said, chance to manage your state. And I thought, chance to manage your physiology, right? I was pretty upset. You ever had somebody do that with you? I said, I was managing my state at 3 o'clock in the morning when you guys were sleeping. I said, I need this thing. I can't believe it didn't get done. And I was really upset. But I didn't communicate it. I kept it inside. So I went into a meeting about an hour later, and there was this assistant of mine. Hadn't done the job. And I thought to myself, okay, I'm going to use what I remember from the night before. And you know what? It didn't work. That's why I changed the technology, because I found out in the most intense situations it didn't work. It didn't work for me, so it's probably not going to work for anybody else. So the benefit of that situation is I found a new way of communicating, and I came up with some of these questions. And the first question was, hey, I'm upset right now, but that's not making it better. Am I willing to learn something right now that's valuable, and am I willing to do something now to make this better? My answer was yes. Will making this person wrong make them want to help me or make me a better person? Answer is obviously no. So I went to my second question. What is it that's really upsetting me in a situation? What's the specific meaning I link to this? So I said, well, the meaning I link to this is this person doesn't care as much as I do. The meaning I link to this is I can't count on them. The meaning I link to this is they made a commitment to me and they broke their word. The meaning I link to this is I'm going to be up all night now. I mean, literally 3 or 4 in the morning because I got to start all over. The meaning I link to this is I've lost all that material I created, and I whipped myself into a frenzy. Now, by the way, what I've discovered by teaching this process is that when people are upset, they haven't usually just linked one meaning. They've stacked a bunch of negative meanings to get upset. Think about it for yourself. Has that been true? When you try these questions, I think you're going to find it is. So then I went to question number 3. Could this be a misperception or a misinterpretation on my part? Well, probably not, but anything's possible. Question number 3 also I've added is, do I have all the information possible in order for me to know absolutely exactly what this really means? Obviously, I've designed the question so that you'll say no. And the answer is no. I don't know all the possible information to know exactly what this means. All of a sudden, I'm not feeling so certain about my upset. All of a sudden, I'm starting to say, well, it's possible it's a misperception. I can't be so upset when I'm saying it's possible I'm misperceiving this. Fourth question, what else could this mean? Remember, upsets come out of the meaning we create. So what we need to do is say, okay, if it's possible this is a misperception, if it's possible it's a misinterpretation, if I don't have all the information possible, what else could this mean? And you know what? When you answer question 4, it's real important that you come up with some new meanings that are more empowering. Maybe some things you hadn't thought of before. And these will help change your state, change the way you feel, and therefore you'll communicate better to somebody. You won't go out making them wrong. Because we've all had times when we went and said, you did this, and that means this, and found out we were wrong. And then we feel pretty sheepish and pretty silly. So what else could this mean? And, I taught this to a group of people. One of my own ADLs said to me, why don't you make it so the person has to come up with one more positive meaning than they'd made up in negative meanings in question number 2. So I thought that's a good idea. So that's what I did. Well, what else could this mean? Well, it could mean that not that she doesn't care, not that she isn't committed, but maybe what it means is maybe I've overloaded her. Maybe what it means is I've given her way too much to do. Maybe what it means is she really did try to do this and I just don't know something. Something else intervened. Maybe it means that the tape didn't work. Maybe she hired somebody to do it and they didn't do the job and she didn't find out in time. Maybe it really is done and I just don't know it because I haven't talked to her yet. But that's even possible, I guess. Maybe those other girls were wrong. Maybe I misinterpreted what they said. And sure enough, all of a sudden now, guess what? I'm not feeling so upset anymore. I'm feeling a little more uncertain. And being uncertain is a better place to be because it means now when you communicate, you'll try and get some clarification from that person rather than making them wrong. See, it'll work. Question number 5. This is a very important question. What do I need in order to feel good now? Remember, what's the purpose of communication? To feel good. How are you going to feel good? Find out what it's going to take for you to feel good. So my question again, number 5, is what do I need in order to feel good now? And I've given myself 8 possibilities. 1, do I need to change my perception about this? My brain went, well, probably. 2, do I need to find out more information? Yes. 3, do I need to understand this person's viewpoint? Why they did this? Yeah, I need to know why. If I understood why, I probably wouldn't be so upset. 4, do I need to know this person really cares for me? Or just remember that they do? And I thought, well, I know they do. 5, do I need to get a commitment from this person? Yes, I need them to commit that in the future, if I say this, it gets done. 6, do I need to change the way we're doing something? Yes, in order to feel good now, I need to know that in the future this will work. So we need to change the way we get things done in this process. 7, do I need to apologize for this person? I thought that's an interesting question I never thought of. Maybe I need to apologize for being upset without really knowing what was really going on. Maybe I need to apologize for assuming. Maybe, I tell them, I'm really sorry. I got upset with you and I have no right to because I didn't know all the information. Boy, that's a state changer, isn't it? And the last one I came up with under number 5, the 8th question is, do I need to just remember who this person really is, what an incredible relationship we have, and how much I really love them? And I thought, yeah, I really do love this person. Guess what? I lost all my intensity. Guess what? I'm now in a state where I could communicate more effectively because I know what I really need. What do I need to feel good? I need to change my perception a little bit. I need to find out some more information. I need to understand a little bit of why they did it. I need to know they care about me and just remember that. I need a commitment. We need to change some of the process. Maybe I need to apologize, and maybe I just need to remember who they are. Go back to the bridge. Question number 6. How can I communicate my needs in a way that truly empowers my relationship with this person? Now, unfortunately, this is a question not too many people ask in communications, especially when they're upset. And remember, what screws up human communication? When people get stressed, when they get upset. And one of the things that happens is we don't stop to think about how we're communicating. Why are we communicating again? Because we want to feel good. And if we want to feel good long term, we got to make sure other people feel good as well. So the best thing we can do to really meet our needs is find out what are our needs, and then how can we communicate them in a way that truly empowers our relationship? Because we don't want to just feel good in the moment. We want to maintain our relationship and have it expand and grow. So what are your options? Well, if you don't ask this question, your options are to go with what you do automatically. And what you do automatically is either just keep it inside and build up to explode, or maybe what you do is you just unload on people along the way or dump on people. You don't want to do that. That kind of communication won't work for you. And we all do it, and we all make the mistake. But what we want to do is do it a lot less often. And this reality check is exactly what it says. It's a checklist. Just like if I'm going to take off in my helicopter, there's certain things I want to check on each time because it's real important. If you have an important relationship, before you respond, you want to go through these questions. And this one's critical. So when I started asking myself, okay, how could I communicate this to her in a way where I could really empower my relationship? I started to come up with ways of doing it. And I thought, well, if I make her wrong again, obviously that's not going to empower the relationship. If I attack her, that's not going to work. If I ignore it, it's not going to get any better. I got to be sincere. I got to be honest. How could I do this? And I thought, well, years ago when I was first getting to know my wife, Becky, I was trying to figure out how we could communicate because I have a lot of intensity. And sometimes when she communicates something to me, I get upset. And I taught her, I said, honey, tell you what I want you to do. From now on, if you'll just come to me and say, I need your help. That's like a magic word for me. I would do anything for somebody if they just say, I need your help. But if they say, you're making me mad, that doesn't get me to want to help them. And I said, I think I'm like most people. So I started thinking, okay, if I went to this woman and I said, I need your help, I think that would change the way she responds than if I said, I have to talk to you about something, I'm very upset about it. Or if I said, we need to talk. That doesn't set people up to be able to hear you very well. So I thought that's one good approach. She's really a great lady. She really wants to support, and if I ask for her help, she probably will help me. Secondly, I thought, well, if I tell her how I felt, she may still interpret that as making her wrong. So what I need to do is make it clear that when this situation happened the other day, I misinterpreted something. In other words, I need to give her the benefit of the doubt since I don't know what's really going on. And thirdly, I thought, what am I really doing? I just need to get some clarification. So that's what I should talk to her about. Not that I have to, straighten something out, but I just need to clarify something. Clarifying feels a lot lighter than straightening everything out. So my strategy when I come to answer this question of how can I communicate my needs in a way that truly empowers my relationship is, number one, I take a look at when to communicate it. I want to be intelligent. I want to do it when they're stressed out of their mind and they won't be able to hear me. Two, I don't want to say, we need to talk. I want to come to the person and say, I need your help. The other day, and be real specific, the other day when this situation happened, I misinterpreted that to mean that you really didn't care. And you know what? I know that's not true. Why would you say that? Why would you say, I know that's not true? Because you want to make sure this person understands you appreciate them and you don't ever question their intent. So I said, I know that's not true. And what I just need from you is some clarity as to why this thing didn't get done because, I just don't understand. And she looked at me and she just softened. You could see her shoulders just drop. And I said, last night when we talked and this thing was supposed to get done on the dictation and, my misinterpretation was I made it really clear that had to be done. And when it didn't happen, I misinterpreted that to mean that, you weren't as committed as I am to get the project done. And, I know that's not true because I know who you are. I know how committed you are. But I just need some clarification because it's a little frustrating to me as to what really happened. She said, thank you so much for saying this way because she said, I've really been dreading talking to you about this. She says, I feel really bad. But she said, the truth of the matter is I did go to get it done. And we hired a local firm here to transcribe it, and they didn't get it done because they couldn't understand the tape. They didn't understand some of your terminology, so they just decided not to do it. And I didn't find out till about 4:30 in the afternoon, and you were going on stage at 5, so I thought I probably shouldn't tell you right before you got on stage, or you'd be thinking you're going to be up all night. I was trying to support you. Boy, I felt pretty stupid, pretty sheepish. She said, I know I should have told you. And she said, I should have been there afterwards to tell you. She said, but I got pulled out of the meeting and these other girls told you and they told you in a way I feel really bad about. She said, I would do anything to support you. I'll stay up all night if necessary to get this thing done. I said, well, gosh, I really appreciate the clarification and I'm really sorry I even thought those negative thoughts. And, we do need to do something in the future so this never happens again. She goes, yeah, I know I should have followed up. I said, nah, I wouldn't have thought of it. And all of a sudden I'm defending her, And that's the neat thing about communication. See, what I found what most people do is when most people get communicated to, like if you come to most people and say, I'm concerned about this or I need your help or worse, you screwed up here. What most people do is either deny it or they justify it and saying, well, it wasn't my fault, or they blame you for it. They turn around and say, it's your fault. You didn't communicate it strongly enough. Do any one of these three approaches really work? See, most of us in life, we just want somebody to take responsibility. If they take responsibility, we won't be hard on them at all. It's just like, do you remember years ago when Richard Nixon did not take any responsibility for Watergate? How many years did people stay upset with him? Or Ronald Reagan for the first, almost 6 months to a year after the Iran-Contra affair? Till finally, he got on national television and said, I didn't make the decisions, but I am captain of the ship. I am responsible. And all the heat came off of him. Or John F. Kennedy, who did it immediately after the Bay of the Pigs, where he got up and said, you know what? I'm responsible. We screwed up. It's like people got off his case immediately. But what most people do is if somebody comes to you and says, I need your help, or I'm upset with you, or they try to communicate, if you try and defend, if you try and justify or blame them, it's just going to get into something terrible. Instead, allow for the possibility that what you did had a negative impact on them, even though it wasn't your intent. And apologize for that impact. That really will allow people to say, listen, I'm really sorry this affected you this way. It certainly wasn't my intent. Let me tell you what I'd be willing to do to make it work for you because I'm committed to supporting you. People can hear that. That's all part of answering this question. How can I communicate in a way that really empowers my relationship? Communicate what you need by asking for clarification and asking for help. And here's the final question. Question number 7. And by the way, it's one of my favorite questions in life. I ask this all the time. It's the foundation to really staying happy in your life and finding value in anything. And that is, what's great about this? I asked myself, what's really great about this situation? I thought, well, what's great about it is, sometimes my brain goes, nothing. But I said, well, what could be great about this if I wanted something to be great about it? And my brain said, what's great about this is I developed a whole other technology all because of this challenge. All because of this situation, I developed something that was much better than what I had asked somebody to transcribe the night before. Now, that's not an excuse for anybody listening not to follow through and say, well, gosh, look at all the good things that came out of you not getting what you needed. But on the other hand, if you want to find something good in any situation, you always can. All you got to do is look for it. All you got to do is focus on it, and questions focus our mind. So what's great about this? What's great about this is it's a chance to even get closer to her. What's great about this is a chance for me to reaffirm my faith even more in this person, and I can count on her in the future. What's great about this is seeing how committed she really is. What's great about this is for me to really appreciate the people I have around me even more. All of a sudden, the situation only a few minutes before had me in near rage has now got me really excited about the possibilities that it can generate for my future. Now, by the way, did I do this reality check like one time and now, I never ever get upset? Of course. I'm just, one of those kind of people. Not hardly. Like everybody else, things happen. And when they happen, sometimes I get upset. My upset is always about what? The meaning that I've made up about the situation. And again, remember, it's not usually one meaning, it's stacked meanings. So for now, here's what I want you to do for your homework. Your homework's real simple. First of all, remember what we've talked about here. That really the mastery of life is the mastery of meaning. Mastering the way you communicate to yourself about what things mean. And make sure before you communicate to anybody else, communicate better to yourself. At least find out what your needs are and allow for the possibility that as certain as you are about something and what it means, that there may be another possibility that's not so painful and one that doesn't make others wrong. If you can just get in the habit of that, it can change your life. And most importantly, let's never question the intent of those people that we've created a bridge with. Once we decide who that person is, we're not going to question what their intent is. They may have behavior we don't like, but we don't ever question the essence of our relationship. That's so important to long-term success in any kind of communication, whether it be business or personal, that's going to last. So what I'd like you to do is simple. I'd like you to take out your journal, and I want you to come up with 2 issues you've had in your personal life with other people. Now, when I say issues, it may not be a big issue. It may have just been something that made you a little bit angry or a little bit upset or a little frustrated with somebody, or maybe it was real angry or real upset. Maybe you've gotten resentful about it. And what I'd like you to do is, in writing, do the reality check on each one of these one at a time. In other words, run through the 7 questions and write down the answers. The reason is, in writing it down, it'll be much more clear to you, seeing those ideas right there in front of you. And also, hey, look, I know you don't know these 7 questions yet. You don't know the reality check. You've only heard it a few times. That's why I try to give you 2 or 3 examples for repetition's sake. But in writing down the questions and the answers, you'll start to memorize the 7 questions. They'll start to become part of you. And once you've done that with 2 issues in your personal life, I'd like you to do it with 2 business areas. That is, think of maybe an issue you've had with your boss or a coworker. And again, issue may be too strong a word for you, but an upset or a frustration or something that just confused you. You don't know why it happened. And run through the reality check. When you're done with that, your 3rd step is go communicate in a way that makes this person feel appreciated, not judged, and ask for their help. Tell them how you may have misinterpreted something and you just like some clarification, and would they please help you? I think if you do that, you're going to find out. You'll be able to create the bond that's really most important, and you'll find a whole new way of breaking through in communication. Problems. I just left a meeting a few minutes ago that was filled with, guess what? Tons of problems. One of which, it turns out, is going to cost me about $190,000. Someone made what we call a mistake. That person no longer works with me. They made the mistake a while back, but we found out about it today. And so I got to deal with that unique problem. And I got a chance to apply the things I'm going to talk to you about on this tape. So I can tell you today that the things I'm going to share with you worked really well for me this afternoon and will show me how to take this thing that was a problem, turn it into a bit of a challenge, and actually turn it into an opportunity. It's not resolved as of yet, but it's well on its way to be an opportunity. And I don't just mean by having a better attitude, although that certainly is useful, and we're going to talk about that as well. But also showed me how to find something in that situation that I could take advantage of, that I could utilize to create even greater results, even greater success. Now, how do you take something from just being a problem into something that you really are empowered by? Not, again, just by being positive and going, I'm happy about this problem. That's not enough, although it's not a bad start, but it isn't enough by itself. And before we do that, though, I want you to think about something. What do you feel inside your body? What do you think when somebody says, we've got a problem? Or you and I are going to have to solve this problem together. Or the company's got some more problems. Or you know what? Well, by the time you get back, we're going to have to solve all these problems. For most people, when they think of a problem, they think of something that gets in their way. something that prevents them from truly achieving what they want. Problems usually come up when we set up a goal, because as soon as we set a goal, the only thing that prevents us from getting it are these quote-unquote obstacles, the things that get in our way. A lot of people call them stumbling blocks. And I'm sure in the short term, they look like stumbling blocks. But in the long term, I'm here to tell you that most of these things we call problems may really be stepping stones. I know it doesn't look like it at the time, and I know that sounds like just being positive, but I think there's something more here. And also, I want you and I to remember something. We're going to have to deal with problems whether we want to or not. Because the reality is, how well you'll deal with problems will probably determine the quality of your life more than almost anything else you're going to do in your lifetime. See, anybody can be positive, anybody can be up when everything is flowing, when everything's going well. The real question is, how do you do when you have to deal with these big fat problems, with these major challenges, when you give your all, when you give 1,000%, when you put yourself on the line, and it still rains on your parade, things still fall apart. That's where we get to find out what we're really made of as human beings, and that's what I think the purpose of problems are. Now, I have two questions for you I wanted to start out with here, because I asked myself these questions the other day. First one was, well, a lot of people say, well, I'm just trying to rid myself of all these problems. Well, I don't know if you can. I think the first question is, can you ever really get rid of problems? And I think the answer you and I have both agreed to is there's no way. Problems are going to be a part of our life as long as we're here. And the best study life is how it is, not how we wish it would be. We can do affirmations all day long, but we're still going to have these challenges out there that we're going to have to look at, and not just look at, but do something about if we want to shape the quality of our life and impact our personal destiny. So the second question I had is, well, if you can't get rid of problems, is there a purpose for them? Is there a reason they're there? I mean, gravity can be a pain in the tail. You know, it keeps you down here, it keeps you from doing certain things. But the reality is, you can look at it in the short term and say, it keeps me from doing things. Or you can say, gravity is a force and it has a purpose. There's a reason it's here. Maybe what I need to do is figure out how to utilize gravity. And by the way, gravity doesn't keep you from flying. Gravity can be utilized so you can fly in a directed manner. Without any gravity at all, you'd have a tough time flying from here to where you want to go. So I think that we may want to look at there's a purpose for problems. There's a reason why our Creator created these wonderful little experiences that we've created a label of problems for. And I suggest that they are here to benefit us. And I think that what determines the quality of our life, in my own personal experience, is not how big of problems we have, because almost everybody you meet has got big problems. And you know what? If you've got small problems, then you're probably bored. You need something that's going to test you, that's going to drive you, that's going to push you forward. And what I've found, though, is that what makes the biggest difference is your attitude about the problem. Probably the most powerful example for me was in my own business. The first business I developed, Robbins Research. I found myself in a position where I was on the road, pushing like crazy, doing everything I knew how to do, stretching myself as far as I knew how to stretch myself, trying to give everything I could give. And I come home and find out that I got a partner that's embezzled $250,000 and run my company $758,000 in debt. That'll get your attention. That was a bit of a problem, and everybody said it was a problem that could not be solved, but I didn't buy that idea. So I have this core belief that says there's always a way if you're committed. And I found a way within a year to turn everything around. God, solving that problem created muscles that you cannot believe in me. It's like you can throw out a problem at me like the one that happened today, and I look at it and I go, okay, what do we need to do to make this thing into our advantage? How do we use it? How can we make this thing work? How can we use it today? How can we use it tomorrow? Well, one way I can use it is use it in my talk today, chatting with you and say, hey, here's something I can share with you. And I can honestly in my gut say to you, I handle it well using what I'm going to share with you. That's kind of nice. It makes me have to use this stuff. See, we can utilize anything. We're going to become masters of it. So what are the steps to really handling problems? Well, step number one is simple. Take a new look at what problems mean. See, it's the meaning that determines how we feel. If I get all upset and say, gosh, $190,000, how I have to pay this price all because this idiot screwed up a long time ago? How come this has always happened to me? Why can't I turn this thing around? Why do we always have these challenges? Hey, if I take that approach, I'm going to be angry. And I don't know about you, but if I'm really angry, I'm not usually at my most resourceful self. Haven't you found that to be true as well? I mean, when you're really upset, you get hooked into the problem and you stop focusing on the solution. Hey, listen, I can be angry all day long, but the person that was involved in my company that time has not been here, hasn't been here for 3 years. In fact, you know what's great? What's great is that I know I have a problem. I have a challenge that's become an opportunity. But knowing there's a problem there is what you want. You don't want to be one of those people that says, well, I have no problems. Or you see a problem coming up and you turn your head the other way and you try and pretend it's not there. You know, you're trying to build a garden and you see some weeds, so you turn your head and you go, there's no weeds, there's no weeds, there's no weeds. Hey, they'll come and take your garden. See, I know there's a problem that's exciting. What's exciting about that, and I'm using exciting as a way to change the way I feel about it. I could have used a different word to describe it. But what's exciting is I hired a new CFO, a chief financial officer for that organization. And he's only been with us 3 days. And he discovered from 3 years ago a discrepancy to the tune of $190,000. That's pretty exciting. It's exciting because it means now in the future I'll have better information. I can handle problems early. I can handle them in advance. I can solve the problem before it even occurs. That's the point we want to get to. So we don't want to be upset, because when we're upset, we're no longer focused on the solution. And if we start focusing on, oh gosh, I got all these problems and therefore I must be screwing up, sometimes they're there because you haven't learned a lesson yet. I think what a problem is a lesson begging to be learned, begging to be utilized so we can become more. And I certainly have learned more about the economics of that particular business in one day, and I promise you I won't forget it. The reason is it's somewhat painful. And sometimes pain is real useful because it makes us pay more attention than we just get pleasure. I'm a big believer that sometimes in life, when people do really well, they just party. And when they fail, or they have a challenge, or they have a major problem, they begin to ponder. And out of partying, very few things change. But out of pondering, you come up with key distinctions that cause you to grow like crazy. And I found that to be true in my life. Does that mean you should seek out problems? Well, I got a question for you. Do you have to seek them out, or do they seem to show up? Again, you can say all day long, I don't have any problems, but I think what you're doing is really kidding yourself. Deluding yourself would be a better description. Certainly they're out there. In fact, maybe that's what life's all about. Maybe what happens in life is we're going along, we start to head out for something, and we have what we've learned to deal with in our life. We have this circle of influence, all these things that we've mastered in our life, our ability to make a difference, our ability to share with others, our ability to manage our own emotions. But there's some things that seem to be just outside our comfort zone, outside what we're comfortable with dealing with. Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't know what it is for you. Maybe what's outside of you is public speaking. You know, you can handle all kinds of things within yourself, but get you in front of a group, ooh, that's a problem. That's outside what you're comfortable with. You don't know quite how to deal with that. Or maybe for you, it's you're able to master all these things within your business. You can public speak, but smoking. And you haven't dealt with that, and that's outside. That's a problem, and it keeps coming up because you try to get on an airline now, and now there's a problem. They don't let you smoke. They won't let you smoke on a whole long flight, 5 hours across the country. Drives you a little crazy. You got a new problem. What you really have is an opportunity. A chance to take a new look at what you do and whether or not it supports you. But the key here is, what do we do with it? See, if all you do is get angry, you get mad and say, how dare they create this problem for me? What will happen is you won't solve the problem. And if you don't solve the problem, if you go out to deal with a problem and you hit at the edge of your comfort zone, imagine like a circle of influence, and there's an edge to it. If you retreat and don't break through your comfort zone and handle that problem, if you make everybody else wrong for creating the problem, or you get angry because you have to deal with the problem, what you'll probably do is retreat. And when you retreat, you don't get any bigger as a person. Your sphere of influence stays exactly where it is. And if you keep doing that, does the problem go away? If you just get angry? No, usually what happens is, boink, another problem shows up. And you don't deal with that. You run out to the edge of where you're comfortable and you go, oh, I don't have to deal with this. This makes me mad. Why should I have to deal with this? And you come back to your center and you don't deal with it, and boink, there's another one. Next thing you know, you're surrounded by these things called problems. Till finally you get to a threshold where your brain says, I can't take it anymore. There's too much pain here. And you push out and you break through what you're comfortable with and you handle the problem. Now, what happens to you in that moment when you handle a problem? Can you remember a major problem you handled and how you felt when you handled it? Well, what usually happens is you expand. All of a sudden, you don't just handle that problem, but who you are becomes more. And a lot of the other things that have been hanging on the edge, you handle them so easily. It's interesting, I found that in life, that for every disciplined effort, there's usually a multiple reward. That when you go out and you push to the edge, you break through, you handle this thing, all of a sudden, all these other things have been bugging you, they're so easy to deal with now because you have become more. The purpose of the problem is to expand us. The purpose of the problem is to make us more. In fact, the word problem in its original Latin root means something thrown forth. Isn't that interesting? I wonder who's doing the throwing. Maybe it's us. And by the way, when you expand, you handle this problem, and you're a much bigger person, you can deal with so much more in your life. What happens with a very short period of time? Boink, another problem shows up. It's like, I thought I got done with all these problems. But hopefully what's happened is you've dealt with that problem, and now you got a better quality of problem. So you constantly are expanding. So the key here is, and let's go through 11 quick keys, by the way. I jotted these down today as a reminder to myself of how to deal with problems. Number one, I've already mentioned. Change your whole attitude towards problems. Change what problems mean to you. Turn them into a device for growing. Turn problems into your workout machine. Turn problems into your gymnasium. Turn problems into your opportunity to expand and grow. Turn problems into a lesson that's begging to be learned and begging to be utilized. Here's the second key. If you want to deal with problems in a more effective way, change the questions you ask yourself about problems. And I've already alluded to this a little bit, but let's be specific. What I mean by this is, if you walk around asking, why does this always happen to me? How come I can't turn this around? Why did this person do this to me? Two things occur. Number one, you're at the effect. You no longer feel like you're in control. And when we don't feel like we're in control of our own life, we get a little crazy, don't we? Haven't you experienced that in your life? So we've got to realize that the questions we ask ourselves also determine the way we feel and the kind of solutions we come up with. Remember, ask and you shall receive. If you say, how come I can never lose weight? You're asking a pretty lousy question, and you're going to get a lousy answer to solve that problem. If you say, how come I can never lose weight? You've basically said you never will lose weight. Your brain will say, well, how come you can never lose weight? It's simple. It's because you're a pig, right? Your brain's going to start cracking up. If you say, how come I can't turn things around? Your brain will come up with answers because you're not smart. You can't figure it out. You're not good enough. A great way to solve problems is ask a better quality of question. Ask yourself, how can I turn this around? How can I utilize this situation? What have I already learned from this? What could I learn from this if I really wanted to? What is the advantage of this situation if I look at it in another context? What's actually funny about this? So if you ask yourself that question enough, you may come up with an answer. Or maybe a question like, will this problem even matter 10 years from now? See, questions can help you to change the way you feel and therefore the way you deal with problems. And questions are the source of answers. If you want to solve problems and you haven't solved one, you haven't asked the right question yet. Keep changing the questions you ask until you come up with a question that makes sense, one that'll make you feel better, but also one that'll get you to act in a way that creates a solution. And thirdly, if we want to handle problems, one of the things we have to do is change the language we use. And I've used the word problems many times here. I don't usually use it. I'm using it to get your attention because I think most people use the word problems. 90% of the time when I talk about a problem, I talk about it as a challenge. Now that seems so simplistic. Does it really work? Does it really have an impact? Well, think about this. The language you use to describe the way you feel determines the way you feel. I teach something now called transformational vocabulary. It's a title for something I came up with about a year ago when I was sitting in a meeting and I noticed that something happened that affected 3 people in the room, of which I was one of them. But all 3 of us responded totally differently to the exact same situation. One person went into rage. I got really angry. And the third person, they were basically annoyed. Now that's a pretty radical difference since we're all equally impacted by the situation that had occurred. What I noticed was we all had a different emotional response to the same situation, and part of the reason clearly was we had a different label to describe our emotion. That is, we were all feeling these sensations coming into our body, but then when we try to describe it to ourselves, one person said, I'm in rage, I said, I'm angry, the other person said, I'm annoyed. I thought, what if I would have said, this experience annoys me? I began to giggle a little bit. I thought, annoys me? That's not a very intense emotion. I thought, isn't that interesting? What if from now on, when I start to get angry, I said I'm annoyed? And I realized I've done that for years because instead of calling things problems, I call them challenges. See, if you got a problem, it makes you emotionally feel like there's a weight on your shoulders. There's something that's in your way. But if you got a challenge, that gives you another sense of meaning about it. A challenge is usually associated with something positive. Something's going to make you grow. Something's going to expand. So I think it's a more accurate description of what problems are. Challenges. And the truth of the matter is, you can take a challenge and turn it into an opportunity. If somebody comes along and says, we got an opportunity here, it totally changes the way you feel. Totally changes the way you focus your mind. Totally changes your approach. So if you look at something and say, what's the opportunity in this? You're going to find it can be handled more quickly. Now, it's sometimes hard to go from feeling like you got a problem to feeling like you got an opportunity in one breath. It can be done. It can be done just by disciplining your own emotion. But as a very minimum, you can certainly go from we got a problem to we got a challenge here. And maybe even an opportunity if we find a way to use it. And what that does is it makes your brain begin to look for solutions, look for opportunities. And you got to remember, whatever you focus on in life, whatever you ask for, you'll get more of. If you keep asking, why isn't this working? You'll get more reasons why it's not working. If you begin to ask, hey, what's the potential opportunity? And you keep asking, ask and you shall receive. Every convenience you and I have today is the result of somebody who took a problem, made it a challenge inside their head to solve that problem, and as a result, they really created an opportunity for all of us. Classic example I was reading about the other day is the gentleman who started Xerox. You know why Xerox machines were ever made? Why they were built? Because the gentleman who created Xerox was a transcriptionist, and he got arthritis, and it was too painful. So in order to solve that problem, he came up with this study, the research that generated the Xerox machine. And by the way, nobody wanted to buy it at first. That was a new problem he had to solve. A thing called marketing. Let's go to step number 4. Number 4 is, if you want to change how you feel about a problem, change the way you're using your body. What do I mean by that? Well, if you've studied any of my other work, you know that the way you feel moment to moment determines how you behave. If you're feeling physically tired, wiped out, frustrated, angry, hurt, that translates in the way you hold your body, the way you stand, the way you breathe, the way you gesture. Even your tone of voice begins to change when you feel frustrated or overwhelmed, and it changes the way you are. But if you want to change the way you feel, the quickest way to do that is instantly change the way you're using your body. A clapping of the hands, a moving, a getting up and taking a walk, a stroll, a run, a bounce on your rebounder, a huge deep breath in with an explosive breath out, saying the word yes with some power while you make a strong gesture. Anything that makes a radical change in the way you're using your physical body, the pace at which you're moving, the pace at which you're speaking, will instantly change the way you feel. And I'm sure you've found that when you're really exhausted, I don't know about you, but I know when I'm physically wiped out, boy, problems seem a lot bigger, don't they? I mean, when you're really at the edge, let's say you've got physical pain in your body, aren't things that normally don't bother you at all, aren't they huge? I know I found myself sometimes snapping at people in the old days when it really wasn't about them. It was that I was in physical pain in my body. I was stressed. And what I found is what I got to do is change the way I'm using my body, change my breathing pattern, take a nice deep breath, take a little walk or a stroll, and come back, and I can handle the problem a lot quicker. So if you're having trouble, if you're starting to feel quote-unquote stuck, get out of that state by changing the way you're using your body. That's key number 4. Key number 5, be honest about the problem. And I've already kind of related to this, but it's a good thing to remind yourself. Don't pretend it's not there. See, I used to be the kind of person that in my business, I didn't want to know about the problems. I was out there busy trying to help people. Gosh, if I have to think about these problems too, I'm going to be overwhelmed. And that's how I got in the position where this $190,000 thing happened 3 years ago. That's how I got in a position 3 years ago where somebody embezzled all this money. I'm still finding out things because I didn't want to look at reality, because I didn't want to have to deal with the problem. I just wanted to pretend it wasn't there. Be honest with yourself. If there's a problem, face it and handle it. And the way to do it's real simple. Number 1, see it as it really is. Don't kid yourself. Be accurate. Don't see it worse than it is, though, either. That's a great way to overwhelm yourself. And secondly, see it better than it is. See, take a look at what it can become. Become a possibility person about the situation. Ask yourself, if I turn this thing around, how could it benefit me? If we turn this thing around, how could it make it stronger or better? If I'd already turned it around, how did I do it? And then the third key is, once you've seen it how it is and you've seen it better than it is, then make it the way you now see it. Make it better than it is. Take those actions that are necessary, realizing it may be small steps at first, but if you make any progress towards solving a problem, you'll get momentum. And momentum will carry you, and all of a sudden you'll come up with bigger and better solutions, till pretty soon that problem really is an opportunity. Key number 6 to solving problems is simple. Control the focus of your mind. Now, questions are one of the best ways to do this, but here's a ratio that I've used for years in solving problems. Very simple. Think of it this way. If you got a problem, spend 20% of your time on the problem, 80% of your time on the solution. If you find anybody who's got a problem that persists over and over again, they can't come up with a solution, I can tell you why right now. Most of the time is they violated all the things we've talked about so far. They have a horrible attitude about it. They're angry. They think, my gosh, I'm not the source of the problem. How come I have to solve it? Which makes them angry. It doesn't lead them to the solution. They're asking lousy questions of themselves. They're in a situation where they look at it as this big problem that's outside their control, and they're in a position where they aren't changing the way they feel physically. They're just getting more and more angry. They're stuck in one position, storing up all that negative emotion. They're not being honest with themselves. They're trying to pretend like it's not there, or they're trying to say it doesn't have to be dealt with, or somebody else should deal with it. Problems don't go away until we take responsibility. But the key is, if you want to turn it around, those people that aren't turning around, they're focusing on the problem 80% of the time, or 90%, and only 10 or 20% of the time on the solution. Turn this ratio around. See, the best way to handle a problem is focus continuously, once you've defined it, on what is the solution. I have a strategy I call decimate a problem. The way you decimate a problem is you take out a journal or a chalkboard or some poster paper, and you get a bunch of people in the room, and you sit down, which is what we did today, and you brainstorm like crazy, what are solutions to this problem? What are 100 ways to destroy this problem? We go after the problem like it's our prey. We're the hunters. We're not being hunted by the problem. We're in charge. We're in control. Tell me 100 ways we're going to destroy this problem. And what we begin to do is brainstorm. Now, here's the key. If you start to write down an idea like, well, here's one way to deal with it, and then you go, no, that's not going to work, you'll never get to the solution. If you want to decimate a problem, then what you've got to do is just brainstorm like crazy and know that maybe 90% of your ideas, maybe 50%, maybe 10%, I don't know, but a large percentage of them aren't going to be worth a darn. They're not going to solve the problem. But don't judge your ideas. First, get them out. Because when you got 100 ways to destroy a problem up on the board, some of those ideas may not work, but as you look at them, you come up with an even better idea. So take out your journal and decimate the problem by focusing on the solution for a good 20 minutes straight, just brainstorming, keeping the pen going, not allowing yourself to stop and analyze your solutions, just one after another after another. And even if you think you've already solved the problem, decimating the problem is more than solving it. Because as you now come up with 100 ways to deal with it, you'll come up with solutions to future problems. You'll start coming up with things you never thought of before. If you start to feel overwhelmed by problems, realize this: you're probably over-chunked. What do I mean by that? I mean you need to chunk things down. You're trying to solve too many problems at one time. Stop and look at one possible solution for one area of the problem. See, that's critical. Sit down and define the problem, and then spend 80% of your time focusing on the solution. But as you do it, focus on one aspect of the problem. And what's several solutions to that one aspect? What's another aspect of the problem? What are several solutions to it? Sometimes you try and solve the whole problem all at once, you're going to have a challenge. But you won't have any challenge if you chunk it down. It's a critical strategy for dealing with problems. Here's key number 7. Number 7 is anticipate problems. Anticipate them. Be ready for them in advance. Does that mean you should walk around looking for problems, expecting them? No. You want to expect the best and plan for the worst. If there's anything I've learned being in business, and business is a great microcosm for life because it magnifies things. You get feedback a lot quicker. And fortunately, I've learned how to really succeed in there. But what I've really learned is I can't just solve problems. If we're really going to be effective, got to anticipate them. Now, not being negative, not being wrong, just saying, what could possibly be screwed up here? What could probably get messed up? If something was going to get screwed up, what would most likely go out? And how can we deal in advance so it never even has to happen? See, what you're really doing is you're anticipating what a problem is for a few moments and then coming up with a bunch of solutions before it happens. See, then you can have a lot less problems. Are you going to rid yourself of them completely? Of course not. But you can limit the number of them and hopefully get to the point where you get a better quality of problem, which is one of our goals, to increase the quality of the problems, not to get rid of them, so that we're constantly expanding, so that we can deal with almost anything that used to drive us nuts. Now it's easy to do. Now we've got the muscle to handle that easily. We just want to keep expanding. The bottom line is I've got a strategy that's worked really well in my business. And if we had it 3 years ago, I wouldn't have had this $190,000 learning experience. And that is this. We had back then challenges, things that we knew could come up, and we had a plan to deal with them. But what we didn't have was several plans. What do I mean by this? Well, in my companies, we have a set of what we call organizing principles. What they are strategies that help us to eliminate most of the problems we used to have to deal with. In fact, having these strategies today have turned us around. It took us from the things that happened 3 years ago, where we were almost bankrupt, into the largest personal development firm of its type in the United States today. We went from being in the hole to a company that do almost $50 million in sales. That kind of turnaround happens because you have strategies that make sense. And I'll tell you the critical strategy, and it's the same as number 7 here. We look at in advance, what are some of the challenges that could possibly come up? Let's be positive, but let's also be real. And as we do that, we say, okay, what's our plan for handling it if it comes up? We don't stop there, though. We say, if that plan doesn't work, what's our backup plan to it? And then we say, if that backup plan didn't work, what would be our third backup plan? Because you know something? I don't care how positive you and I are going to be. There are going to be times when your plans, your best laid plans, aren't going to work. So you got to have a backup plan. And there are going to be times when that falls through also. If you got 3 backup plans, you're on track. And I'll tell you, I learned this from a very, very successful businessman. And his attitude was, listen, you need at least 3 check and balance systems. He's in our country, we're supposed to have 3, and it doesn't seem to be quite enough. If you could get 4, that'd be even better. So I think this is a critical strategy for handling problems. Anticipate them in advance and have 2 or 3 backup plans, solutions, so that if one fails, there's one right behind it to step in and solve things for you. Again, if you do this, you're going to find you're going to eliminate most of the problems that you've been dealing with up until now. Here's key number 8. And this may be the most important key, well, at least one of them. You must develop certainty. Now, let me repeat that. You must develop certainty that you can handle almost any problem, no matter what happens. Now, remember that word certainty. It's the thing that so many human beings are seeking. See, people want to feel certain that they can deal with what comes up in their life. In fact, in order to remain feeling certain, what many people do is they stay in a situation that they hate. For example, I often see people in a relationship, and they really aren't happy together. They aren't working on even making their relationship better. They dislike each other. They're making 0 progress. But they'll stay in a relationship 10, 15, 20 years. Why would they do that? And the answer I found is that when you talk to these people, they say, well, I really should leave the relationship, but I guess I think about, what if I leave this relationship and then I never start another one? I never meet anybody else. Yeah, I'm unhappy, but at least I've got a relationship. At least I come home and I feel certain this person is here. Even if we fight, at least they're here. See, they'd rather deal with painful certainty than the ultimate pain of uncertainty. Because people are afraid when they're not sure what's going to happen, it could be worse than it is, and they hang on to what they've got. It doesn't make any sense, but it's the way human beings very often operate. So how do we feel certain? Well, a lot of us try and get ourselves to feel certain by working really, really hard. But is it possible to work really, really hard and then still have a problem come up and change things overnight? Is it possible, for example, to work your whole life and build a beautiful home for yourself and your family, and then one day have an earthquake take it away? If you doubt it, ask anybody in San Francisco. You know what's interesting? I think it's fascinating to look at how different people respond to a catastrophe like that. Some people use it in a way that totally disempowers themselves. Others use it as a way that makes their whole life and relationship and family closer. I do a lot of seminars in the Bay Area, and I talk to a lot of people that went through the experience, and it's really fascinating to see how their lives have been altered by the experience. Some of them have taken that experience and said, see, I can never be certain of anything again, why even try? I could do everything right, it still turns up wrong. See, there's no reason to go on. And what a lot of them have done is they've taken that one problem and allowed that one problem to devastate their life and their family. Other people took the experience and said, you know what it did? It made us unbelievably appreciative of the more important things in life. That problem of watching our house crumble down brought us together because the first thing we thought to ourselves is, thank God we have each other. Thank God none of us got killed or hurt. Our whole family is here. And what it's done is it's reoriented us to not so much things in our lives, but to the most important things of all, our relationship. You can't believe what's happened. I'm so much closer to my son now. We're making a difference. My daughter is doing better in school. Her grades have gone up since the earthquake just because we have bonded so much as a family. Isn't it interesting how two different people can take the same problem and convert it into something different? They have used it to create more certainty. They feel more certain that they're going to experience more of the joy they want in their life because they used it in a way that has enhanced their feelings. I got a question for you. How would you feel if you were absolutely certain that no matter what happened, you could turn things around? If you knew that someone could throw any problem they wanted at you and it would bounce off you, kind of like Superman, right? The bullets just bounce off. Nothing was going to penetrate the quality of your emotional life, that you could deal with anything and make it work. How would that make you feel as a person? I can tell you that inside, and there are times when it wavers, I'll be honest with you, but 99.9% of the time in my life, I know I can turn around. And that 0.1% of the time when I fall off the wagon, all I do is do the things I taught you. Change my state, change the way I'm using my body, ask myself a better question and get back on track. How do I have that level of certainty that makes me feel like I can deal with anything? Well, part of it is because I've had a lot of pain. I've been through the most challenging times, and I've turned it around because I didn't give up, because I didn't ask, why is this happening to me? I asked, what's the solution? How do we turn this around? Not only how do we turn this around, how do we turn this around and make it even better than it was before? By using the very things I've talked to you about, I've created enough experiences that I can feel certain. It's kind of like a tabletop. I've got legs to the tabletop called references. That is experience after experience that now makes that tabletop feel solid, like it can stand on its own. And I've worked at creating those references. I'll give you an idea of what I mean. If you really wanted to, could you come up with references, that is memories, experiences you've had, to back up the idea that people are basically mean and ornery and they'll take advantage of you if you give them an opportunity? I bet you do. Do you also have references that could back up the idea that people are basically good, that they're honest, that if you give them half a chance, they'll really work to support you too? Don't you have experiences that would back that up and make that feel solid as well? Then the key, I think, is to look at our life and practice what I call memory management. To remember the memories, the experiences we've had that back up the ideas that make us feel certain, that allow us to know we can deal with whatever comes up. I'll give an example. On my 30th birthday, and it's interesting, I find that how after a birthday with a 0 on the end, we tend to reevaluate our lives a little more closely, as if it has any more meaning. For some reason in our culture, we tend to do that. At least I did, I'll just say that. And what I did is, fortunately, I've kept journals for years. And in those journals, I basically have recorded my life. I'm a big believer that if your life's worth living, it's worth recording. So I've got in there my goals from years ago. I've got in the challenges that came up, the solutions I came up with, the things I learned from books and tapes and people and situations. My journals are an incredible set of resources that I can tap into at any time. Plus, they show me how I've grown. And what's interesting is I took my journals and my daytimer, if you will, and I went back to when I was 20 years old. And then I extended it all the way back to 17. I made it 13 years in all. And I created for myself a large chart. And on it, I put the months of the year, from the top, from January to December. And then across the page, horizontally, I put each of the years, going back for me to 1977. And in each month, what I did is I reviewed my journal. I wrote down key events that happened in my life, whether they be good, bad, or indifferent. where I could literally go back and say what was happening in January of 1977, and I could compare it to what was happening to me in January of 1987. And as I did it, as I went through and created this chart, I got an incredible experience. I realized that I had been through heck and back, and that through all those experiences, I had turned it around, and I could see them there in front of me. It was different than just knowing inside my head. What it did is it gave me literally dozens and dozens and dozens of legs to back up the idea that no matter what happens, I'll find a way to make it work. I always have, and I always will. When you believe that in your gut, it gives you a power in dealing with problems that few people have. It gives you the emotional freedom, the sense of internal knowing that says no matter what occurs, I'm in charge. Gosh, it's an incredible feeling, and it's one you deserve. And so when you're done with this tape today, that's going to be your major assignment. Your major assignment is to at least begin creating a chart of the memories of your life for the last 10 years, where you're going to begin to fill in and maybe even talk to some other people around you. Because when this chart is complete, you'll find you won't be fearful of problems. Instead, what you'll do is you'll get excited about them. Because as I look back over those 10 years, I can see how some of those things that look like problems led to some of the things that I now value most. I had a problem years ago. I was supposed to fly to Denver, Colorado, but I had another engagement that I thought was more important to me. And they held me to my contract, and it made me angry because I thought, gosh, these guys could be flexible. They could reschedule it. They've got lots of opportunities. They could have somebody else speak on that day. I even offered to pay my way out of doing the event. I'd buy my time back. They wouldn't let me do it. It seemed like such a problem. But you know what? On that trip, I met the lady who became my wife. I look back and I remember when my kids came to live with me. 3 of my children are not my blood children, but they certainly are my kids, and I love them dearly, and our relationship has become incredible. But you know what? When they first came to live with me, oh my gosh, it changed the relationship with my wife pretty intensely. I mean, it really made me scared. Inside, I thought, gosh, I don't have any time with my wife anymore. These kids want to be with her all the time. I love the kids, but gosh, when do I get my time? And it was such a problem. It frustrated me. But you know what it made me do? It made me grow like crazy and figure out, how do I enlarge my heart? How do I allow myself to feel more in the same period of time, to absolutely feel my wife's love, to connect with her even more than we did before? And it also allowed me to be able to experience the love of my children, to create a bond that most people pray for during their lifetime. What an incredible problem. It created an incredible challenge, which turned into be the ultimate opportunity for expanding myself emotionally and spiritually and my family. See, what seems like a problem may actually be a gift. We just got to be willing to see that process. And as I looked over my life, I could see tons of these gifts. I could really see that these problems had enhanced my life, and I could see where it made changes and who I've become as a person. So when this tape is done, that's going to be your major assignment. You're going to want to take out a piece of paper and draw yourself the beginnings of a chart. You'll write down January through December, vertically from top to bottom, and horizontally you're going to write the years. And when you're done with that, gradually, over the next few days, take some time, some concentrated time, maybe 30 minutes, maybe even an hour, to think about where you were at different months, different years, different experiences that have significantly affected you, both positive ones and also ones that seem negative at the time. And when you see them in context, when you look back, 2 things will happen. 1, you'll say, man, I can survive anything. I've been through the tough times. I don't have to wonder whether I can do this. I've already handled those kinds of situations before. And 2, it'll give you unbelievable certainty about your future. I remember years ago, when I was in junior high school, that's when we had the oil crisis. All of a sudden, we were in a situation where I didn't even have a driver's license yet, and I was beginning to wonder, gosh, would I ever get one? That was my big problem. Would I ever be able to drive a car? And what was interesting, I had a teacher that told us something I never forgot. He said, you know, young man, something you should remember. Human beings always solve the problems when they get big enough, when it's important enough. Necessity is the mother of invention. He said, don't worry about the oil crisis. He said, we'll find a way to turn the thing around, and we'll find a better solution. And then he read me this article, and it sounded like it was out of the newspaper that day, and it described how the whole world was going to go dark because oil wasn't available anymore, because we're running out of oil. You know what the oil was? Whale oil. Interesting. It was written in the 1800s. And he began to laugh as he read it to me, and I began to laugh too when I realized, hey, the bottom line is human beings are resourceful to always find a way. We need to realize we are human beings. We always will find a way, and feel the certainty that allows us to know no matter what happens, we're in charge, and to take worry and put it in its rightful place. Set it aside. Concern's one thing, worry's another. Take charge of your life, handle problems from a state of certainty, and you'll come up with much better solutions. And let's go to our last 3 points. Number 9. Learn to solve problems, not just so you don't have any more problems, but so you attract a better quality of problem. What do I mean by a better quality of problem? What I mean is, your goal is not to not have problems. We've established that hopefully pretty clearly in this tape, and I've hit you on it over and over and over again because I really want that repetition to hammer inside your mind till you remember it, till it sticks with you. But in addition to that, a better quality of problem really means this. At one time in your life, you probably were struggling to figure out a problem and how to solve it, like how to pay the lousy bills. See, that's a pretty lousy problem. And if you focus on that, you're only going to get solutions on doing that. Till one day you say, I want a better problem. And the better problem is, how do I make enough money so I can take care of my family? How do I make enough money so I can contribute to my favorite charity? How do I make enough money that I can make a difference? How do I make enough money that I can influence the political process? See, when you ask those questions, you get a better quality of answer because you're asking and solving a better quality of problem, one that's going to expand you. See, as a society, we've had to deal with some of these problems. We have problems all around us, but they're better than they used to be. A couple hundred years ago, we're trying to figure out how to extend the length of someone's life. We're trying to figure out how to get somebody where they didn't have to work 24 hours a day so they could just eat. Today, that's no problem. Eating is no problem. Notice how many fat people you see around you. Right? We have no problem doing that. Our problem is we've created a technology that has made it so much easier for man to do things that a lot of us spend most of our time in a sedentary fashion. Even when we're working, we think we're working hard and we're sitting there at our computer. Boy, those fingers are working really hard. See, the reality is we have to deal with the problem of all these degenerative diseases. And they're the result of us creating a solution to an old problem. So all we do is we now focus on something else. How do we increase our health, our vitality, and our energy while we simultaneously develop the technology that frees up more and more of our time? And for a lot of our youth, we've got to solve the problem of how do we get them to expand emotionally? How do we get them to have a spiritual path? How do we get them to make a difference when a lot of our youth are living in an environment where they can have virtually any choice met, where it doesn't take a lot of effort, where they literally expect instantaneous gratification? You and I have to figure out how to solve that problem so that our kids develop the emotional, spiritual, and physical muscles that allow them to compete and succeed in the 21st century. See, that's a new problem, a better quality problem, a problem that kind of inspires you. See, Einstein asked some interesting questions. He solved some problems. And in solving those problems, he may have created some additional ones that affect the entire human race. See, when we solve a problem, it doesn't end. We just come up with a better quality of one. And so we don't want to hide out from them. We want to seek them out. Focus on the solutions to the most important problems, not just the urgent ones. And you'll find out some of these little problems will just drop aside. You'll handle them easily. In addition, one of the most disempowering beliefs you can create for yourself is that things are outside your control. They're absolutely within your control the moment you decide to take responsibility. Now think of this word responsibility. Responsibility for most people is this big, heavy thing, just like problems. But the reality is responsibility, the ability to respond, comes when you take charge. When you say there is no problem that's too big, I don't care if it was somebody else's problem, I don't care if it was somebody else's challenge, I'm going to take control of it and turn it around because I want the muscle anyway. See, if you keep focusing on how you shouldn't have to deal with this, how it's somebody else's problem, the problem won't get solved, you'll just get more upset, and you'll find yourself in a position where the problem gets bigger, where all of a sudden it begins to affect you and create even more pain in your life. Just handle it. Point number 10 in having problems is this. Remember, you have no problems. You say, wait a second, you just spent 40 minutes talking to me all about problems. And you told me over and over again I should see them as challenges and solutions and all these different things. You told me how to deal with them. Now you're saying there's no problems? You're right. Develop a new belief. You have no problems. If you think you have problems, all you got to do is start comparing and contrasting with people in worse shape. You think you have problems? I suggest you take a trip to the morgue. You may discover you don't have any problems. A friend of mine is the chief psychologist at Bellevue. And oftentimes I've talked to people in seminars about how it's really valuable in life not just to talk about another experience, but to go have it, to expose yourself to things, both positive and negative, that'll help you to appreciate your life more. And he decided to take some of his key psychologists and psychiatrists down to the morgue to have an experience, an associated experience of what death is like, so maybe they'd appreciate life a little more. And I'll tell you what, he took me on the same trip, and I will never forget it. I remember going in the hospital, and as we were going down the elevator to go into the basement, I remember looking around at some of these people that looked so sickly and they looked so horrible, and I felt really bad for them. And after going to the morgue and having them open drawer after drawer and experiencing death in a different way than just how I think about it, like graduation, like moving on to what I believe may be a better experience. And many people believe what I believe in that area. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But the point is this. When I stood there with these persons' bodies right there, I realized I'm more than my body. Because you know what? They weighed the same, but there was no experience of a human being there. It was unbelievable. And I looked at one gentleman, he opened the drawer, and the man was my age, at the time 29. He was full of bullet holes. It was an unbelievable experience. He told me not to talk while I was down there, to just experience whatever I felt, and we talk about it later on. He wanted me not to blow off steam by talking or distracting myself. It impacted me emotionally. And I could tell you a lot about it, but in the moment I have left with you, I just tell you this. When I got back on the elevator, I looked at some of those same sickly people, and I realized they don't have any problems. I looked at some of those people who look terrible, and all of a sudden they look young and healthy, by contrast. I looked at my own life and realized I don't have any problems, and neither do you. You think you got problems? Remember, problems are a sign of life. If you don't have any problems, that's the only real problem I know of. If you got problems, you're healthy. Your key is utilize them, take advantage of them in so many ways as we've talked about, and realize how lucky you are to have this thing called problems. If you're not in the morgue, if you got your family, if you got your friends, if you have any portion of your health, if you can open your eyes in a free world and not worried about a soldier walking in telling you what to do, then obviously you don't have any problems. Might be good for us to remember. Here in America, we oftentimes lose perspective. It's real useful to realize how lucky we really are. And our final point, point 11, is real simple. Don't just solve problems. Take pride in solving them. Take pride in the result that problems create. Stop every now and then and take a look at something that once was a problem and now has shaped you for the better. Look at what you've done in your life. Look at the things you've solved and give yourself credit for who you've become as a person. Just remember, in the end, what you get in your life is not going to make you happy anyway. Who you become as a human being is the ultimate gift or the ultimate pain. If we utilize our problems effectively, we can become the kind of person that we're proud of. And when we come to the end of our life, we won't say, gosh, I wish I woulda or I shoulda. We won't feel like we only live 1/10 of our life. We'll stand tall and know that we live life fully, that we took these things we call problems and turned them into opportunities, and that we took this experience, this gift we call our lives, and we made it an adventure that we'll never forget.